has been studying it, been a part of it for a very long time, and so he's a good friend of mine. And he's always on our spaces, speaking about the geopolitics, speaking about finance, speaking about Bitcoin. Simon, the war with Iran is in its day number 10 now. Day number 10. We thought this would be, some thought it would only be a short war, it would be only a few days. It's now gone on for 10 days. But what Iran did was they immediately shut the Strait of Hormuz. Many thought it wouldn't last this long. It's already shut. Explain to the audience exactly what's happened in terms of from the financial market, oil industry, gas industry, in terms of by closing the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, sure. Hey, Sully. Hey, everybody. So, look, let's put this in context. This is the biggest oil supply shock of our lifetime, certainly our lifetime. Just to put it in context, the Strait of Hormuz, which is mainly a narrow choke point that is controlled by Iran, but also has an element of Omani part that it controls. But by closing it, we've shut the world off from approximately 20 million barrels per day. Just to put that in context, if you look at all the different supply shocks of our lifetime, the Iranian Revolution, 1973, that was only 5.5 million barrels per day. This is 20 million barrels per day. If you look at the Yom Kippur War, 1973, that was 4.5 million barrels per day. If you look at Iraq Kuwait in 1990, 4.3 million barrels per day. Iran-Iraq 1980, that's 4 million barrels per day. And if you look at Russia-Ukraine as well, which is more recent to many of us, 2022, that was only 2 million barrels per day. So this is 10x the impact of what happened during Russia-Ukraine. So immediately upon the news of the Hormuz being shut, we had a big spike in oil, but not uncharted territory. We had a bigger impact in Russia, Ukraine, even though this was 10 times the amount that's constricted, and a lot more as well. With Russia, Ukraine, it was like wheat and bread and really impactful. But this one is 5 times all of the crisis or supply shocks that I just said combined. So we had this 1 week where the market was trying to figure out what it means. So it happened over the weekend last weekend. And then this weekend, we had the futures markets really kicking in, leading to the opening today. We went to a peak of about $115 per barrel. And then immediately we had an announcement or an article, at least from the Financial Times, that pushed the price down to $100. And we're just teetering around $100. We've gone above, we've gone below. What was the article? The article was, firstly, it's the Financial Times, which is pretty much a mouthpiece for financial services companies. It was really, it was the G7, the top 7 economies in the Western world. They said they're going to release 400 million barrels of oil in order to try and control the price. This is coming from the G7 countries' strategic reserves. This includes the US, this includes, UK, Japan, these types of top 7 Western economies. So to give you an idea of what that actually means, currently the global demand for oil runs at about 104.9 barrels per day. So 104 million, barrels per day. That's the global demand around the whole world if we were functioning as normal. So if you take out, if they're going to release 400 million barrels, assuming that the supply chains work and everything else, then effectively this announcement, which took the price from $115 per barrel to around 100, this is just 3.8 days of global demand. And so this, if you look at, the 20 million barrels per day that's being removed, you could expect that we've got about 20 to 27 days of relief as a result of this. So they're preparing for a maximum of about 30 days if you look at everything functioning well. So that's like to give you an idea of the extent of it. So this is more significant than anything we've seen before. I think the next one to think about, as we've been looking at this all week, is who's benefiting from this. And immediately, um, I think the main beneficiary is actually Russia and US relative to the rest of the world. It's all about relative, because everyone's impacted by this. But Russia has basically is the only country in the world that has the most amount of flows with their liquefied natural gas, and they can get it to places in crisis, in emergency, better than anyone else can in the world. So currently, what are they doing? Well, they're not sending it to Europe because obviously the Russia-Ukraine situation, the sanctions situation, and that. So what are they doing with the LNG and all the emergency routes and everything right now? They're sending it to Asia, mainly India and China. So China is able to, pay higher prices because there's also, negotiation points. But Russia is using this opportunity to basically hedge away from anyone that's dependent upon the Middle East, which many of the Asian countries are. And they're bringing a new dependency until this opens with the Asian countries. So that's the main thing. In terms of like the Asian countries, how prepared were they? India, if they don't resolve this immediately, and immediately we have started to see some new action with both oil and LNG between Russia and India. And if you remember to this, there was a big trade war back and forth between India and America. They reduced their dependency upon Russia, but now that's going to go back up again. So India basically have 1 month of reserves. Thailand and Vietnam have approximately 2 months of reserves, and it's estimated that China has about 3 months reserve in order to figure out an alternative plan, assuming that the Middle East couldn't do this. So that's really the thing. Now, China obviously is hugely impacted, but was prepared for this. But China also has its own ability to shut down everything. So if America's strategy was to cut off China, then China could retaliate by just saying, right, we're removing all exports, removing all rare earth minerals. They could shut down all markets. The American military could no longer function. They couldn't replenish any of their supplies. So the reality of the US doing this in order to choke off China is not reflective of that reality. So what is the US doing? So Russia's been a huge net beneficiary. They can resolve many of the issues that they were having in this wartime economy they've been in. But the US market, they basically use this opportunity to renegotiate with the European Union that is 1,000% hook, line, and sinkered. They have no choice. They either go to Russia or they go to America. And they have very low reserves right now, and the price is going through the roof. So America can just write their terms, and effectively what's happened here is that Asia has been vassalized deeper into Russia, and Europe has been deeper vassalized into America. And those are the two net beneficiaries of this situation. What that actually means is that there was leading up to this, the dollar was weakening. That had been a long-term trend relative to gold, relative to foreign currencies, relative to silver and other commodities. But ever since the war started, the US dollar has strengthened. And so that is because other countries are weaker. So you would imagine once this war ends, once we get a resolution, you would have new relationships that are very hard to undo. You would imagine what US and Russia will be doing is they'll try and lock them in for 20 years, and they'll use the fact that the strait is closed as an opportunity to say, right, we'll give you this price, we'll give you favorable terms, but you need to stick with us for like 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. So they're really both Russia and America are using this as an opportunity to kind of divide the world up and create those dependencies while the Middle East is stuck there in this war situation. Dollar is strengthening. That's been a reversal. So as soon as this gets resolved, you'd expect the dollar to start weakening again. But the only reason it's strengthening is not because this is great for the American economy or anything. Obviously, LNG is great while these prices are up high. But it's because of relative strength. Basically, everywhere else is more affected than America and more affected than Russia. So stock markets are crashing to a greater degree, and their currencies are weakening to a greater degree. So we're about to have the markets open in US, and US is down, but outperforming all other markets. If I look at the futures right now, S&P 500, they're saying about down 0.2.3%. NASDAQ 100, 2.7%. That's a big move, a few $1 trillion. Dow Jones 2.5%. Crude futures were predicting 26.5% after the correction. Brent 23% up. Natural gas 9% up. And that's just oil. We can talk about some other things, but I'll take a little pause there. So just in summary, the net beneficiary winners of this is America using this opportunity while the strait is closed to renegotiate terms in Europe, and Russia renegotiating terms with Asia and being useful.
So with the US though, how much LNG do they have? In terms of what ability do they have to provide that LNG? Like, what's the scale they can do that at?
Well, they could do it to Europe at scale. So, and I mean, prior to this, it's been a strategic goal of America to become an LNG exporter. That was Trump's big policy that he wanted to push. So, America has a lot. They're energy independent. From fracking, they're oil independent during the Trump administration. But what happened is during the Russia-Ukraine war, America started draining its strategic petroleum reserves. They pushed out about 180 million. If you remember what happened, back then, the Houthis attacked Saudi Aramco before the war. So the Biden administration didn't really help Saudi. Saudi hated Biden because they didn't provide any defense, which obviously is what's really coming into these factors now as well. And so when the Russia-Ukraine war kicked off, the price of oil started going through the roof. That created an inflationary cycle. If you remember, everyone was queuing outside the gas stations in America. Biden went out to go and meet MBS, asked him to put a bunch of oil onto the market, and MBS decided to work with Putin instead. And that created that inflationary cycle. And then we had the big spike in interest rates. Those big spike in interest rates created some duration bond market issues at the banks, and we had the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank a little bit later as a knock-on effect. So that was what happened last time. In terms of America's reserves, as an isolated economy and also vassalized with Europe, they'll be fine. But they're not going to be able to get their LNG out, to say India and stuff like that. Russia's perfectly suited for that. So it really breaks America and Europe into the Western Hemisphere. And Russia, rather than working with Europe, it's going more eastwards.
So coming back to the point, right? I want to discuss each element of each country and what they're doing and how they're dealing with this issue. So let's take the US first. You're saying they're benefiting from the aspect of they're able to sell LNG, but the other prices the oil prices are still becoming more expensive for the average consumer. The goods are becoming expensive for the average consumer. So explain it in the perspective of, for an average American, what's the result of this? Not the oligarchs, not the corporations, but specifically the average American. What is the implications or impact on them?
Yeah, that's the exact right way to think about it. So the oligarchs, the wealthy, they're cashing in, they're getting Trump's negotiating new contracts for them. Defense companies are doing incredibly well. Oil companies are doing incredibly well. They're propping up the stock market while everything else is underperforming. The average American is going to have to pay a much higher price, and they don't have enough strategic petroleum reserves in America to impact the price. So if the Trump administration decides with that G7 announcement, if there's 400 million barrels and a chunk of that is coming from America, then the strategic petroleum reserve is going to be drained because I think, they don't have enough to do that. That means that America loses the ability to control the price of oil and gas, which means that the corporate entities profiteer. You can get some price gouging. You could expect a similar thing to what we saw during the Russia-Ukraine war, that the average American will be trying to get prices locked in if this continues. Everything's on if this continues. And the average person is going to pay significantly more for their energy costs at a time when most people can't afford it. And you drive the world into, kind of speculation around the second this ends, you'll get a massive correction in price. But people are speculating if this goes on for longer, the price of oil will just, will keep going up. It seems like we've set like the price parameters for oil of around a peak of $115 and a low of below $100 while the strait is closed. But yeah, the average American costs go up. And if this goes and continues for longer, energy is involved in the production of everything. So you could expect if this went on for, say, 3 months, I saw some models out there that consumer price inflation could go from about 2.3% right now to about 3.7% is like the estimate. So in a nutshell, prices go up the longer this continues.
And just for the audience, that type of CPI change, what would that translate to? So, for example, something that costs $10 for goods would cost what?
13.7. So sorry, $10.37.
Okay. And coming back to what's happening, so things are going to become a lot more expensive in the US. Gas prices are going to go up. Goods prices are going to go up. Now, I want to bring this to Europe and the UK.
What up, Rob?
I was
what up,
reading
brother?
before
Crazy
you came
times,
on
man.
that in the UK they may only have enough gas for 2 days. I was also reading that Europe may have had similar issues. What's your understanding of the prediction?
Just by thinking about it. Meet Base 40
and UK don't have high reserves. If you take the UK right now, it's currently it's suffering from low economic growth. Before this, the growth rate was about 1%. That's really dismal. We were having inflation was coming under control, but we were also having increased the way that the UK government was handling the crisis at the moment was to increase taxes. That led to a flood of
we are looking at a possible real economic collapse.
Taxes.
Things are getting really crazy. Last night, right? I was looking at the oil prices. We were up around
in the
107, 110. I think we shot up to 116.
Prior to this, there was
back down at 100.
Choking of the North Sea production via windfall taxes. So if you want to be a conspiracy theorist, there was anyone that controls these European politicians and UK politicians. In UK, they were strategically choking North Sea oil, which makes it dependent upon US, and then the only other option you have is Norway at that stage. So you've, they will have to frantically renegotiate, which means whatever terms Norway and America are offering, UK has to accept. There's no leverage. I'm not sure of the exact, reserves. They were looking at diversifying into expensive renewable energy, but that was a longer term thing and it never quite materialized. But they're going to have to, in the future, invest significant in infrastructure with China to try and create more energy dependency through renewables, which is significantly more expensive. So the only choice it has is America. Europe is owned by American corporate interest.
So they're going to have to make a deal with the United States of America. That being said, there are low in reserves. People are a bit concerned in the United Kingdom. Is the situation similar in Europe?
Word on the street, guys, is the United Kingdom has 2 days of reserve oil left. And we're going to talk about this a little bit later. I know, obviously, that Israel plays a big deal into this, and a lot of people in America are very upset with the Zionist lobby, and that's 100% understandable. There is another aspect at play here, and this is the attack on the monarchy in Europe. And the United States is putting pressure on the UK and the EU, and this all goes back to their control in the United States and London's financial control in the world. You know, Israel plays a part. We can sit here and get mad at them all we want. We have every right to. But there's another issue here because who created Israel, right? Who created Israel? The Rothschilds. All right, and they're all up in the UK and in the EU. So this is putting pressure on them. So things are playing out. There's a lot of geopolitical tension going on. The battle lines for a new world order, if you will, is coming, right? So we'll get another perspective a little bit later. I know I'm a little slightly antiseptic, but we'll get another perspective because it is not all about Israel and the small hats and all this stuff, although it's a big part of it.
Across Europe, yeah, similar situations. Obviously, Germany was being choked because of Nord Stream pipeline. You know, Europe, there has been a long-term operation from, this whole, ESG to climate neutrality to COVID, all the way through to, net zero, through to the Russia-Ukraine war, through to what we're witnessing right now to destroy the manufacturing base and the energy around Europe. So Europe is the net loser in the world.
Yeah.
As well as some of the regions in Asia.
And what about the people in Europe, the people in the United Kingdom? That's the reason a lot of people are joining the stream. They're concerned. They're worried.
Yeah.
Prices are going up. And the concern is they won't have access. The electricity and gas bills will go up. They won't have access to, maybe even they won't have access to fuel. Like, what's the situation going to be? How bad can this get?
This can get bad if the strait is still closed. But again, it is solvable. But you have to pay the price that America's going to want you to pay. And
I want to be honest too. We had a statement from Donald Trump made on Fox News. Basically, he's telling ships to go through the Strait of Hormuz anyway and just give it a shot. And yeah, I'm not gonna say too much about that. I think that's pretty insane, to be honest. I think that we're asking for an extreme escalation at this point. I also have heard rumors, and I will verify this later, that the United States has flown out 2 of their nuclear doomsday planes over to the Middle East. These aircraft are able to stay in the air for years without even having to touch the ground, I'm pretty sure. And they basically essentially are their own cell phone towers up in the air. Their only job is to send nuclear codes to our submarines, which are stationed out in around the Middle East right now. Who knows what's going to happen? Let's just all hope and pray no one presses that button or turns that key.
It's not just energy they negotiate everything else that comes with it. So they will be able to solve the issue, but everyone's going to have to pay more. We're already seeing, some people are talking about they've been to the gas station and it's like double prices. That's what most people are telling me. So it's not an existential crisis like some of the water issues in the Middle East. It is a pricing crisis. And last time, those that were right on the edge, they would, we had pensioners choosing between eating and heating.
Exactly.
That's the same situation again, sadly.
Unfortunately.
I don't see any way other than there's going to be higher prices. And then at some stage, this will, if we close, if we reopen today, then in 2 months you could expect things to have fallen out. But America's going to lock in these contracts and these higher prices. So I don't think Europe's going to be paying lower prices for quite some time.
Okay. And then one other place before we go to the Middle East is the audience asked for it was Australia and New Zealand. What's the situation there?
Yeah, I mean, Australia's, got their own supplies, and people have been looking at Australia to try and solve some of their issues, and some of the Africa as well. So everyone's going to be paying more, but they don't have any strategic weaknesses. They've worked on their own, commodities, rare earths, and energy as well. They're in a better position than Europe and UK.
Interesting. And now we go to the Middle East. The Middle East, we know that Qatar shut off their energy supplies to Europe. We're aware that Saudi Arabia, a number of the oil refineries have possibly been impacted and or taken out. What's the situation when it comes to energy and oil and the Middle East?
Yeah, so look, it's everything's moving towards kind of Saudi being the one that's able to help the Middle East the most. So if you're looking at a geopolitical trend, most of the GCC is effectively being vassalized into Saudi. Saudi had alternative pipelines and alternative routes. Now it's still caused stress.
Your perfect domain is out there. Go to Wix and make it yours. Claim.
Yeah. So I think if you're looking at GCC as a collective, Saudi is going to be doing the best here. Just when it comes to energy. Now that doesn't factor in the other issues, which is water and food, not directly related to the Strait. Obviously, fertilizers. Qatar and Saudi, they have these exports, and India's dependent upon it. So India's losing their gas and fertilizers, but that's a trade from the Middle East that is reliant upon the Strait of Hormuz. I'm not sure what their alternative routes are there. So they're losing a lot of revenue, but then the increase in the price is giving them the opportunity to offset some of those effects. And other GCC countries are being impacted and turning to Saudi that had built much of the infrastructure for this type of emergency.
And so now, looking back at the oil prices, you said that there's kind of like parameters between 100 and 115, but surely that can't be for the immediate future or even for the long-term future, right? If the longer the strait stays closed, the higher the price goes. Is that not the case?
Yeah, but I reckon, look, this is financial warfare. So if the financial industrial complex wants to employ derivatives to engage in derivative price control, they're doing that. I believe that the financial institutions are going to keep the price between 100 and 115 while it's closed, while the oil companies are negotiating their long-term lock-ins and taking advantage of the situation. I think once you start to go above 110, 115, 120, it becomes counterintuitive to the financial industrial complex, and they'll start getting demand destruction. Once you get demand destruction, you hit a price where everybody's you push the world into a global financial crisis. And so I think the derivatives market will be looking to try and suppress those prices anytime we tick above 110 or so, it seems.
Okay, so you don't think that if the strait remained closed, the price would go above, let's say, 115, 120?
Unless the derivatives market and the financial industrial complex wants it to go above and create a global recession and a global reset, they can. But this is not 100%, supply shock, because the derivative complex is able to manipulate these prices. The price that you're seeing is the price that the financial industrial complex want you to see.
But what is the derivative market? Like, what do you mean? Well, how are they able to set the price?
Yeah, the derivatives market means that you're able to effectively create paper contracts for oil and future delivery. And so they can use that in order to basically create more paper oil that is never meant to take delivery. But what that does is you can essentially suppress the price by creating a paper.
What up, Rob? What up? Let me read this. Don't know what Japan's waiting for. Reverse carry trade was supposed to be activated when oil price was 12.5, 13. Oil price in yen is 15 as we speak. Yeah, so the reverse carry trade is still well in play. The thing here is that they are currently manipulating the oil prices based on USD. So last night, these prices right here were up. Where are we? These prices right here, no joke. I ended my video, it was like 108, 107. As soon as I ended my video, they were teetering 110. And they went up even a little bit higher than that. They got manipulated back down to about $100. And yeah, I think there's some background negotiations going on right now. But I also don't foresee them just opening up the Strait of Hormuz. So I don't think this is just going to, wash away and oil prices are going to come back down and things are going to be fine again. Trump quite literally, let me find this real quick. Trump quite literally was on Fox, said, is basically daring these ships to go through the Strait of Hormuz right now. And they're backing the insurance, obviously, with US dollar and the Navy. And this, again, I see as a last-ditch effort to save the US dollar. But hold on. Look at this shit. Where is it?
Strait of Hormuz. Here's exactly what he said. These ships should go through the Strait of Hormuz and show some guts. There's nothing to be afraid of. They have no navy. We sunk all their ships. He went on to say, he said, look, yeah, there's risk in the region. The region's volatile.
So, look, obviously there's a lot of people kind of combating that statement. Maybe we did sink all their ships, but we didn't sink all their missiles. So I'm not sure, really too much what's going to happen from here. It's clear there is manipulation in the oil market. And we can take a look. The Dubai real estate market has dropped 21% in 5 days. So things are starting to heat up. They're trying to save the markets right now. The unwind is going to happen. They can't avoid, there's no avoiding this. There is no avoiding this. So, we have Japan coming out, right? 80% of Japan banks are supporting Ripple. And then randomly the other day, we get an announcement saying that Japan is extending or really researching or looking into their blockchain sandbox project. They've been working for Ripple, with Ripple for 10 years. So, I think this is their signal saying we have the solution. And the money is going to start coming back into Japan, 100%. It may take some time. Obviously, if they didn't jump on this and start manipulating the oil prices last night, we could be at some insane prices for oil. So I think they're going to make an attempt, the United States, to try and escort ships through the strait. I think there's going to be some things kind of heating up a little bit in terms of that. There's a lot of things I need to kind of double check very quickly here. But, you can see right now this thing is just jumping. It wants to go up. So, I'm not putting a time period on the reverse carry trade. But it is heating up. I don't think it's done. I don't think it's written off or anything. These oil prices are being controlled. Look at this thing. It's jumping. It's clearly being manipulated. Anyway, we'll see. We have to stay patient. And XRP holders, I'm not going to lie, these are the most patient people ever. So, interesting times we are going into. Let's keep monitoring the situation. And I'm going to pull some things up so we can speak on it. Hold on one second.
A synthetic version of oil that needs to be delivered with real oil in the future. And so as those contracts expire, let's say you do a 3 months contract, you need to actually take delivery of that oil, or you need to lock in a loss. And so you can use this in order, if you've got vast capital and you control the derivatives markets, you can use this to take bets, push down the price. But if this goes wrong, it's a dangerous trade. You can end up in what's known as a short squeeze, where you have to cover those positions with real oil. And if the oil doesn't exist, it's what we saw in the silver market. So they can suppress the price. But as you start moving more into these expiry dates and having to cover some of these short positions, you can end up in a short squeeze that can cause some major upward pressure on the prices. So if the financial industrial complex has inside information, then they could use the derivatives to suppress this price. If they think this is going on for a long time, this is years, then obviously their ability to control prices diminishes.
You mentioned to me that if the Strait of Hormuz was to remain closed, we would see basically a Great Depression, maybe akin to, for example, a financial crisis akin to the 2008 market collapse.
If you guys have not seen my video I recorded yesterday, I already spoke on this a little bit, but the reverse carry trade plays in part to this. A lot of our economy is completely hinged on, on the carry trade. And when that carry trade unwinds, when Japan is forced to raise rates, shit is going to get ugly. And it will play a huge part in whatever collapse we go into. Obviously, we all can hope and pray. Like, nobody wants to go into a financial collapse. But it's not looking good. It's just not looking good. I got to be honest. Now, I'm not sitting here dooming out. I'm not sitting here dooming out because I know what I hold. And I know if there's one shot in resolving this economy, fixing the monetary system, it's blockchain and cryptocurrency. It is the only opportunity there is to fix this. And if it's not that, well, I mean, what is it even worth fighting for, right?
Some even profited that the possibility is that this could be as bad as the Great Depression in the past. And my question to you is, do you still believe that, the first element of it? And if you do, what's the reason for it? And what about the second element? Like, how bad can this get?
Yeah, I do believe that if the strait remains closed for an extended period of time, but my belief is that there's no option but to get that open, and then Iran has leverage in getting concessions in their favor. So all of this is, again, even the market reactions at the moment, they're not pricing in a global recession or global financial crisis. So if this is an extended time period, then that scenario is somewhat of an inevitability that could only be fixed with massive, ginormous, big print money printing, similar to the COVID situation, would be the only way to be able to combat this. So you could end up in a recessory environment leading to a big money print.
And here's where things get interesting, guys. So we know Japan has been working. I don't have to keep and researching this. I know Japan has been working with Ripple for over 10 years. 80% of Japanese banks use Ripple's products. They have introduced, let me find a better article here. They have introduced blockchain settlement for bank deposits. So what's going to happen when they print all this money if we go into a crisis? I mean, and they are the head of the carry trade. There is no carry trade without Japan. It doesn't exist. There is no carry trade without Japan. That is the main trade here. So, and not only that, we're seeing the worst chart in the JPY USD chart we have seen in years. So things are getting very, very interesting. And when you see someone like the Bank of Japan coming out saying, yeah, we're going to use blockchain for settlements and reserves, it is a signal. It is a signal. It's the only thing it can be interpreted as.
And that breaks a lot of things. Now, in terms of a black swan event like the 2008 financial crisis, if you look at where the stress is at the moment, it's the AI markets and it's the private credit markets. Private credit markets is basically non-bank lending. So, a fund like BlackRock, they would raise a bunch of money from a bunch of high net worth investors and institutions, and they would lend it to, say, software companies that had short-term cash flow needs, or data centers that wanted to borrow money rather than sell shares. There's been a massive spike leading up to this in the private credit market. And unrelated to this, we started to see some real stress in the private credit market. Now, the private credit market, when you're pooling together, so it's mainly, big funds like BlackRock and various others, they started to suspend redemptions, which means that if you own shares in these private credit funds, you want to get cash, you knock on the door of BlackRock and you say, I'd like to sell my shares and get cash. They suspended redemptions because of some of the stress in the private credit market, and that's part of their terms and conditions. And so you're seeing a bit of lawfare, around oil contracts with force majeure, where you say disasters means we don't need to deliver upon this insurance. And then also within the private credit market, you're seeing we're not allowing you to redeem. That creates a real stress in terms of people panicking to want to redeem their shares And then when you start not being able to liquidate, and they say you can't liquidate, sorry, part of our terms and conditions, people start to try and withdraw from other assets and move towards assets they can control, whether that be gold, whether that be Bitcoin, whether that be cash. And so what we're starting to see as a result of BlackRock doing that, if you look at what triggered the crash of Silicon Valley Bank, it was an oil price shock that led to inflation, that led to the spiking of interest rates. And if you look at the prediction market, the odds of getting a rate decrease rather, which was the Trump stated policy, is going down. And there will be a Fed, you don't expect them to put rates down. But when they didn't put rates down, you had the language around inflation is transitory. And then they had to move to a big spike cycle where to control inflation, they started putting the interest rates up to try and suppress some of that demand and dampen inflation. And then that broke the Silicon Valley Bank and a bunch of banks, and they had to do a massive bailout. The private credit markets are also suffering from stress because artificial intelligence is disrupting software companies like Salesforce and various other companies. Once those are being disrupted because people are just building technology with AI and they're not subscribing to software as a service, there's massive losses within those private credit funds. They're trying to deregulate American pensions so that they can dump them on the pensioners at the moment as part of a policy. But underlying that is the banks and financials this week have been performing very poorly. And there was some real strange activity in basically interbank lending markets. So you can see that the Federal Reserve has already been doing behind the scenes short-term quantitative easing to bail out banks. Then we had the private credit stress. Now we've had the BlackRock not showing redemptions. If that leads to having to have transitory inflation, a spike, then you could expect stress in the banks and you could have a complete repeat of that same cycle that we saw during the Russia-Ukraine war.
But how long would it need to remain closed for? Because I remember you mentioned the space that if the strait remained closed for like another week, you could expect a financial crisis. Do you still think that's the case or not?
I think if this is closed for a month, 2 months, expect a recession that leads to massive money printing and intervention from the Federal Reserve. The strait needs to be open yesterday and at the latest at the end of this week. Next week, if we're going through...
Yo, Rob, you kind of said that. You said the reverse carry trade needs to happen yesterday, and this guy's saying the strait needs to open yesterday. I agree with both. I don't think the strait is going to open, though, and I think it is going to spark a massive economic collapse, and the reverse carry trade is going to play in that somehow. Japan is ready. Japan is ready. It is no mistake. I gotta keep coming back to it. It is no mistake. They have been testing blockchain for 10 years. They know our economy is doomed to collapse. They understand the game. They know. They are very rare to adopt new technologies, but they have been adopting Ripple for 10 years. And let me find some research. I'll bring up a research paper or something. I got you guys. But they are already positioned for the unwind. So when that unwind happens, not sure, when this collapse happens or if it happens, we will see. But they are ready. They are in position and they are ready. And literally just the other day at XRP Australia, Brad Garlinghouse was saying, I think you guys would be very happy in 5 years. Look, at this point, I've already waited a few years. What's a few more? The journey to get there is what I am enjoying the most, ladies and gentlemen, and I am very aware of that. And I don't let it dawn on me. I really don't.
Through this next week, we'll have another meeting here to talk about all the unintended consequences. And we haven't even touched upon food insecurity, water issues, the war that's led to the targeting of the water plants. That's a humanitarian disaster.
Of course.
And we don't know who's doing that. If we end up this week with water plants, everything suggests that it wasn't what we're seeing. Like, this could either be Israel doing false flags, or we could get a bit more conspiratorial, like we saw with Nord Stream pipeline. Who benefits from this? Russia and America. So do they have covert operations in order to target those fields? Blame it on Iran in order to take the Middle East out of the equation, reset the world order in favor of US and in favor of Russia to Asia, and then open and bring this back. There's all sorts of chess moves here. And then obviously Israel would love nothing more than the whole Middle East to be blown up, and then they have the American backstop. So I believe that it's not actually the Gulf countries or Iran that are actually blowing up these water plants. I'd say it's either Israel or there's some covert operations from US or Russia.
I agree with you, by the way. But in terms of, I think this would be the US making sure that it still remains the global power and weakening anyone who may be stepping out of line. That's a very good possibility. Now, coming back to the situation, I just want to wrap this up by a very important question that I'd say this is probably the main question as to why people have joined this stream, this live, and this TikTok is the average person is panicking. There's mass panic. People are concerned, especially in Europe and the UK, but also in the United States of America, Australia. They don't know what to do. They're, in terms of how they should plan. What advice, obviously this is not financial advice, but what advice would you give an average person to plan in a situation where the strait remains closed and there could be an avenue towards a global financial crisis?
Yeah, look, while cash is king, you need you need to have three to 6 months of cash flow. That's normal in either your business or you as an individual. Most people are living paycheck to paycheck, so that's the severe stress of the situation. Don't think that you're going to be able to out trade. There will be shocks here. There will be surprised here. If you really want to know what determines the price of oil right now, it's Truth Social. Like, Trump controls the price of oil here. Whatever he tweets out, and the people and the insiders, the insiders would have the inside information and reposition. So only be trading if you can afford to lose it. You're not going to outbeat these markets. It's going to be incredibly unpredictable. Now, you as an individual, you just need to take care of your normal cash flow needs. Cash is king in these situations, and that's just the reality. If you are spending less than you earn, then rather than thinking about where do I need to put the markets, where do I need to go, look, the grander thing that we are transitioning to, if you think about it, what is the markets telling us? The strait was closed, aligned with Asia, America aligned with Europe, the world's being split up into parts. As soon as this opens again, you'd expect currencies, dollar to continually weaken again, and other currencies to go back into relative strength. So the long-term thing here is that once this is closed, I'm expecting that foreign capital markets to outperform US capital markets, foreign currencies to outperform US currencies. But while it's closed, you expect a strengthening dollar and a US market to outperform all other markets. And so I personally believe if you are heavily exposed to US, then not financial advice, but just keep your position until it's closed. Once it's closed, ask your financial advisor or your pension fund manager what their foreign exposure look like and whether they're just fully exposed to US. Now, you can't have, if you're in investing position, you can't have enough commodities here. This is a commodities market, global, neutral assets. Now, we've had massive run-ups in price. Don't try and call the top or bottom. You'll get it wrong. It's just add your commodity position with anything you have left over. And just regardless of price, dollar cost average, which means whatever the price is, just add some that month, add some that week, whatever your strategy is. And make sure that you've got those, global neutral assets. I'd be buying, into weakness.
Ladies and gentlemen, what's a global neutral asset that we love so much at the No Face Crypto channel? What is a global neutral asset that can settle all the liquidity issues that is going to come from this? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
We got weakness in the Bitcoin market. We've had weakness in the gold market after a massive bump up. But again, the big price moves have already happened. You've got to be, you will not survive this long term. You need a 5 to 10 year plan where you spend less than you earn and you save the difference in global neutral assets. And if the prices are going down, you're getting cheaper assets. When the prices are going up, your net worth is increasing. There's no short term, there's no alternative. And then you've got to be doing the obvious things around relationships with your community, spending local, making sure what dependencies can you as a community get prices down by bulk buying together. Just really think about this. These are massive global trends. But what is important to you? It's you, your family, your neighbors, your local farmers, your local supply chains. So now is the time to get to know your neighbors, to make sure you're building community bridges. And if you're really thinking about the longer term moves, you need to be going more rural and thinking about these types of things. They will end up anywhere where you can save energy costs, anything you can do there to make investments in solar or anything like that you can do to start long-term planning these things, the better. And there's no alternative to a long-term plan. You need to be, if you're not prepared for this shock, then you need to be preparing for the next shock, because we got the whole AI disruption. We got a lot more to see. Things are going to get more volatile. Things are going to get crazier. And it's really going to be you, your family, and your community just really preparing for these things and not reacting to all the carnage that's going to be thrown at you.
Okay, and what about in terms of the immediate, is the last question, but what about in terms of the immediate, and what I mean by that is like an average person, should they stock up on food, water, oil, gas, anything, or just relax? It's not going to be that bad.
This involves speculation. My personal belief is that this is either going to be a 12-day war or it's going to be slightly extended. That speculation just depends on geopolitics. So keep following what we're doing. Because the moment that opens, oil prices and energy prices are going to crash back down. It's a short-term trade, so I can't say to you, stock up now at these high prices, because if it's resolved next week, then you may have bought all the really expensive stuff. Just know that these high prices are going to persist while it's closed, and the second it's open, there's going to be the correction. And so there's an element of speculation there, but obviously, if you're non-price sensitive, and you're preparing for absolute disaster, nukes or something like that, then you need all your hard commodities, all your supplies, even though you might be.
It is almost time, yes, sir. I didn't know the Black Swan was gonna end up like this, or there's gonna be something crazy like this, but I'm not nervous or scared in any way with what's about to happen at all.
Paying more than necessary, but we don't know what's going to happen. It's 100% dependent upon what happens in Iran, what happens with America, and what happens with that those supply chains from the Strait.
Okay. And there, just one final question. I know we're going to end, but just the U.S. now. We did have some news. I posted earlier that the U.S. Navy had struck 3 Iranian oil vessels. Do you think that impacts anything, especially if there's a back and forth or not?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, there's 2 ways to get the Strait open. You either use massive military might from the US and guarantee insurance premiums and force everyone through, and they're able to do that, which I tend to think that they're not, or Iran decides that they're going to open it. China shipments are going through. So this is all, can US use its military might in order to force it open, or will they use diplomacy and Iran?
Guys, we know what's gonna happen from here. Do we really think we did all this stuff to go out there and talk and to get this straight open? There is going to be a fucking war. And we've listened to multiple veterans talk about this and say that it is a kill box. It's a 20-mile long kill zone. Now the Navy, I know they have might and I know they could probably handle it, but this is not good. This is not good. They're not just going to let ships go through and be escorted by the Navy. They're not going to just let that happen. So this is going to break out into something crazy for sure. That's how I feel.
Sets its terms on the concessions to make it open. Those are the only two possibilities.
Oh no, I meant in the sense of if the US is now targeting Iranian oil tankers. If Iran starts to respond and target oil tankers in the GCC or various other places, will that have any kind of impact on, again, what we were speaking about, or none whatsoever? That's priced in.
Yeah, I think right now I think we've set a corridor between 100 and maybe 120. Anything above that, I'd be concerned around why the markets are allowing it to get that far, because that's indicating that they're pushing us for a global reset, global recession. But yeah, I think it's the same thing.
Global reset, ladies and gentlemen. Oil prices in 2007, prior to the 2008 financial collapse, were at about, I think it was $148 a barrel. They are controlling this. If they did not jump in last night and stop these prices from going up, they would be over $148 a barrel, easy. I think they'd be at $200 a barrel. So I don't know what's about to happen. I'm just here to monitor the situation. It's seeming like things are about to break out of control here. Truly.
Thing as what I said before.
That makes sense. Simon, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. I hope this was really beneficial. I know it was beneficial for me. I think I was probably panicking a lot more before I spoke to you. Well, I wasn't panicking. I'm chill. But, I mean, my family was panicking a lot more. So if after hearing this, I can tell them to chill out. It ain't that bad. But that being said, obviously, appreciate coming on. I know people can find you on X, and your X profile is Simon Dixon Twit. Simon Dixon Twit. So everyone check him out. That's Simon Dixon, TWITT. And your YouTube channel is Simon Dixon 21. Right? And check his YouTube channel out. He does a show every Friday at, what time was it again, Simon?
I'm fasting at the moment, so I kind of move around a little bit. But yeah, 7:30 p.m. GMT.
Okay, so 7:30 GMT, 2 p.m. UK.
Logistics expert.
All right, guys, before we start listening to the public and what they have to say about this situation, right, we know Japan just introduced that they will be settling reserves on blockchain or experimenting as such in preparation for this reverse carry trade to unwind. It is very clear what is happening here. Oil prices are still being manipulated. As you can see, they are going back up right now. But here is where things really come into play. Obviously, we know 80% of Japanese banks set to embrace XRP for global payments by 2025. That happened. And then we have Japan coming in, and they are testing blockchain settlement for bank deposits in new sandbox, which has been going on for about a decade. Now, here is something interesting, and we'll get into the big article from Ripple. But right here, BOJ's small rate hike may have big ripple effects around the world. And this was in 2024. It's kind of just giving a little shout to the reverse carry trade before it even happened. They just love throwing in ripple effects. Here's another example of that, guys. This is a document from the Bank of Japan. This is a working paper series. And you can go here, Ripple, right here. I found it. Hold on. Right here, ripple effects. However, given limited data and research available on the NBFI sector, including open-end funds and hedge funds and their potential ripple effects on the broader financial system, our findings should be considered exploratory. They are based on a certain set of assumptions, therefore warrant careful interpretation. And it's just funny because they always say ripple effects, but here is another thing I found very interesting. 47, and this is an article from March 2nd, 2017. from a Ripple correspondent in Japan. 47 Japanese banks moved forward commercial phase using Ripple, guys. SBI Ripple Asia announced today that a consortium of 47 banks has successfully completed a pilot implementation for Ripple in Japan using a cloud-based payment platform. This platform, RC Cloud, is powered by Ripple Solution and is the first in the world to enable real-time money transfers both domestically and internationally. As a result, the consortium has confirmed that it will move into commercial phase. And that was in 2017. So, I mean, they've been working this entire time, and it's just very interesting to see that Japan comes out in the craziness of this war and says, yeah, we're going to go ahead and move forward with blockchain settlements on reserves. They're going to be settling the reserves from the reverse carry trade, guys. I don't think that is trillions of dollars. So, look, we'll see. Domestic and cross-border payments have been silo processes that are expensive, but RC Cloud allows for a seamless transaction for both types of payments, on one platform. Sorry, said CEO of SBI Ripple Asia. And as we continue to expand our network, we look forward to utilizing Ripple to enhance bank transactions across the world. All right. And that is what's going on right now. Obviously, the Bank of Japan will conduct technical experiments using blockchain technology to settle deposits held at the central bank by financial institutions, according to BOJ governor. So it's pretty obvious where this is going. And I've discussed before why the reverse carry trade is so important, why the United States economy relies on it so much. And it's very simple, right? Cheap money equals more money made in profit. So why wouldn't you? But when you have issues and the Bank of Japan wants to raise rates and all these geopolitical tensions going on, oil going up, right? The reverse carry trade is teetering on the edge. It is right there. And Japan has been preparing for it for over 10 years, a real economic collapse they have been preparing for. So it's very interesting to see this, guys. And we just have to hold on tight. Hold on tight. There's a lot of stuff going on. We can kind of look into other markets, but obviously real estate markets in Dubai are down 20% in 5 days. And private credit is being affected, which is affecting all these AI data centers. The AI bubble is going to burst. A lot of stuff is about to happen, guys. Obviously, we know Trump is ensuring safety for ships trying to go through the Strait of Hormuz, which I find to be quite ironic, considering there is a 90% mountainous region shooting missiles at ships in that place right now. So, look, we'll see what happens. I predict that the Navy will go and escort a ship, a tanker, a box ship, who knows. And I think there will be an attack on that ship and on the Navy. Obviously, you touch the boats, we have a problem, and that will wake up Russia and China. There's a lot of stuff that is at play here, guys. I kind of hope that doesn't happen, to be completely honest. All right, we have the U.S. is evacuating its Air Force tankers from its Saudi Arabia base after intense attacks last night. These tankers have been supporting bombing operations in Iran, and now they have been evacuated to Europe out of Prince Sultan's Air Base, guys. Very, very interesting. Propaganda is going crazy. Let's see. More videos of cluster munitions impacting Tel Aviv. My bad, y'all. That's crazy. U.S. attacks several Iranian vessels near Bandar Length port in southeastern Iran. This isn't good. Bunch of ships blown up. Let's see. U.S. begins evacuating its staff from the U.S. consulate in southern Turkey. And then we have this. This is very interesting. Egypt president condemns Israel. Iran. Egypt condemns the Iranian aggression against Arab states and calls for giving an opportunity to stop the war and seek peaceful solutions, emphasizing that there can be no settlements without dialogue. And they are trying to be diplomatic about this. You cannot be diplomatic with psychopaths and weapons. All right? Multiple oil facilities are blown up in Saudi Arabia. Qatar just arrested over 300 people for posting and sharing videos online. And Bahrain announced a state force due to the Iranian attack that targeted one of the refining units affiliated with the company. Lots of stuff going on. Additional footage from Israel, guys. You know, Tel Aviv, we have cars just completely cooked. Obviously, we have the propaganda. Things are going really crazy right now. We're going to go ahead and get back into these spaces and what the people are talking about. But it is clear that this is a nightmare waiting to happen, guys. There's a lot of stuff at play here, including the monetary system.
But you know, obviously, these countries they're going to have to solve their issues.
So, Simon, I got a question for you, but just before I do, guys, if you're on the YouTube, I need to. Everything's happening in one go. It's a bit annoying, but
Now, what in the hell was that? Oh, he just ended. All right, all right, all right. We'll get back to his X thing in a second. Hold on here.
Like, this is it. We're at this point right now, and they've fired their nuke, and I mean that. I don't mean that literally. I mean that.
No, they're
This,
2 weeks
yeah.
away. In 2 weeks, they'll fire the nuke. Go ahead. Sorry.
But this is the I actually think the economic nuke is a more credible and powerful threat than an actual nuke.
Yes, I'm exactly the very split second that it said, quote, the military said the Straits of Hormuz, they're closed. Once that happened, the very announcement that set off the financial nuke right there. And now we see it happening. So that you're right. It's happening now as we speak, right?
Yeah, and it's also contingent on their ability to enforce it. So if you can brute force it with the US Navy, which I'm not sure if you can, that requires a military expert.
Yeah, well,
then
yeah, we've proven that hasn't happened, and it won't happen at this point because sending a carrier or sending in naval surface.
Did you lose a lot of money sports betting on DraftKings or FanDuel?
What up, Jeff? What up, Jeff? Appreciate you tuning in, man. Things are getting wild.
They're in a kill box there.
Well,
at this point.
But then we have to.
Look, it's not just me saying the Strait of Hormuz is a literal kill box, guys. It's a hairpin. It's a hairpin turn for vessels. This is not going to end well. And I really hope that we just don't go out there escorting all these crazy ships. Because at the end of the day, the taxpayers of the United States are going to be the ones that have to pay for this shit. It's true.
To ask ourselves the question, and I don't know the answer to it. I know that US has a massive incentive. I know that Russia has a massive incentive, which I tried to outline. And so once they're done with those negotiations, right now they may want it closed. And then
good point.
And then once they're done, they will want it open again. So how does that happen? Does that happen through Iran concessions, or does it happen through brute force? That's what we're about to find out.
The only way it could be brute force is our friend Ivy used the N word, or I can't see any other way.
I love when they say that because it's just so funny. I think they're going to use brute force. I'll put my vote in now. I think we are going to see a massive escalation at the Strait of Hormuz. It's been winding up, guys. We've been covering it. All my live streams, we've been covering it as accurate as possible. And we're going to see a monetary system come into play here. I don't know when, but it seems like we are on the edge of that.
But as we speak, the U.S. is now setting up I call it a second net, a wide net outside of the battle. I'll call it the battle quadrant there in the Straits. U.S. Navy cannot fight that asymmetrical warfare that Iran has perfected. So what we're going to do is we're going to tell Iran and the world, okay, now you're going to fight the U.S. Navy battle plan, which means out in the deep. So now we're in a whole different, we're looking at an entirely different battle scenario. And that means we forget the carriers. I know we need the carriers for certain things, but it's going to come down to our submarines laying out that screen there. And I don't think it's a coincidence that we got to see a submarine take out, right or wrong. I'm not getting into the politics and and the legalities of that. But we saw how easy it is for a submarine to take out anything that moves in its wake. And that fear can also, if this makes sense, okay, Iran has set that bottleneck up. They said the straits are closed. Well, the U.S.
Very quickly, guys, I did find an article from, and this is from the Daily Mail, so I'm very aware that this is Zionist propaganda. So I don't know how true this is. But this rumor came from the Daily Mail. Here it is, that Trump deploys doomsday nuclear command planes to the Middle East, where World War III fears surge. And again, people have talked about this before, but the only reason these planes are out there is to talk to our submarines and call nuclear. These aren't going to be a real. It's not going to be a real nuclear bomb. These are nuclear head missiles shot from submarines, and they are devastating. And this is coming from the Daily Mail. So again, I understand this is Zionist propaganda. I mean, look at all these small hat ads all over my fucking page. This is ridiculous, guys. So I just wanted to throw that in there, that this is where that rumor came from. But as things kind of start to heat up a little bit, this is concerning. This is not something you really want to see. I think we are going to see an all-out war, guys. They will be teaching about World War III in history books. And here's my accurate account of what is going on. I want to be very clear here. I do not side with Zionists. Fuck them. All right. I want to be head of the revolt, and I do not want. No, I'm not. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. Right. Get these guys out of here, man. Get America first. Get these guys fucking out of here. I'm not talking about the Middle East. I'm talking about Zionism. We need to get rid of AIPAC. If a child watches this one day and is doing research for their project on World War III, okay, make sure you mention in there that us real Americans do not want AIPAC, any involvement in AIPAC in this country or any officials. As a matter of fact, we want to just get rid of the voting system altogether. You are looking at the start of a revolt, ladies and gentlemen. This is what's going to happen. We're not going to be able to get out of this war without revolution.
Navy can come in and playing this in chess and saying, okay, well, we're going to seal off the Aegean Sea entrance, if that makes sense. I hope I'm making that clear. So now we're going to be in a very interesting scenario where the elephants get to stomp it out between China, Russia, and the United States.
Yeah, what I think the Middle East, and I don't know the level of gaming or coordination, but what I think the key message that the Middle East needs to determine is that the false flags and the targeting of water and anything that's leading to like these horrific things. Is that Israel? Is that America? Or is that China? China, or is that Russia? And I think if it turns out that it's America, which again, Israel, they need to adjust accordingly, and they need to make sure that they understand that the America is trying to take their LNG and oil export market in their region, and they need to recognize who's an ally and who's not an ally, because the America and Israel are certainly not an ally in this market.
Exactly, Simon. That's why we're in these uncharted waters, and why I think the financial experts, as yourself, are going to really come to bear here, because that's what says. Of course, this is what this is all coming down to. I mean, bottom line, this is what's coming down to. So that's we have to analyze that from that point of view.
David, thanks for waiting. Jump in.
Thanks, Beatrice. I just want to come back in relation to the status from the Russian side, the Russian perspective. First and foremost, we did see a massive spike today in oil prices up to 119 on one of the markets, and then it was brought back down to what it is at the moment, bouncing along.
I am so grateful that I am able to hear perspectives from all over the world, guys. Imagine being stuck in the American echo chamber of news and Fox and all this bullshit. This is real news. This is real news.
The reason for that is comical. It's based upon the G7 notifying they're going to have a meeting. I mean, this is like fish talking about the price of water. They can't control it. There's nothing here to control. It's a farce. The markets are being thoroughly manipulated at the moment in order to suppress everything. It's a circus of idiots. If you look at what Russian analysts are saying, when I was on the other night talking to Gary Cardone, I said Gazprom are pricing this around 150. About an hour ago, they have just consolidated that. It's definitely going to be 150, and it'll be 150 very, very shortly. If you look at the overall sphere of things in what is happening there, Russia has militarized the Strait of Hormuz with Iran. This is what they are doing. And if you look what Hegseth just released, that, you know, this is just phase one of the operation. I can get out the clip that he just stated, and this will go on for many months. So I know we don't like Hegseth and his mouthpiece, but this is what he is getting from the words behind him. This is a long-term engagement. The Russians are, if you look at where Russia is at the moment, Russia have a biggest opportunity to control the entire narrative since they started the war, since the war was started on them in Ukraine over 4 years ago. They have an opportunity to restrict oil, to force compliance with Europe. What about Europe? Europe as a whole, that's the EU plus the external states, draws in about 13 to 14 million barrels of oil a day. They're down 4 million. That 4 billion is a complete termination of all main industry in Europe. It may sound like, oh, it's only 30%, 35%, but functionally, that is all industry in Europe. And it's all industry very, 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 very fast. Within 4 weeks, it's a cascade effect, and they're gone. What the analysts in Russia are saying is that this is at least 60 to 90 days. That this is the what do you call it, high noon at the OK Corral. You have a gunslinger at either end of the street, and whoever twitches first goes. And this is where they are. I mean, Iran has the capability. I mean, they're surprising everybody. With the Russian analysts are saying, I've just seen Sasha Kotz talk about it, and I just posted something in relation to his question that absolutely, totally is that America has zero air dominance over the skies of Iran. 0, 0, 0. And he works, proficiently with the Russian military. Anything he prints, take it as gold. So we're looking at a long-term play here, a very long-term play. And what is very surprising is we did see this video, I believe, on Sunday morning of active live feed, actually, of Chinese satellites over all, not just one, all military air bases in the Middle East. What they picture this, there's a command center in Tehran. It has a screen of 20, 30 live screens in front of it, like a big NASA system, right? And each one of them is giving them live feed of each airport in the Middle East from China. If you look at, I just posted it just a few minutes ago, you can see it. I think we would have seen it on Sunday. But to extrapolate what it means is that Tehran has full capability, full cognizance, full targeting locations to determine what they hit, how they hit, and with what. Their quantity is there and their quality is now coming up. I just posted again, Russians have just stated that, they're starting to use the best missiles for selective targeting. And there is absolutely no question this is going to go on. And I am not a doomer and gloomer. I'm just telling you what is coming out of Russia. And they are controlling this situation. Believe it or not. You may say this is an Iranian war. It is not. This is a tripartite war. Iran, China, and Russia. They're fed up. They know BRICS is at risk. This is an existential threat to the next 20 to 50 years of the economic, upsurge that is BRICS. And this is the OK Corral high noon. Whoever flinches loses. Whoever falls first.
This is what us Americans would call an old-time Western shootout. You guys face different directions, and on the count of 3, you face each other, you pull the trigger. Whoever dies first, dies first. And that is the situation we are facing right now. Brother, Jeff, I'm done. Jeff says, guys, that we're done being the G word. And ladies and gentlemen, I also agree with that. I want you to let you guys know I take that word back. I am taking the power back. Just like my brother and sisters in the African American community did, they took the N word back. So we're going to take the G word back. My Goya. Shout out all my Goya for tapping into the live stream and tapping into all the videos, the channel, etc. Right? We're here to give you the best information possible. So y'all are all my Goya. And yes, I'm taking the word back. I know what it means. I know they think of us as animals. Well, guess what? I think they are animals. I think they're goofy as shit with their little ribbon hairs and shit. But I don't want to be antiseptic, so I apologize. Right? My Goy. We're tapped in. We're locked in, guys. Don't let that word, who cares? We're just gonna take the word back. We do it with every word. It happens every time, guys. We're good.
Loses. And Russia, China, and Iran are not going to flinch. So to say that this is over in a week to 2 weeks, absolutely not. Gazprom are saying is 1,000%, 150 a barrel. And I'm laughing because there's someone posted a thing that Russia is going to make so much money out of this. They're starting to gold plate their missiles. I just posted a minute ago.
I think this guy's kind of Russian propaganda. So take everything he's saying with a grain of salt, ladies and gentlemen. This guy's just a Russian propagandist. Not that I have anything wrong with Russia. I think it's a beautiful, beautiful country, and I think Putin gets a bad rap. I mean, they are kind of, I think we have a lot of propaganda for Russia in the United States. So just hearing this, to me, like my propagandized mind is already trying to say that like this guy's crazy, but maybe he is right. So just take everything with a grain of salt, okay? And just understand that there's people from every single country in here trying to vouch for their country. I heard somebody the other day from literally, I don't know if it was Qatar or what country. They said they were going to blow up something like in the live stream. I was at work listening to this, and they were like, "Yeah, I'm gonna blow up." So I said, "Whoa, chill! Like you gotta chill out." So just take everything with a grain of salt. This guy, he's very Russian, and he has an Irish flag. So that's interesting. All right.
Just see some DMs on it. This is where we are. This is long term. This is not short. This is existential risk for the entire Middle East. This is Iran and Russia and China taking control of the GCC. Saudi and the rest will no longer be at a table where they can point fingers and demand. Those days are gone. The Al Thanis, the Khalifas, the Al Maktoums, they've all been given a firm kick in the testicles and go to Paris and London. Get out. They played the game, they lost. I don't know, like this is what Russia is saying, and this is, if you read between the lines, if you look at what China is supplying, I mean, they must be horrified in the Pentagon at the moment, watching what the intelligence level is being provided to Iran, and watching that Russia is now doing everything in its power without putting boots on the ground or indeed supplying their own missiles to help Iran. They are doing everything to do this, So I think we're grossly underestimating how far this is going to go. They are not going to accommodate any sort of solution that the G7 politically or diplomatically will do. I mean, you just seen Dmitry, God, I got his name,
So
Kirill
Dmitriev. I'll give it
saying
straight
this.
back to you. Just give me 2 seconds. Guys, I've
Sorry.
got a tweet in the nest. By the way, we are live on YouTube, so just check that out. There is a tweet in the nest. It's on the left-hand side if anybody wants to join the YouTube. I have put it in the nest. But yeah, back to you, David, and then I've got some questions for Simon as well. But go ahead, David.
Yeah, you just see the financial advisor. I mean, he doesn't speak on behalf of Russia diplomatically. Kirill Dmitriev, you've seen him go around. He's a multimillionaire, very rich guy, owns an asset management firm in Russia. And he's been going to Mar-a-Lago. He's meeting with the main players. He's the one that's been trying to accommodate it.
This is an insane conversation we're kind of hearing right now, guys. Just grain of salt.
This partnership of 12 trillion value for the Arctic and to be able to accommodate America.
Also, I'm going to let this run. I will be back shortly. I got to go get some food and, I'm saying, do some stuff. But I will be back very shortly. And we're going to go talk crazy. I might have to snap like Candace Owens, for real. I might have to snap. Well, might as well, right? Freedom of speech is almost out the door. I might as well just say how I feel, and I just don't give a fuck anymore. I don't care, right? The time for truth is right now.
into developing it. He just said, I mean, he just came out and he started laughing that, see, guys, you now have your $100 barrel. How far more is this going? Now, when he says that in that tone, you know, this is proper bad. But Russia's analysts are saying this is 3 to 4 months. There was a little video clip last night. I posted it of General Apti Yelodnov and Yar Garin. He's a very big hero in Russia. The two of them are sitting there, and they were only talking about this in Iran, which is most unusual. If it's only a 6-minute clip, but if you look at what they said, it certainly does emphasize that this is a long-term play, and that Russia is looking at this Iran thing as a means to an end. That you came at us in Ukraine, now you're going to eat poop. I'll say that because Beatrice here don't want me saying the bad word. You know, you're going to eat poop, like you're going to just suffer, and we're going to make sure you suffer. Europe is going to suffer for what you did to us. We have 150, like this is what has been said, that we have 150,000 dead soldiers because of Europe. Screw you and your oil. Screw you and your economy. Let you suffer now, the same way you brought it to our shores. That is what's happening here. They don't care that if South Korea goes under, because or Japan, they will come crawling to China and Russia. This is all a leveraged position. We are seeing systemic changes in the way that power is distributed on this planet. It has now shifted. As Simon has said continuously, the unipolar world is now becoming the multipolar world, but it's becoming the multipolar world much, much faster than what it would have done if it was left alone. It would have taken 10 years. They're now doing it in months, but they're not stopping. I mean, if you look at any of the main channels, look at what the Kremlin is talking about, look at the way that Lavrov spoke. And I just put up the long clip of the Russian ambassador in London when he gave that interview to Sky News. It's on my timeline as well. Just look at what he says. They are saying, guys, you tried it, you've lost. Now it's our turn. But they're not going to open up the Strait of Hormuz. And to say that there's any military capability for America to stop transit trade, absolutely not. They have no hope, no way. Because what will happen is if they sink one ship that is under the flag of Russia or the flag of China, then the response will be Armageddon. And I don't believe nobody is this stupid. Absolutely nobody is this stupid. But, you know, there you go. That's where it is. And I'm just bringing up the dates in relation to what Russia is saying. We're looking here at months. And we're looking at as Simon was alluding to, like that there is some market manipulation in order to sustain a good face. Well, they can only do that for so long. There's only so much gold that they can sell to keep their margin calls from coming in or their contracts from defaulting. Derivatives are going to flow through the floor. We're looking at a Lehman's Bear Stearns again. And remember, European banks are at a state of default. I repeat again, 2 years ago, Credit Suisse went under. And the only reason it was saved is because the Swiss government ordered UBS to take it down. They're still in massive trouble. Societe Generale, BNP Paribas, you know, even Santander is okay, but as soon as the real estate starts to go, they're going to go as well. This is bad. Russia don't care. This is Russia's Christmas Day. Every morning they wake up that they are going to now push back. They're getting revenge.
Just some breaking news. Some breaking news, and I'll give it back to you. Breaking news. Impact in Tel Aviv from Hezbollah. Actually, I've tweeted this out. Significant hits on Tel Aviv by Hezbollah. The US and Israel have also hit Iran as well, but we're seeing significant hits on Tel Aviv by Hezbollah. Sorry, go ahead, David. Wrap up your point.
Well, that's about it, Suleiman. I can't give you any more good news.
Yeah, to reiterate the credibility of the G7 announcement, it came in FT. It was potentially 400 million barrels. And based upon making up for what's lost here in global supply, in terms of global energy demand, it's just 400 million barrels is 3.7 days worth of global supply. And and that would predominantly be most likely America. So they'd have to drain most of America's strategic petroleum reserves to hit that target.
So guys, What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, well, I'm going half asleep. So guys, if you can retweet the space. Oh no, before you do that, let me just quickly read this. This is a super chat. Let me read the super chat here. It is oh no, wrong one. Fan pundit. There we go. And it is this. Thank you, Sully and Simon. Great segment. Going to watch it again. Keep giving us updates. So co-ops. What a great point. It is. It was a great segment, and you can watch it again. I'm super fast, guys. The tweet is in the nest of mine and my interview of Simon, and it's gone live now, so you can watch it on a premiere. And do me a favor, like what do you call it again? If you're already watching, like already watched it, then put it on a separate tab and just put it on mute and just listen to it, just to give support, just to give it that kind of push towards people viewing it. If you haven't seen it yet, watch it. If you want to watch it again, do it. But yeah, that's that. I'm gonna put the link in the YouTube comment as well. That's going in now. So that's the interview of Simon. I think it's really important. Like a lot of your friends, a lot of your family members, a lot of your neighbors might be afraid about it. And I think that interview from Simon was a lot more positive in terms of calming down many of the concerns people had about what's going on. So I would if you could do me a favor, if you could watch it, if you could retweet it, if you could reshare it, if you can put it on the separate tab and just watch it, that would be awesome. Appreciate it, guys. If you can do that, that would be awesome. Um, okay, cool. So that's in the nest as well on the X, and it's on the link in the YouTube. So, and I'm in there. I'm gonna be chatting in there as well to you guys. Let me see if there's any nerds on there right now. Before we go. Okay, here we go. Yeah, just about to go live, so that's it. Hi all. And obviously all these clips are gonna go out on TikTok as well. But guys, retweet the space, reshare it. Okay, let me retweet what was on. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, retweet the space. Oh, Adam, you just appeared like I said Adam, 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 and I didn't even say Adam, 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 and
Hello.
You just appeared. Oh, bro, you just appeared out of nowhere, bro. But anyway.
I got drops. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, I think that might have been Beatrix, you know. Jokes. But guys, retweet the space. Not retweet the space. Get on the video. Get on the interview. Watch the interview. It's golden. Put it on a separate tab. How come everyone's so lazy? I think I've gained so many Gen Alpha, Gen Beta fans now. They're all like, oh, bro, like open a separate tab. It's so much effort. Come on, guys. Open it on a separate tab. Stop being Gen Alpha. Be Gen X. Be a boomer. Anyway.
I have a question for David if he's still here.
Yeah, go for it, bro.
So why do you think, in terms of long-range air defense, like S-400s, S-500s, why do you think that we're not seeing Iran taking down like more fighter jets? Do you think Russia hasn't given them the air defenses? What's going on there, in your opinion? Thank you.
They would be the action of last resort. If indeed they do come over Iranian airspace, politically they have to go ahead to use them. But until they are over Iranian airspace, they're not using them. This was discussed about, I don't know, 2-3 weeks ago, long before this even started, that they are there for the last defense mechanism. But I just did post a long post by Alexander Kotz, Sasha Kotz, and you can see exactly what he's talking about. He develops 3 theories in relation to the reason why America does not have any air dominance whatsoever over Iran. What they're basically doing is they're dropping bombs, glide bombs at the border and missiles. And with electronic interference, you're only hearing about the ones that are actually hitting targets. A lot of these missiles, excluding these dumb bombs with the glide kits on them, you're only hearing about them. You're hearing that there's over 2,000 sorties a day, and we know that's way down now. But still, it should compute to about, at this stage, 8 to 10,000 sorties, yet Russian taggers, as what they're called, are only seeing about 700 hits, and most of them are off target. So 80% of what they are sending into Iran are falling dead, but we're not hearing this. And the reason is that Iran is not going to bring this up into the public domain. It's exactly the same with the Russian Ministry of Defense do in Ukraine. Firstly, it takes 3 to 4 days before you get any news whatsoever from the Ministry of Defense. And there's a mass suppression of all information in relation to what they use, how they use, and what falls. Anytime there's a hit on a town, like we've just seen one in Donetsk yesterday, where the Ukrainians hit a hospital, a school, and residential buildings and killed a family of 4. But there was nothing from the Ministry of Defense on it. They only will discuss it at certain times. But what Iran is doing is exactly the same. Everything is being kept cloak. Nobody is disclosing, oh, this was it or this was missed. You may find that out in a week's time. This is all about suppression of intelligence. But, you know, the main wake-up call here is what we are seeing with China. And there's a lot of people who are analysing what Russia is saying. I've just after reading one from 2 Western journalists based in Russia, and they are bringing up this point as well, that what we are seeing with Iran is a duplication of the process that Russia engaged in Ukraine. We are not getting the information, nor will we. But certainly what we are seeing is that salient fact that if they're doing that many sorties, and yet only circa 700 confirmed tags have been done, you're seeing mass suppression of inward armament coming in, especially those drones. I mean, there's a lot of videos actually out that the Iranians are releasing showing that their air systems are taking down Reaper drones carrying Hellcats. And there's quite a few videos of that out, but you're hearing none of that from the American side. And by the way, they don't have that many of them. They don't have an unlimited supply of these heavy drones that are able to let loose Hellcats. So what we are seeing is a high portion of what they have. So we are listening to, look, the basic thing here is that we've had 4 years of the worst propaganda known to our ears and eyes in Ukraine. If you go through all the topics that they did, oh, Ukraine is winning, you know, they're killing 3 Russians for every one of them, blah, blah, blah. They have all the systems they need, where we all knew it was completely the opposite. Just flick the names and then you get the truth. We're seeing exactly the same here. So whatever they are saying, flip it over, and that is the truth. Thanks, Adam.
Yeah, thank you, David. Appreciate that.
David, if you're at liberty to talk about Russia's dealing with this undersea, I'll say this, the undersea strategic maneuvering. If you can you elaborate from your side? I know what our side's doing, what your side in China's doing at sea in that South Aegean Sea, which was 7th Fleet, United States 7th, 5th Fleet territory. I'm talking deep water out of that Persian Gulf.
I couldn't answer that at all, Andrew, because there's nothing being said about it. All we can say is that there's no primary order for any engagement, military to military. It's only a show of force, like the trials that you had there 2 weeks ago in the Indian Ocean between the 4 countries. But there's no way that Russia is going to augment, you know, to put in military in that area. There's no need at the moment. Iran can do all it can with missiles. That's why China supplied them. I mean, there will be, of course, be in international waters in the Indian Ocean, as there always are, Russian patrols, as same way as there's now Chinese. But, you know, this is an existential risk for China. They are of course, going to bring their navy to power in that area, if it's not already there, and we are not or are being told about it. Who the hell knows? I mean, but I can tell you 100% that this is a long-term engagement. Russia are bedded down, Iran is bedded down, China is, and the way that Europe is completely screwed. I mean, the Brits only have 2 days of gas left. They barely would have 2.5 months of oil left. Norway is supplying everything to Ireland, and with the prices going to, you get better buyers in continental Europe because they're at a stage of falling apart. I mean, if this goes longer than a month, I mean, if it goes longer than this week, it'll clearly show that, you know, any political engagement is not worth anything until they actually lift the embargo, which Iran is not going to do until it gets a surrender agreement, until it gets a commitment like Russia is doing in Ukraine with NATO. Get your stuff out of the Middle East. Russia, get your stuff out of Ukraine. Pull back. Until that is done, this ain't stopping. Why would they? I mean, why would they?
Yeah, exactly. Well,
Lavrov
yeah,
said it.
David. Yeah, David, we've already seen the first move on the chessboard. We can talk all we want. No, we're going to go in there and blast away. We're going to kick some ass. No, we've already seen exactly the first move in the chess game. Actually, I think we're in the third move has already been played, and we see exactly what is. Meaning that Persian Gulf is completely locked down and controlled by Iran, Russia, and China.
There's nothing that the US can do. There's no shadowing fleet going to come in. There's no ability for US military to put their boats in between them and missiles coming in off the Iranian mountains. There's absolutely nothing that they can do. And I just posted a minute ago, they just hit an Iranian tanker in the middle in one of their ports. What do they expect? Nothing. You know,
yeah.
I'm
David,
not saying that Russia is malevolent. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, what would be the terms of surrender for the likes of Russia, China, and Iran? What would their terms of surrender be to the US and Europe and the Israelis?
Well, what they're going to look for is primarily that all military bases need to be pulled back of at least 1,000 to 1,500 kilometers away from Iran, empty. And that's the primary one. Everything else you want to talk about afterwards is ancillary, like a new agreement with the GCC. You know, maybe Bahrain is going to become a region or an oversight of Iran. The Qataris are in a massive problem. Once Bahrain goes, Qatar is next. And I was just speaking to a few people in Dubai just an hour and a half ago. An associate of mine is with one of the royal families, and they are saying that this is an existential threat on Dubai, even at the moment. Even at the moment. So if this goes longer, they're gone.
Considering the assets that are being deployed by the likes of Russia and China, like you said, do you think that this will only be at terms of surrender by the Iranians, or would be a combined terms of surrender that combines all of them together, like the likes of Europe, Israel? No. Okay.
No, on the Iranian side is just Iran. They will have, accommodating, what would you call, like a peacekeeping force, of diplomatic as well as military peacekeeping force by Russia and China. But what we're looking at here is Iran is going to demand two things: military all pullback so that they're never hit again. And there's going to have to be a mutual, I wouldn't even call it a ceasefire or truce agreement. I mean, or something like we saw in the 58 parallel in North and South Korea. I mean, if you want to call it surrender, then do. But Israel was going to have to accommodate something it never thought it would have to do. And what Iran is saying, like, why would you have the threat until they get their own nuclear of not making sure that Israel, has no ability to launch a nuclear weapon at them? And that will be asked of China and Russia. Go in there and sort Israel out. But Israel in its current format is gone. I mean, I'm only saying what Iran is saying. I mean, the way that this is going to be done is that Russia is in the dominating position. Why would it give it up? It is going to crush Europe. It is going to crush Europe, and Russia will bring up its tonnage, or barrels a day, I should say, to about 14.5 million barrels, maybe 15, depending on how it goes. It'll be about 16 and a half when they get the new Siberian oil line done into China. But this is a long-term play. This is months. And Simon can talk on how the markets are going to feel in 2 weeks' time. You can guess. But Russia has the greatest opportunity handed to it since they started this war in Ukraine. And, savage retribution is due and justified.
Well, it's dealt with very bad actors since the start of the war. And likewise with Iran. Israel has always been a bad actor towards the Iranians and the Middle East in general. And I think
the irony of this whole thing is that the immunity you need in order to survive this is somebody that's been sanctioned by the world and is very insulated. And so Iran and Russia are the most insulated because they've already lived it for the last decade or longer, 5 years or so. So sanctions was like the perfect preparation for what's happening now.
The irony. Yeah, if the United States was really serious from the very beginning of protecting its foreign footprint, and now the foreign footprint, I'm talking United States naval presences in Bahrain. We're looking obviously at the Fifth Fleet. When the United States had to, without a suicide mission, backed out of there, it's basically like if you ever have seen the movie, those old movies about the fort being attacked by the Indians. Yeah, it's like the cavalry pulling out of the fort and saying, "Here, have at it. We're leaving. We're abandoned. Bye." That's exactly what we saw happen. So if the United States was really serious, we never would have given up that. We would have had a massive 5 times, at minimum, 5 times the naval force and the surge. Like I was at the Pentagon during Desert Storm, which was massively beyond this. So this tells us immediately exactly that the United States has neither, and all the generals will tell you the same thing that are being honest, and Colonel McGregor and others, because I'm being honest with you. Why do you think my great man, Admiral Halsey, walked away from a highly desired command post at Southcom? Why did my dear esteemed Vice Admiral Ketcher say, no, this is insanity, and they canned him? Trump fired him so fast he couldn't spin his head, because we love our country and we love our fellow men and we love our servicemen and women. We're not going to send them into a meat grinder. This makes me so damn mad.
Yes, it's becoming like increasingly clear as this progresses, that this was pushing GCC away from America and into BRICS, like and Europe into America. Like that seems like clearly the play now.
They have no one to blame, Simon, but themselves. I mean, last year and for the last 18 months, Saudi Arabia was being asked, if not pleaded with, to join BRICS, and they refused to do so. We give us some time to think about it. And then they go and incite this war against Iran. They deserve everything they're going to get. The Houthis, by the way, Andrew, are sitting waiting to get orders to take out the East-West pipeline. That's been written about as well on a particular channel in Russia. So they have information. They're sitting waiting to take it out. The opportune moment. That means Saudi is dead.
I really don't think it was by choice. The war that they're waging right now, I strongly don't believe it was by choice.
Look,
It's a form of
if you're Saudi
blackmail.
Arabia,
It's the Epstein class.
I agree.
Call me conspiracy theory, but that's what I believe in.
Well, if you look at it this way, like America is so much in debt, it can never repay back. It's borrowing money now on the interest of the loan. It's bankrupt and broken. Too big to fail should have happened 15 years ago, 16 years ago. They dragged this out. They printed 32 trillion extra in the last 16 years. I mean, it's madness. A circus parade of Wall Street has just occurred. And they needed this. They needed to kick Iran out of BRICS. They needed to take control. They needed the trillions that are there in the Middle East to secure it, because they would have controlled everything then once Iran fell. Now they have nothing. Now they have absolutely nothing. And Europe is down, I think as one person wrote this morning, 3.7 million barrels a day. That is catastrophic. That's no oil on the gears of industry whatsoever. If you take out what people need to drive their cars and do their heating oils, etc., basic day-to-day, and you don't even include main industry. Remember, they have no gas. And last Thursday, Putin stood up and he said, well, if they're going to cancel our contracts in 2027, maybe we should just turn off the taps now. They've turned off the taps. There's no more coming from Russia. He stated himself, I can put up the clip, maybe we will go back to Asia and we'll start supplying them because there's plenty of people to take our goods. And he just has created a market whereby with the shutting down of the Gulf, their hands are going up everywhere. And at $150 a barrel, within 10 days, what's that going to do? I reckon that, just looking at this and remembering history, that $200 a barrel will be the asking price by the end of this month in Europe. They're already talking in Ireland. The people back home are saying that as soon as they get a fill of diesel, the forecourt manager is coming out and adjusting the price up on the board several times a day. Another 20 cents, another euro. It's already over €2 a litre, which is what the equivalent of $2.32 a litre, which would be $12 a gallon in Ireland, and we're not the most expensive. Simon's Land is. I know the Isle of Man is is horrendous on prices, but certainly England is well over that price at the moment.
Yeah, we pay even more than England. We pay like double than England. So whatever England pays, we pay double.
That's what you get for living.
I actually think I am currently in the most expensive place in the world to buy energy right now.
That's what you get for living on a small island in between us, Simon. So
Yeah, we always get
literally, we've got Europe.
All right, guys, I am about to go into the open society, and I'm going to go ask a gas station attendant the full change in gas, right? Last I checked, it was $3.40 a gallon, which I know in California they're cooked right now. So we'll see. I kind of want to see the range. I know it's been going up very, very bad. We're looking at something very, very bad happening. They're suppressing the oil prices because if they didn't, they would already be at the same prices they were at before the entire economy collapsed in 08. So I'll be back in just a minute. I gotta go lock in, you feel me? Make sure, guys, if I don't come back in like an hour, it's not even gonna take that long. If I don't come back, all right, and something weird happens, Israel got me. Mossad got me. All right, I am not going far. So if I don't come back shortly, Mossad got me. You feel me?
And then UK is squashed in Europe, paying more than Europe, and then Isle of Man's paying more than UK.
How much is gasoline in Isle of Man right now?
Hey, guys, let me ask
Are you
David
an Isle
a
of Man,
question.
Yeah.
Guys, let me ask David a
Hong
question,
Kong
please.
is $15 a gallon.
Abundance. Let me ask David a question, please. Okay. David, I haven't heard you mention, maybe I just missed it, the destruction, we're all assuming, I think we'd agree, the destruction by America of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, cutting Russian oil and gas off from Europe. How does that fit into your analysis here? Strategically, right? Why did that happen? What interest was served at the time? Was it part of a longer term plan that we're now seeing, come into flower?
Well, the story that's been updated from every month is a new story, but we now know what it was. Number one, it was restricting money flowing into Russia. We saw in the first months of war that Russia had circumvented a lot of payments from dollar, euro into ruble, where they asked their buyers to establish accounts to offset the sanctions. Then Nord Stream happened, and that was a deindustrialization of Germany. But it meant also that it opened the market for supply of American higher priced LNG and oil. I mean, it was a treasonous, if you want to call it treason. I mean, the head honchos in Germany knew about it. Scholz at the time knew about it. He knew he'd been slapped by MI5, MI6 and America. But what good is it now? I mean, they can't. There are two pipelines, by the way. One of them was totally destroyed. The other one is still active. It's just turned off. So it's up to Europe. I mean, Europe is going to have to go begging. Berlin, London, and Paris are going to be on their knees in the Kremlin, kissing the shoe leather of Putin, begging him to turn it back on very, very shortly. I mean, understand what's happening to Europe. They're down 35%, and this word cascade, contagion, is real. I mean, Doc, they are totally screwed in Europe. Shocking. This has never happened before. I'm old enough. A terrible thing to say, but I'm old enough to remember Green Shield stamps in Ireland, 1978, 79 as a child, where people were literally quoting their petrol going into their cars. Green Shield stamps they were called. And I remember Yellow Pack meats. People were getting milk and blah, 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 almost charity, discounted. You go to a shop, it's all Yellow Pack. I know. I'm saying that this is where we're going. This is where we go. Ireland is completely screwed. Ireland is probably going to be the most affected of all. My country. I don't really understand what will happen in continental Europe, but we're seeing Orban standing up today, and he's almost at a point of grabbing Fico's army and himself and going into Ukraine, because unless they put back on this oil pipeline that cocaine Zelensky has turned off, their economy is gone. And this is not even including any overland supply energy in that isn't just simply not available. So I like if you stand outside of it, Europe is okay. You're okay in the island there, Simon. There'll be no TT for you this year, but it's screwed pooch in Ireland. I mean, I've yet to see the.
That's all we got. No TT. That would kill the economy.
I like if there's no TT, like there's no life for me either. I've been there 11 times on the TT, 11 times. Absolutely the best times of my life.
What's the TT, guys? Come on.
Oh,
It's
don't tell him.
it's the world's largest motorcycle race, and it's the only thing Isle of Man has.
Oh, the Isle
But
of
one,
Man. Oh, yeah. You guys are crazy. The guys on this motorcycle are crazy. Let me
yeah,
ask
because
how much.
there's no
Yeah.
speed limit on the island, so you can
Let
just
me
go as fast as you want.
let me ask a follow up question. So, at
Rambo.
the WEF conference, or maybe it was a different conference, but one recently, Trump's representatives, including the pedophile, what's his name? He used to live next door to Epstein. He's the Commerce Secretary.
Howard
Howard
Lutnick.
Lutkin,
Howard
right? So he goes out and he basically tells Europe, hey, the fundamental relationships between America and Europe and the control of that's derived from uh, the British banking system on our financial system, notably the creation and the formation of the Federal Reserve. It seemed that Trump, from a policy standpoint, was trying to break apart that close relationship between Europe and America. And so, and going back to Simon's sort of analysis, of the meta analysis of this, it seems like Trump was trying to create a unipolar world economically and breaking off from the European banking system. I'm not framing this very articulately, but maybe you can pick up on my thought here and comment on what you see Trump doing.
No, I think the opposite. I think Trump is pretending he's creating a unipolar world while turning America into a regional hegemon and making sure that it dominates Europe and the Western Hemisphere. But
Well, he's certainly created a regional hegemon with his conflict or confrontation with China in both Panama and Argentina, and in effect re-announcing the Monroe Doctrine that this is our hemisphere and stay
yeah,
out.
it pushed so it pushed Asia, Russia, and the GCC together, and he's pushed Europe and the Western Hemisphere as one regional bloc. That, like, if you look at everything, that's what Trump has done.
Wheels within wheels within wheels.
Yeah, which I think is, obviously it's massive changes, but I think that's what America first wanted, right? They wanted to become nationalist.
I say the word regret is being used a lot now in his office. They're regretting doing anything. They should have stamped down Israel from doing anything at all. This thing has backfired spectacularly in their face. They underestimated completely everything.
David, Trump is playing 5D chess. You have to trust the plan. Come on now, David.
One flew over the
I
cuckoo's
honestly
nest.
think he doesn't care.
I don't think Trump is playing 5D chess, but he does work for people playing 5D chess, and he does work for finance. He's
Yes, sir.
as I've always said, he's not an, even though people think of him as a warmonger, he's not a neocon. He's transactional, and he obviously has to do these big operations. But in the end, this just splits the world into those blocks, and he's handed over the GCC to BRICS, and he's going to make a shit ton of money out of it as well. Like, personally,
Simon, I used
I
to.
couldn't agree more. He's 100% transactional. I don't think he cares. He's not going to be
Yeah,
elected again. He knows he's not going to be elected again. He's made tons
yeah.
of money. He's avoided having the full Epstein files released. Yeah, I truly feel he's transactional. He couldn't give a shit what people think about him.
Man, I'd love to hear what Gary has to say about all this. If you're Gary, if you're there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Gary, we're basically saying if you look at this like a ginormous macro overview,
Yeah.
Russia is bailing out Asia with all the oil and gas, and America is bailing out Europe with all the oil and gas, and that's really what's happening here.
Well, I don't think that America's bailing out Europe. I think we're burying Europe.
Yeah, that's a better way of saying it.
They can't afford this energy. They're done. They're done. They're toast. They're like there's no recovery. Just go back, 10 million years. Every civilization who has close proximity to dense energy, irrespective of the cost, wins the game. Period, man. And Europe has nothing. I mean, Greek might sell some olives in the future, but that's it, man. There's nothing Europe has. They have no production base. They don't have any resources. All they have as a resource is maybe sitting in Canary Wharf, and nobody cares anymore. So Germany loses its entire industrial base. You can't pay $1,700 a megawatt and compete. So we're watching this. I mean, I think we're watching the total collapse of Europe in the next 18 to 24 months. I know that
What
sounds
about North Sea oil? Isn't that something that could be tapped?
no,
I know it's
David.
been
The
restricted.
Norwegians are the most fiscal responsible sovereign there is. They're producing shitloads of oil, but the North Sea's been tapped.
And Doc, the reason everyone left UK, right? So just so
The regulations there are stupid.
no,
Okay, it takes forever to do anything.
it was
Sorry,
so
sorry, sorry.
it was so it was so I don't put it to stupidity. I put it down to being paid by someone to self sabotage. But like I don't think you can be that stupid, honestly. And I know they're not in charge, so I know someone's telling them what to do, and there's probably someone that sits under Larry Fink. The yeah, if you look at what led to the so they floated. Firstly, it went into a tax crisis. So we decided to try and solve a tax crisis by increasing taxes. So then we floated the idea of a wealth tax. Then we said everyone's going to pay tax on their global wealth to all the non-doms. Then we started doing windfall taxes on all the energy sector. So we just did windfall taxes on the energy. To me, that was self sabotage because people look at Germany, people look at UK, and you just think no one's that stupid. That's self sabotage, and it's self sabotage because they work for those that benefit from this in America. So it is destruction of Europe, complete subordination and vassalization.
Simon, if you don't mind if I just jump in, yeah. I would imagine that at some point, yes, Europe is going to bear a certain amount of pain, right? At what point do the European leaders say no and perhaps even decide to turn towards Russia and make a deal there? Because surely it's unsustainable. So at what point would that happen?
What happened to that guy? Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, I thought the same thing happened to me there.
Oh, phew, I thought the space crashed. I was about to quickly
Yeah,
reset.
me too.
So okay. So Simon, a question to you because I don't know if you guys had finished your conversation, but you were initially when we spoke on Spaces, you were really concerned about the Strait. You said that if it remained closed for like another week, it would be like a major financial crisis. But on our interview, you seemed a bit more relaxed about it, and you were like a month or maybe longer. Is it the change just because they're manipulating the market? Is it only Simon? Anybody else speak? Right? Can you speak?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. We can't hear
Lost you.
Simon.
Yeah, we hear you,
Yeah,
Sully.
I can hear you,
Phew,
Sully.
phew, phew, phew. Okay, cool. I thought it was me crashed out, so it must have been Simon. So I hope we get him back up
Okay.
again.
Do you mind if I then come in while Simon comes back?
Yeah, of course, of course.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm gonna blame you for something, Sully. It's only on your space that I get to close my eyes because I know I'm not gonna miss any update. I can relax, and then suddenly I start drifting to sleep.
But yeah,
Seriously, thank you
if you
for
can, if
thank you.
no
Yeah,
problem.
go
That's fine.
ahead.
If you can get a bit concise, because I want to hear from these financial guys about the financial situation.
Cool. I'll actually come to the crux of something that I completely disagree when it comes to the GCC states. Not all of them, of course, but under the developing thing that is going on and with the global implications and the realignment. And I think many countries, have made their beds and they're like now, oh, maybe we shouldn't have allied ourselves with Washington. Mind you, not all of them have the will or the ability and the sovereignty to realign. Okay, and I'll give that one point. If the biggest man on this planet, which is Donald Trump, is almost completely, besieged by Jewish Zionists. Any other of these top royal families can have the same with them, and I don't think there is a sovereignty to realign in terms of markets and to go back to BRICS. I think it's a bit too late for that. That's it, and then I'll come back with a little bit more later. I don't want to take the mic a long time. Thanks.
Thank you, Robert. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well.
Hey, good morning, guys
What?
and gals.
Yeah, great, great. So the Strait of Hormuz is closed. The oil prices went up to, I believe, possibly even 120, and then dropped back down. What's your kind of read of the entire like financial situation?
Yeah, pretty wild price action overnight. Sunday evening, futures opened up, and we had not only oil. I think at one point it was up like 18%, which is just wild. Not only oil, but you had equity markets all over the world were dumping. I mean, you had the South Korean stock market down 8% at one point. They had a what they call circuit breaker, which is at a certain level, when the losses get too big, they literally shut the market down. So it's a pretty rare occurrence for a circuit breaker to get hit, and we had one hit. South Korea, Southeast Asia equity markets were just dumping. Bond yields were going up quite dramatically in some places. Australia was one of the worst, but also, of course, Europe. And then oil. Oil, I'm not usually when you get a huge gap, like we did, usually that gets filled. And so I think a lot of traders are coming in. If I had to guess, you get a huge move like this. I mean, it's really like a historic move in oil, and that'll attract all the kind of speculators and traders, rather than those that are actually, trading oil because they're a producer or something like that. If the Strait of Hormuz remains closed for probably, I would put the threshold at 3 or 4 weeks. It would be a global recession. So right now, Europe and Asia are kind of the most at risk, I guess you could call it. In the UK, their economy is only growing at about 1% on an annual basis, and they have pretty high inflation already. Germany, their economy is growing at 0.4%. You look at France, their economy only growing at 1%. So Europe is already weak on an economic growth perspective, and oil is priced in dollars, the vast majority of it, at least petrodollar. And so when oil goes up, and that oil is priced in a currency that they don't have the ability to print, it puts a pretty tremendous strain, because a lot of in Europe, a lot of the countries run a trade deficit. You got to come up with the money somehow to fund that trade deficit, and energy obviously is something no one can live without. So yeah, it's I would say it really would be like a global recession, on par with 2008. And I'll just kind of, to finish up, remind folks that before going into every single recession of the past like 50 years, you have oil move dramatically higher. 2008, we saw like 150% move in the price of oil going into the start of the recession. So everyone is focused on the inflation that higher oil will cause, and that is definitely the first effect. But I think what's more important is the second order effect, which is what they call demand destruction. A fancy way to say people can't afford to transact, to buy anything, and so economic activity just falls off a cliff. That's really, I think, what folks should be worried about on an economic standpoint. And you do have a pretty strong bid coming into U.S. Treasuries today, so it could be the bond market is waking up to that second order effect.
And you mentioned that things would be catastrophic if the strait remains closed. Now, one of the things Simon believed is that like there might not be issue for a while because basically the people in charge are controlling the price of oil between $100 and $115. A, do you agree with that? And B, where do you think the snap point is?
Yeah, I do think that that's definitely a pain point for them, for not only Europe but also Asia. We've had South Korea make comments. I believe Japan made comments about their strategic petroleum reserve, and 100 Philippines. Central Bank of the Philippines, one of the central bankers, made a comment about 100 kind of being the line in the sand for them. This could theoretically cause these emerging market Asian countries to go into a full blown currency crisis. So it's really, really important that oil does not do what it just did and go vertical. Now we've given back, a lot of the gains that we had yesterday. Right now we're about 95 on WTI, but man, that's still brutal. Like we were just for perspective, we were just at 55, 56 a couple weeks ago. So we've seen almost a doubling in the price of oil in less than a month. So yeah, I think that there will be attempts to, I would guess, probably around that 100 to 120 range. I would guess that they're going to try, whether it be releasing, from their strategic reserves that most of these countries have, flood in terms of new supply, additional supply. Either that, or I mean, even here in the U.S., they were talking about shorting oil futures. So the U.S. government will be going into the futures market and shorting futures. So yeah, no, I do think extraordinary measures will be taken. I think that South Korea, by the way, I think it was South Korea, already announced price caps. This is money printing. At the end of the day, it kind of, all roads go back to money printing.
Yeah, that's what he believes. He believes there's going to be a huge need for money printing if it continues. Um, in Europe, people are speaking about the fact that they've only got a little bit of gas supply left. I believe I heard about the UK like 2 days, Europe maybe something similar. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I heard that for the UK, 2 days would be catastrophic. I would hope. I know they're not very well run over there, well governed, but I would hope that they're more, better governed than that, because that's pretty insane. You have UK heating oil up like 80%, and so we actually know, by the way, that the energy crisis, the last time all this happened back in 2022 with Ukraine and all that, we know that expensive energy killed more people than COVID. Even The Economist, which is very globalist kind of, whatever you want to, whatever pejorative you want to use. Even The Economist admitted this and wrote an article about it. So higher energy costs. Luckily now we're in March, and not the winter, but yeah, Europe is heavily reliant on imports, energy imports, and when those energy imports are priced in dollars, now they've had a strengthening of their currency for the past maybe 12 to 18 months. Going back to kind of the start of President Trump's term, they have seen a strengthening of their currency, but this sort of thing puts tremendous pressure on the euro, and also, of course, some of the emerging market currencies, and the yen. We already have dollar yen back to that kind of 160 area where we've had a threat of intervention before, just like a month or two ago. And this is where the Bank of Japan and Ministry of Finance, they'll sell U.S. Treasuries. Now they have dollars, right, from selling the U.S. Treasuries. Then they sell those dollars to buy the yen. And they've intervened before, and that is that carry trade that people hear about, the yen carry trade. When the yen unexpectedly strengthens like that, that is when the carry trade would blow up. So there's a potential chain reaction here, right? Like higher energy costs lead to a weakening of these various currencies. Central banks might not, governments might not be too keen on that. And so, we know the rest of the world owns a lot of U.S. Treasuries. They can start selling some of those U.S. dollar assets. Right now, they own 65 trillion in terms of the rest of the world, in terms of financial assets that they own. 65 trillion, and that's stocks, bonds, that's everything. They have a lot of financial assets they can start selling to raise dollars to defend their currency, and to fund a current account deficit, energy imports that are going to be pressuring them. So there is a potential for kind of a pretty severe second, third, fourth order effect from just kind of a simple thing, right? Geopolitics, and closure of the strait. It sets off like this huge chain reaction that clearly this administration did not consider. Now, people like Scott Bessent, he would, this is what he did for a living under one of the best in the world when it comes to macro. But Trump clearly did not listen because it really has the potential to be pretty catastrophic.
And I mean, what about I don't know if you keep up to date. I assume you do. In terms of the Middle East, how do you frame that? Because I literally have read like two opposite prevailing theories. One being that this could have end up being the start of the end of the Middle East, with housing prices or real estate prices dropping by 20-25%. And the fact that there's issues with trade, issue with a lot of contracts are gonna go elsewhere during the strait being closed. That this is basically the beginning and the end of the Middle East. I mean, sorry, the GCC countries, like for example, Dubai, Qatar, the rest of them. And the other one is that no, they're gonna be fine. They're just removing, So what's your thoughts? And the other one is no, they're gonna be fine. It's just a blip. What's your kind of thoughts on those two prevailing theories?
Well, they have the most critical resource of all, which is energy, whether it be LNG, whether it be oil. And so kind of like, I'm not, Simon, where I'm super focused on GCC and know every little detail. I just kind of know, kind of general idea. But yeah, when you have that much, that wealth of energy, whether it be LNG, whether it be oil, I find it kind of like hard to believe that they're just going to suddenly implode. The world still needs energy. It is the most critical, as I think a lot of normal people are starting to find out. Oil is everything in the modern economy, in the modern world. And so yeah, I would err more on the side that they're probably going to be okay. This will definitely hurt, and it'll also hurt America for sure. Because if you flash back to some of those investment pledges, that Trump always talked about, we got $18 trillion coming into America. Well, number one, those were just verbal commitments. The actual real written, contracted amount was much lower. Verbal commitments, but number two, it relies on these countries being able to export, these countries, being able to run a trade surplus, and of course, for them, the vast majority of that being energy. If they're not able to export and run a current account surplus and a trade surplus, that the other way of saying that is that they will not be creditor nations. You know, if folks can imagine, the trade deficit looks pretty bad for the U.S. Well, the opposite of that, the mirror image of that, you know, flip that chart upside down, and that is the capital and financial account. So if you run a huge current account surplus like the Gulf states do, you need to, just kind of on an accounting basis, just to balance of payments must always net out to zero. So the other way of saying that they run a large trade surplus from all their energy exports is that they are a large creditor, right? There's a ton of outbound capital from the Gulf states, and you know the U.S. was kind of one of the beneficiaries of that. Well, you know, if these countries' economies grind to a halt, if they're getting attacked, you know, and so there's security issues, right? Where maybe there's not lockdowns, but you know, the economy is definitely going to be affected, I would imagine. And things start to slow down over there, and they're not able to run a trade surplus, current account surplus. The other way of saying that is that all that outbound capital into AI data centers and the whole thing, you know, over here in America, all that dries up. And you know, what is the one thing that has been keeping America from being in a recession? It is AI data centers. And so you remove that investment, that capital, and again, it just kind of happens mechanically as a result of the trade surplus going away or shrinking. You remove that AI investment, and you know, the U.S. economy, if you took out AI, the U.S. economy would be at about 0% growth rate, basically right on the edge of recession. So it would be quite bad. And a recession would cause the fiscal deficit to go to like $5 trillion.
Appreciate that, Robert. Let me just quickly give some breaking news, guys. It's quite a bit coming out. So the first thing is Hezbollah hit a Israeli radar, so they took the radar system out. Trump said that the Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed. Sorry, Putin says that the Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed. We have new arrivals of Iranian missiles towards Hezbollah. Three B-52 bombers arrive at RAF Fairford in the UK. Hezbollah destroyed a strategic facility in Beit Shemesh using precision missiles. IAGC General Jabari said, "We are ready for 10 years. We have been ready for 10 years of war with them. We are ready for 10 years of war with the Americans. Our weapon stockpiles are full, and the production of missiles and drones continue." Advisor, the commander of Revolutionary Guard, Brigadier General Ibrahim Jabari said, "We have closed the Strait of Hormuz and we will burn any ship that tries to cross it." We did see impacts that hit Beit Shemesh. We also saw impacts that hit Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv was hit hard by Hezbollah, if you remember, at least about an hour ago. And then there were major impacts from Hezbollah onto Tel Aviv.
Yeah, so they were claiming that this has been the largest barrage of rockets that Hezbollah has fired into Israel and Tel Aviv.
Really?
Yeah. Since the start of the war, and the satellite sites that they've destroyed, there's a lot of media attention coming regarding them because they're looking at the interception, why the interception didn't work, and the sensitivity in destroying those satellite stations.
What's the name again? Adam, you got any updates? Okay. One second. Simon, you back?
Hey, silly.
What happened, bro? You just completely just crashed out halfway through the conversation.
Oh, I just got a call and then had to take care of something from it.
Okay. We thought the Zayos took you out. We're just having a conversation with Robert, and Robert views the thing as a bit more gloomy than you do, so it was interesting.
Yeah, what do you think oil's going to go to, Robert?
I think it could go to 150, 200 if this goes on another couple weeks. which would be catastrophic. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
But I think we've hit. I think so. It went up to 115 in the futures. Then we had this Fugazi G7 announcement, push it back down below 100. And then where are we now? We're
ninety
about
ninety five or
95. Yeah,
95,
I
96.
think I think this is set the range. If we're going to have a shorter term solution and some kind of land some kind of offboarding process. But yeah, if we don't get that in the next couple of weeks, then yeah, we could end up going above. But I think they're trying to set the range for oil in this like 95 to 110, 115 range.
Yeah, I mean they'll try. I was mentioning the plan that they mentioned to short futures, or to release, from the SPR of the various countries. But man, it's really hard to understate like just how, especially if the Houthis get involved down in the Red Sea, it could get even worse. And oil. I'm kind of not like super surprised because it was such a dramatic move on oil yesterday. It was such an immense gap that I kind of knew the traders would come in short for a gap fill, and that would be a move to about 93 or so on WTI. But it could very well fill that. I mean, we're pretty close. Fill that gap and then just start going higher. I mean, I think that the market is finally waking up. At first, the first couple days, it was like I was shocked, at how complacent not only the oil market but the stock market was being towards this. I think that the market has finally kind of gotten that jolt, and so what that it kind of sensitizes the market, right? So I don't think it'll take very much to get it moving sharply higher again.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I think. Do you see a setup where they might have just done a bunch of futures price oppression and that can go wrong, and then we end up in a silver situation where there's like some kind of short squeeze?
Exactly. Yeah, they can come in and try to like sell calls on oil futures, or do that kind of thing. But I mean, look, we have a printing press, or they have a printing press, so maybe they're not too worried. But the one thing that any trader knows is to not go and sell naked calls, because that's how you get blown out. I mean, you depending on the size, if oil moved through that strike, they would just get absolutely crushed. But we've seen kind of force majeure sort of thing before, right? It's the U.S. Treasury Department's, the New York Fed, maybe whoever's doing it. So yeah, look, like they could try, it could blow up, and they could just kind of like ride it off or try, but there's going to be a person on the other end of those call contracts that they're gonna have to deal with.
Yeah. Um, have you done anything? Have you looked at? So I was saying I just did an interview with Suleiman, and I was saying that what I think the geopolitical move that's becoming clearer and clearer is that it's effectively Russia's dealing with all of Asia's energy issues. So Russia's like probably the one that can move gas and oil eastwards better than or towards Asia anyway, better than anyone else in the current environment. And obviously, America and Norway are the only ones that can take advantage of Europe and deal with their crisis. Um, and then we're having the GCC side. They had all those investments in American AI. So a lot of the growth and private credit kind of issues comes down to a lot of this AI software trade. And so, if the GCC are pulling the financial levers on the American market, and America is kind of taking advantage of the LNG and oil issues in Europe, they can kind of offset that in a certain degree. But the end result is that basically Europe is being destroyed into America's energy supremacy, and the Gulf countries. The longer this goes on for, the worse it gets for their tourism and all that stuff. That creates financial distress that pushes GCC effectively into, and Iran, into China, Russia, and BRICS. So really, the big moves that's happened here is the GCC has been pushed into BRICS, and Europe has been pushed into America through these energy things, and the GCC kind of have leverage over the US market in terms of their fulfilling their AI trade investments and easing up some of the concerns in the credit markets. That seems to be where this is headed.
Yeah, because I was mentioning earlier, if these Gulf countries aren't able to export all the energy that they normally do, that the other way of saying that is that the outbound capital on the other end of that will dry up. And we know the one thing that's been kind of propping up not only the stock market but the whole U.S. economy is AI, right? And what is private credit all written? Off of AI and software, and there's there are tremendous ripple effects here that I was saying. I don't think Trump thought about. I'm not even sure that he's capable of thinking in a kind of second, third, fourth order effect sort of way. Besant would be, and I'd be curious. Besant and Myron, I'd be curious, how what they're telling him right now. With Myron's paper that he wrote in November 2024, and Besant, given the background he has, I'd be really curious, kind of what they're saying, because their economies start to slow down and dry up. Well, the other way of saying that is that all that outbound capital dries up as well, and the modern global economy is and financial system too is so extremely interconnected, that I mean, this could be really bad. And Simon, I am not one of those like perma bear types that is always talking about stock market crash and, oh, we're going into recession. In fact, just to put it out there, like, I've actually been on the opposite end of that, going back to like 2023. I've been saying, no, look, like, stock market up, economy is fine, at least GDP is, and so, yeah, I haven't felt this way in a while, and I think that the risk that they are playing with right now is kind of, I think they bit off more than they can chew, and I'm sure that Besant is trying to warn Trump about it.
Well, I think if US can get a quick off ramps, if then I think it can get back to your normal case of. But the three stories are: US has to print. Those that can't print energy are screwed. And the market manipulations the self custody story is becoming apparent, because with all these manipulations and derivatives, and like the need for the underlying asset is we're seeing that story repeat. So I think there's a self custody story, like a deleveraging effect. There's America has to print. There's an energy story, and if we can get if there is an off ramps, then I think we just get back to the previous story where America will be fine if it can print.
Yeah, I mean, I was mentioning earlier, if we go into just kind of a garden variety sort of recession, the fiscal deficit right now, about 1.8 trillion, that goes to $5 trillion. The amount, and private credit. obviously would not be doing well. That'd be blowing up. So you got to backstop that. That's I don't know, another 5 trillion there. You probably got issues with the mortgage market. That's about 11, 12 trillion. You got to deal with that. So yeah, all roads at the end of the day kind of lead to printing. And it's just interesting to watch. Like, a lot of this was kind of baked in the cake, for months, if not years. And it's just kind of interesting to watch it play out. Because it was kind of one of those things where, like, I was like, okay, I don't know what the trigger will be, but this is kind of how I see, the next couple of years playing out. It's just really interesting because then you add in the deflationary impact from AI, and that's a print story as well because you're going to have millions of unemployed white collar workers. We're already seeing evidence of this, by the way. If you look at some of these labor reports, and the sectors or the industry that it has been very weak for 9 months, 12 months, maybe even longer, at least 9 months. It's, information, professional business services, all the kind of stuff that can be, disrupted by AI. We've already seen about 400,000 professional business services job loss over the past two or 2.5 years. So there's a UBI conversation, but that AI deflation, that's just kind of yet one more problem that they're up against.
Yeah, I think they've created the environment for Larry Lepard's big print. I think we figured out what that is now. But do you agree with the war seems to have like foreign markets underperforming US markets, even though US markets are under stress, and then also DXY and the dollar. Do you agree that if this continues without a quick off ramps, then the dollar strengthening and US stocks relative to other stocks will continue to strengthen? But if we get the fast off ramps, and this comes to an end, then we return back to a weakening dollar and foreign stocks outperforming US stocks.
Yeah, I think that's probably correct. I mean, the dollar strength is very correlated with oil. So, obviously with the petrodollar, oil transactions are the majority of them are priced in dollars, and that kind of dollar wrecking ball sort of phenomenon for the past, I don't know, 60 years has been an ever strengthening dollar that kind of impoverishes and puts strain on the rest of the world. Yeah, they get a weakening currency where they can sell stuff to us, but when you get an energy shock, they become stressed immediately. That is the downside of kind of the way the system was structured over the past 5, 6 decades. Was everything is kind of okay. I mean, you could make the argument until you get an energy shock because oil is priced in dollars, and if you're Philippines or Indonesia, you can't print dollars, right? And so it kind of all works, kind of. I mean, there are definite downsides, not only for the rest of the world but also Americans, I would argue, of that system. But yeah, you get an energy shock, and it just, I mean, these countries are already in tremendous pain from this move in oil. So I think that it would, if I had to guess, it would probably accelerate, kind of remind everyone, one of the downsides of being so reliant on the dollar. And we've already seen a concerted move away from the dollar into gold. I think eventually that'll be Bitcoin. Maybe a couple years down the road, because it does kind of all the things gold does, which what we really need to fix not only American issues, but the rest of the world would help them as well, is to have net settlement. All these trade imbalances that I've been talking about today, if we settle those in a asset that freely floats in all currencies, you get a return to the way that currencies used to be valued. Well, balance of payments kind of framework for the fundamental valuation. Well, if you do that, if you take that approach and look at the dollar, We run a 1.6, $1.7 trillion fiscal deficit. We run a $1.2 trillion a year current account deficit. The dollar needs to be like way weaker than it is, like half, right? On the Dixie, probably take half of where we are at 100. That's probably a good starting point. Now that is going to be very inflationary, right? There are definite consequences to this, but either we get the kind of Mar-a-Lago Accord that Myron kind of proposed in his paper November 2024. Either we get like a Plaza Accord 2.0 sort of kind of meeting where it all just everyone gets together, they decide kind of we're done with the dollar. Here's how we're going to move forward to weaken the dollar and strengthen the yen, the yuan, these other currencies. Either it happens kind of in a meeting, right, over a weekend at a hotel, or it's going to happen over the next decade, 2 decades. I mean, we run such insanely large deficits that as the move into gold, right, by the rest of the world, which we know, by the way, gold has already overtaken U.S. Treasuries in terms of FX reserve. So as that continues, and there's a move away from the dollar, which started, by the way, 10 years ago at least, as that kind of gradually progresses and more of this kind of net settlement is conducted with gold or Bitcoin, right, or anything that freely floats against all currencies, you're going to get a return to fair valuation for all these currencies. I mean, yeah, the dollar is way overvalued structurally, fundamentally, but the yuan is like grossly undervalued, right? The yen, purchasing power parity there on dollar yen is like implying like a 50% move, stronger yen, right? So a lot of these other currencies, there's kind of issues with them, and the U.S. calls China currency manipulator, and there's really a lot to to talk about with currencies. I want to keep going though.
Yeah, with the Bitcoin side, I can't help but think there's been deliberate price oppression to try and put as much Bitcoin via corporate debt into strategy. So I think they've been pushing the price down. They've had a whole strategy around it. And then they're lending a load of money to strategy, and then they're just trying to get as much Bitcoin in strategy as possible. Like they did another big purchase today, so I feel like there's a simultaneous price suppression and accumulation in many of these Wall Street wrappers. I couldn't prove it, but just feels that way.
It looks that way. As a trader, looking at the charts, we're in a very, very long term. I don't trade off this framework, but there's something called Wyckoff, WYCKOFF, that some traders use as kind of a framework. And if you look, like I would argue that it looks like we are in a 15-year long accumulation phase. And look, when it comes to strategy, I think that if anything, strategy is going to be bought by the government in a crisis, right? There will be some kind of precipitating event, and the U.S. government will buy it or seize it, and boom, there you go. There's your strategic Bitcoin reserve. But the ultimate kind of force here, the gravity that global markets are pulling, right, is away from the dollar. And it's only a matter of time, right? The past couple of years, it was gold, right? We saw a huge run up in gold. In my opinion, it's only a matter of time before people wake up to the Bitcoin element. And you already have a couple countries mining, right? Some kind of smaller countries have kind of more fully
Iran's
embraced
doing
it.
a lot.
Yeah, exactly. So that is the direction things are moving. You look at a chart of like FX reserves, right, which is a fancy way of describing a country's national savings, right? If you're Japan, you run a huge trade surplus. The other way of saying that is that you accumulate a huge amount of wealth in national savings, and there is someone investing that. Right now, normally that was invested back into U.S. Treasuries, was kind of the primary global reserve asset, but we've seen gold overtake that. And if you look at a chart of those FX reserves, you can see it's just a steady climb up to the right when it comes to gold, and a steady decline for the dollar. I think that, Bitcoin's a very, very small market. So it's kind of difficult, right, to talk about trillions of dollars worth of trade imbalances getting settled with Bitcoin. But it implies a much higher Bitcoin price, right? In order for it to be in that world with gold, both gold and Bitcoin need to be dramatically higher. I mean, every major currency of every developed economy in the world is overvalued in real purchasing power terms, right? The other way of saying that is that their debt, whether it be the US, whether it be China, whether it be Japan, Europe, our debt needs to be devalued against gold, against Bitcoin, against property, right? Pick a scarce, asset. Our currencies need to be devalued in real purchasing power terms to make the debt serviceable. So whether it be gold, whether it be Bitcoin, I think that it's kind of if you can zoom out, I think it's kind of only up and to the right.
Yeah, I think the largest actual states, obviously a lot of mining happens in China and America, but I think it's like just privatized. I think the largest states that are mining Bitcoin right now are Russia, Iran, and UAE. I couldn't prove it, but I think those are the ones that are actually doing it as a sovereign strategy. Um, and I also, and yeah, it's which is interesting because Bitcoin's story is how do you protect yourself as a country? And so mining Bitcoin is one of those strategies when you have energy. And then it's the self custody story because what we're seeing with all these BlackRock, with all of this market manipulation, with all these derivatives, with all these, what we saw in silver and these short squeezes, we just know that there's structural deficits, and that's always been the story of Bitcoin. It's an exchange goes bust because they didn't have the Bitcoin that they said they have, and then everyone ends up in self custody. So I think in this world, there are a million reasons why you want to own your own asset and not have to knock on the door of somebody to try and get your asset. And we saw that with gold and silver during COVID, even in the custody relationships. And we're seeing that story just play out time and time again. So I think Bitcoin's a self custody story.
Yeah, and also I would just, for if there's a lot of Bitcoiners listening, I would just, just zoom out, right? Like if we get this kind of deflationary impulse from AI, from, $100 crude oil, if we get that, the stock market's gonna be quite weak, and high beta things like Bitcoin are gonna be quite weak at first. But like the direction, if you can have a low time preference, the direction for assets like gold, like Bitcoin, is up and to the right. I mean, just to put it in perspective for folks, like if you go back to it, it used to be obviously we had a gold standard, our money was backed by a real physical thing. If you look at the gold backing to currency units, to M2 money supply, coming out of the Great Depression, that would imply if we were to do that today, back about, I think it was about 52% of M2 what needed to be backed by gold. If we were to do that today, you're talking about a $29,000 per ounce gold price. Coincidentally or ironically, if you look at the foreign held debt and the gold backing, right? So you look at all the foreign countries that hold our debt, and then you look at our value of gold. If you take that ratio and apply it to gold today, coincidentally, it also implies a $29,000 per ounce gold price. So, again, our currencies are extremely overvalued. The dollar is overvalued relative to other currencies and relative to real scarce assets. But every other currency is overvalued, relative to gold, relative to Bitcoin. Pick, whichever scarce asset you like. And so if you can just zoom out and be able to tolerate and not have leverage, right, and expect volatility and be able to tolerate it, I mean, really, like this is one of those mega trends that I just don't see reversing. Like what's going to reverse it and go in the other direction, right, back to the way it used to be? I mean, it wasn't working for America. We the war is showing that, right? Like it's so kind of on the nose. This whole geopolitical conflict is illustrating and reminding folks that the dollar system that we had for the past 5, 6 decades caused us to be so hollowed out on a defense industrial base that we can't even manufacture the munitions that we need to engage in a military conflict. So it's kind of ironic that it's all kind of tying back. But look, like it wasn't working for America. Not only was our industrial base hollowed out, but our country was hollowed out. The middle class was hollowed out. Deaths of despair 3 times what they were during the Great Depression. The rate of deaths of despair, not the total number, but the rate per 100,000 people. 3 times more people are Americans are killing themselves with suicide, drugs, and alcohol than they were during the Great Depression. You know what I mean? So it clearly is not working for America. We've seen this hyper financialization of our economy, this extreme wealth inequality, this what I call silent depression, and it wasn't working for the rest of the world. I mean, Iran is the first example, right? Financial war, economic war always precedes physical war. And just look at what their currency did as a result of the dollar wrecking ball and the sanctions that U.S. Treasury was able to implement. Their currency completely collapsed, and that was the impetus, right, to get the people upset and in the street. And that, the kind of protest was the impetus for Trump to think that he could go in there and regime change.
Yeah, and that's kind of what keeps me a bit more calmer than I think people that think it's World War Three or nukes. The reason is because I look around the map and I look, okay, Iran, you need China. GCC, you need China. America, you need China. Um, so if we're in and Israel, I just think is a part of the equation. But if they all need China and China doesn't want World War Three, then they can't have World War Three without China. And so if
Yeah,
America,
literally.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, literally, we can't produce. If you look, I'll retweet it and put it on my profile. But if you look at the supply chain of the individual components that go into various weapon systems, it is insane the amount of components that come from, at the very best, our adversary, at our very worst, our chief enemy. And just imagine they invade Taiwan, right? And U.S. Oh, we got to get involved, and we go over there. We're already basically spent on the kind of more advanced interceptors and things like that, and in order to build more, we have to go to the country that we're now at war with. I mean, it's just hilarious. You look at like rare earth minerals. An F-35 takes 300 kilograms of rare earth minerals, just one F-35. And 90% come from China. You look at active pharmaceutical ingredients, the actual drug. We know 50% of Americans have chronic health issues, more than 50%. Well, the medications that Americans need to survive, you looked at those active pharmaceutical ingredients, it's like 85%, 80 to 85% come from China, right? They literally own us, not only in the financial sense, but also in the kind of real world sense. I mean, we saw that with COVID and PPE. Remember how hospitals and healthcare institutions weren't able to get like basic protective equipment because China was hoarding it. So I think globalization is dead or dying, right? Like I think hyper globalization that we saw has probably reached its peak in 2020, and I think the pendulum is starting to swing.
yeah, and also Russia needs China as well. So to me, it's if China wants to create World War Three, then that's the equation. If China doesn't want World War Three, then that's the equation. And I don't believe China wants World War Three. So that's what kind of gives me that. And I feel like this meeting between Trump and Xi Jinping that's coming up in April in China is incredibly symbolic of everything that's happening, and we're leading to, if you believe there's going to be this Mar-a-Lago Accord and stuff, I just think that this Iran war is effectively, it started with October the 7th. That was the day the world changed. Then the Iran war marked the global reset, what we're witnessing now. And then we have this meeting between, America and China in April, that I think just sets in stone the new arrangement and the rebalancing of the world. I can't help but think that's what's happening.
Yeah, and we need it. Whether it be America, whether it be China. I was just listening to Bloomberg last night with all the market chaos, and they were talking about China and their desperate attempts to stimulate demand. Right? They have a totally different mindset over there. They don't overconsume. Right? In fact, if anything, they're net productive. They produce more value than they consume. Well, they have been trying to stimulate kind of domestic demand and consumption for years now, right? Like it's not a secret, right? We talk about this kind of rebalancing, and some people, call it conspiracy or oh, you sound crazy. But if you really look at what the public statements from the CCP officials, and by the way, they don't just go out and say whatever they want like America. It is sanctioned by the Chinese government. They've been talking about trying to rebalance. They've recognized the issues for years now and talked about that they recognized that their economic model of kind of investment driven over capacity, export dumping, that it was not sustainable. They recognized it at least 5, 6, 7 years ago, and had been talking about, and trying through their policy to kind of shift much more to the economic model America has, right? Domestic consumption. Now they're still going to be, productive industrially, but shift that pendulum. Well, America is in the exact opposite situation, right? We overconsume and we underproduce. So I think there is, a real potential to meet in the middle.
Yeah, we agree on too much. But yeah, I think I'm hoping we're going to contain these oil prices. But even if they spike up to 150, I just think that puts the additional leverage needed to get this, to get the concessions done and move forward. But the closure of the Hormuz will be, I think, written about in the history books as the defining event that reset the world order. And every relationship has just been renegotiated. Every weakness has just been identified. And I think those that control transnational capital are playing a big grand experiment of how every commodity reacts, every country reacts, every politician reacts. And I think I can't help but think they're learning and using markets in order to push for something which seems really big.
Yeah, in 2022 also, right? And what we did with Russia, people talk about seizing FX reserves. That's not really what we did. We defaulted on the debt that they held. They had a legal, contract, right? When you look at a U.S. Treasury bond, and that is a legal document between the U.S. Treasury Department and whoever owns it to pay a certain amount of interest and a certain amount of principal on a certain maturity. We defaulted on our debt. And by the way, that U.S. Treasury that we defaulted on with Russia, that was the global reserve asset for 5 decades, right? And so that I think was also a major turning point where the rest of the world kind of woke up to the fact that we can't keep putting our national savings into U.S. Treasuries, right? Where the U.S. government can just decide they don't like us and they're defaulting on their obligations. We can't do that anymore. We have to find, something better. And what we've seen is not the emergence of a new reserve currency. I think people get it wrong, thinking that there has to be a replacement to the dollar. If there had to be, those people would be correct. There is really nothing to replace the dollar. But what if you just look at what has happened? What we have seen is, gone from 65%, 70% stored in U.S. Treasuries to 25% gold and 10% yuan, and right, like you diversify just as any individual investor would. We are starting to see that kind of diversification away from the dollar, with a preference to things that can't be defaulted on. And I think again, that's kind of where Bitcoin fits into it. It might take some time, for that to that realization to hit, but I think eventually it will. And given the size of Bitcoin's market, there's a ton of upside, especially once you look at kind of the debt being so overvalued, in real terms, across the developed world, and the devaluation of all the currencies that's going to need to happen to keep the debt serviceable. Yeah, I mean, we're talking like significant upside on things like gold and Bitcoin, in my opinion.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Robert. Beatrix or Suleiman or anyone, is in Adam, have we got any updates or news or anything? Would anyone like to ask Robert or myself any questions on the finance side and how it relates to protecting yourself in this war stuff and
Yeah.
how it all fits together?
Yeah, Simon. I haven't been able to check news, but I'll check it in like a minute, and I can update on that side. But in terms of a question, I'm thinking, it's in my what's in my mind is this going to be over soon? Is this something like is this the crash? Because I think a lot of us in the finance world have been expecting like a big crash. I don't know if you guys have, but I've been expecting the stock market to peak. Like I know it's going high, I know it's going to all-time highs and stuff, and everything's going to the moon basically. And I'm just thinking, is this the thing? Like, is this the crash that we were expecting? Like, has it stopped the party early, basically, as it were? Like, I'm sorry to use such crass terminology there, but like has is this it, or and if not, then you know like what is it just a geopolitical understanding, or is there something on the finance side that's making us understand that this is is the market seeing something that we're not seeing? Maybe I don't know. That's what's on my mind. If you've already gone over that kind of stuff, then yeah, I apologize for that too. Just
No,
because
yeah, Adam. From my
yeah.
from my perspective, as long as U.S. Treasuries are still an acceptable form of collateral for large multinational financial institutions, and the auctions are still able.
Did he cut out for everyone else? Or
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, on that note of the
Uh-huh.
auctions, just so everyone's aware of the scale of the problem, just today alone, we auctioned off 89 billion with a B of 3-year T-bills and another 77 billion of 6-month T-bills. So just today alone, we had 2 auctions, and that's what 90 plus 160 billion dollars of debt was issued today alone. I would say on the note, like, I kind of think that it was kind of baked in the cake almost. Like we didn't know what the crisis would be. But if you looked at the equity market, it was positioning going back to late October, early November. There started to be this kind of like violent rotation underneath the surface. You don't see it if you just look at the S&P 500 or the Nasdaq, but you see it, if you kind of dig a couple layers deeper. There's this violent rotation that we were starting to see back then. And so I think the equity market, like if you look at the chart of SPY, you could tell that it over at least or especially over the past month, it started to look like this thing just wants to dump. And it's like, a month ago, I didn't really know what it would be. But yeah, like, when it comes to trading, when it comes to markets, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You'll look at a chart sometimes and you just have an intuition, oh, this thing wants to move higher, wants to move lower. And then, a couple days later, news event comes out, and what do you know, it does exactly that. So I think it's kind of something like that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll hop on. I'll hop over to news. Don't know if Simon wants to add anything, but I'll start looking.
No, let's get a catch up on the news. Let's see what's happening.
Awesome.
Thanks, Adam.
Yeah, no worries. All right. Okay, so where did we leave off? So we left off earlier on in the day. Iran had just been hitting Israel once again, even though we've been told that they have run out of missiles. So the Syrian Kurds warn Iranian Kurds against any alliance with the United States, against Tehran, stating that the United States will betray them at the slightest opportunity. I reported on this yesterday, but it's now becoming mainstream media is picking it up today. It's funny when that happens. So when asked to name something he loves, that Emmanuel Macron. So he wants to forcibly reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The president promises to also escort ships. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there. France is having a more. Seems like they might be getting more involved. Kuwait has halted oil production due to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and oil prices are going to spark a revolution in Macron in France if the country if this keeps up. Honestly, if you're European, like you should be so furious at this because we are getting so screwed over. And even if you're not on the breadline and you're not on the poverty line and you're not living bill to bill, paycheck to paycheck, and even if you do have a decent amount of savings, that the increase in poverty will still hurt and affect you because it makes everything and it makes everything worse. It makes everything like it'll affect you. There are knock-on effects that travel all the way up the food chain, as it were, to degrade everyone's quality of life to a point where in the UK, like everyone's leaving. Simon's in a place where a lot of people are going locally, but and Dubai was also another one, but young people are just not even to tax havens. People are going to all kinds of places just to get a better opportunity for work and all kinds. And it's just tragic what's been done to Europe. It's tragic how hollowed out we've become, especially this island, the UK. It's the Ukraine war really messed us up. Now this needs to end soon. Honestly, if this doesn't end soon, then poverty is just going to skyrocket, and it'll be like 1 in 5, 1 in 4 people. Because unemployment across Europe is hovering around the actual number. Because like people who are economically inactive, they don't even count them as unemployed. I don't know if you guys knew that. If you're economically inactive, you're just forgotten about. They don't count you. They don't recognize your existence, and so the true unemployment rate is like 20%. It's like 20%, so and increasing, or like 15%, 15 to 20%, depending on which country in Europe we're talking about, right? But like in the UK, it's around like 15%, which is crazy. But anyways, the Syrian president Ahmed Sahara, we support the Lebanese president regarding the dismantlement of Hezbollah. Yesterday's events forced him to openly admit his position. What? Interesting. That one. That's going to spark. I'm just reporting what I'm seeing, guys, because whenever you say anything on Syria, you get hate from all sides. Iranian general. So
You Assadist, you Assadist. Have you ever been called that, Adam? I get called that all the
what's
time.
the opposite of the
I'm
Assadist
against the
again?
invasion in Syria. Oh, you Assadist. I don't want Syria to fall to Israel. Oh, you Assadist. You get that, Adam?
I've got both of them. I've been called the Assadist and the head chopper. Yeah, both sides. Like it's impossible to talk about it without getting attacked from one side. It's one of the most explosive topics I've ever seen. In general, like people become like your enemy if you dare to have an opinion on it. So it's yeah, just reading what I'm seeing there. um, Iranian general Sada Ibrahim Jabari, as a well-informed person, I say this: we are prepared for 10 years of war against the United States, at least 10 years, and I guess that's like survival war because like the other day they said they're prepared for 6 months of full scale war. Um, yeah, so Hezbollah has been taking out tanks, helicopters, and now they're saying also targets in Tel Aviv, all the way to Tel Aviv. Hezbollah hits a satellite station in Beit Shemesh. I think that was the target. Seeing images. They're trying to blind them. It's there's pictures of broken satellites, broken radars. It's that's not good. That's not good for Israel. That's not good for the Epstein coalition. Yeah, Hezbollah and the IRGC are basically blinding the Epstein coalition there. Yeah. So Trump on oil prices. I have a plan for everything. Believe me. Do you believe him? I certainly don't. But it's interesting because oil going over 100, like that's something that that's something that would be very relevant to Trump. If it went to 200, then it'd be very hard for Gunther Eagleman and Kat to spin that. I'd like to see how they spend $200 in oil. I'd love to see what's going on in the mind of a MAGA influencer right now. Because I think they said it's temporary or something. Like, oh, it's going to be over soon, so we'll see.
Short
They better
term,
hope it is.
yeah, short
Yeah.
term pain for long term gain. It's a small price to
Yeah.
pay. Yeah.
Trust the plan.
Trust
Yes.
the plan.
Trust the plan. So, yeah, it's like there is no gain. There is no gain. Like whatever government structure, whatever, whoever's in power in Iran, like if you didn't have the news, you wouldn't know it. It wouldn't make a difference to you. This whole exercise was for Israel and Israel alone. Iran was a threat to Israel alone. It wasn't a threat to America. Like I
And
said, if you
Rubio,
didn't have,
and
yeah, go ahead.
they admitted it.
Uh-huh.
Rubio admitted it.
Yeah, yeah. Trump's admitted it multiple times. Trump's so funny. He admits it and then says it's not true. Like he literally just yesterday said it again. He was like, if we didn't attack them, they would have attacked Israel. Okay, so you did it for Israel. Like, what's going on here? Why do you keep saying that? They keep repeating it. So yeah, Rubio said it, and Trump repeated what Rubio said. So yeah, it was for Israel. But like I said, if you didn't have the news, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know about Iran. You wouldn't know about it. Like you'd never know about it. It's not. It's not your business. Like you are on the other side of a very vast ocean. Like what's going on over here is not over here. What's going on in the Middle East is with Iran doesn't really affect you. Iran said their missiles don't reach America. Like they have no intentions of building missiles that reach America. Why would they do that? America is like a nuclear country, right? Like if Iran was like Iran if Iran like nuked America, for example, like they'd get nuked back. They'd be destroyed. Why would they do that? This narrative demands that you think of the Iranian people as having like 2 IQ, and as racist and bigoted and imperialist as you may be, like at least try and have some honor with your racism. Like, why would Iran just delete itself? Why would they do that? Like they're not a threat. They're not a threat to you. Even after all these sanctions and all these terrorist attacks and all these invasions and all these and everything, right? Because like what's happening now with oil going to 100 and fuel prices increasing and the Strait of Hormuz being blocked, like this is what we've done to Iran with sanctions. Like this, the panic we're all having right now about, oh no, things are going to get more expensive. Like we've done that to Iran for decades, right? And the worst that happened was a chance. There hasn't been a terrorist attack in the West from Iran. There hasn't been one, despite all of that. So yeah. So what is the threat that everyone's so worried about? That no one wants to go into a war of self deletion. Even North Korea doesn't stray out of its lane, and people call it insane. Who does act like uh asylum, like they should belong in asylum, who does act like a nutcase and a lunatic, like Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth and Lindsey Graham. These are the people that shouldn't have nukes. Like these are the people that you should be scared of having nukes, because the way that Trump talks about Iranians, if like you never hear an Iranian politician talk about that, talk like that about Americans. I've never heard Khomeini or Peshkazan or any former Ahmadinejad or any of these people say like Americans are evil. They cut babies' heads off. We should take out their water. Um, we should take out their oil and fuel because they're evil. Like you'd never heard them say that, but Trump's saying that, and he's the one who's in charge of the nukes.
Well,
But no one's saying
Or the
no.
Likud
the
too.
I,
Yeah, and the
yeah.
Likud, right? Yeah, and Netanyahu,
Oh
like
God.
these people are genocidal nutcases in Israel. and they
the
have
the
nukes.
the irony here. If someone with a rational mind can just step back and look at it, the irony is just astounding. I'm baffled by the irony. And Adam, to look at this real quick, you want to talk about being vindicated, how you are vindicated here. When Sully was having that interview with Professor Mahdi, right? Mahdi, he said, I want the world to look at this like this. This is the Epstein class versus the moral resistance. And then you remember, you were attacked by that. It is. This is what it is.
Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, that Tracy guy was pushing 40 beheaded babies propaganda, so of course he's against that too. Um, but yeah, like I was saying, like no one think there's only one country on this earth, well, country I put in quotes, that's threatened the West with nuclear bombs, and that's Israel. They are the only country on record that's threatened to nuke us if things go if they're like at threat of collapse, right? And I'll post it. There's a Guardian article. You can find it. I've got it saved in my images, the excerpt of it, and there's a link to it. So I can actually tell you what he says. It was General Moshe Dayan. Israel must be like a mad dog, too dangerous to bother. And the Israeli came on our space yesterday, for those who weren't there, and he said, you cannot threaten Jews, especially not Israeli Jews. You're not going to push us around. This is how they're thinking. And he's like, Israel must be a mad dog, not too dangerous to bother. I consider it all hopeless at this point. We shall have to try to prevent things from coming to that, if at possible. Our armed forces, however, are the 30th strongest in the world at the time, but rather they are not the 30th strongest in the world, but rather the second or the third. We have the capability to take the world down with us, and I can assure you that that will happen before Israel goes under. Iran has never made such a threat. The Islamic Republic has never made such a threat. America has wiped out 42 members. I don't know if that number's true. It's what's coming from American side, so don't grill me. But I'm just making a point. 42 members of the leadership of the Islamic Republic. If that happened in Israel, they've already said they would launch nukes because of that. And I'm leaning towards thinking they would have launched the nukes. If what happened to Iran has happened to Israel, they would have launched the nukes. But no one's scared of Israel, are they? No one's mentioning Israel. There's people. MAGA isn't saying let's go invade Israel. Let's spend our blood and our treasure to regime change Israel, even though they're the ones that have threatened us. They're the ones that have said if anything happens to us, we're taking you all down with us. They said we possess several hundred atomic warheads and rockets and can launch them at targets in all directions, perhaps even at Rome. Most European capitals are targets for our air force. Israeli general, the Guardian, General Moshe Dayan. Yeah, so you'll never see anything like this coming from Iran, because they're not like that. It's simple. I don't know how else to put it. To make people realize, like, this war was pointless. It was only for Israel. It was only for Israel. And Israel is the threat, not Iran, not Iran. But anyways, U.S. has intercepts and encrypted communications believed to have originated in Iran that may serve as an operational trigger for sleeper assets outside of the country. Oh wow. So yeah, we're going to see this. Like they always say, there's an Iranian attack coming. There's an Iranian attack coming. It never it never comes. It never comes. The only attacks I've seen are from the Jewish organization, which is ISIS. Those are the only attacks I've ever seen. Or other false flags, like obvious false flags, like that guy, that Christmas market guy, the guy who ran over the people at the Christmas market. Turns out he was like an Islamophobic, a Muslim hater, and he mentioned that he was Jewish in one post. Or he didn't mention he was Jewish. He was like Judaism is the best. Like he was pro Judaism, and he was inspired by like people like Tommy Robinson. He was like a fan, so but people blame that on like on on Muslims though. So that's how it goes. And the past few like terror attacks have been like such obvious like false flags. It's been kind of insane. And also whenever you find like an ISIS flag, like you just know, what's going on. At this point, it should be obvious. Well, who's funding ISIS. Like many sources on who's doing that. But anyways, the signals analysis identified that a message likely in Iranian origin relayed across multiple countries. Such encoded transmissions are typically directed at covert operatives. Notice how they never find Israeli operatives or Israeli messages or any Israeli plots, even though they are ongoing. It's because Israel's plots are the most successful plots, and they've achieved their goals of owning and controlling for the most part, our media and our politicians, and infiltrating them to a very high degree. Imagine this, right? Imagine a Muslim Shia Iranian was either the president or the prime minister or the son or daughter or wife of the president or the prime minister or the son or daughter or wife of the son or daughter or wife of the prime minister or president all over the West. Just imagine that, right? Would that be odd? Do you think that'd be something worth calling out? Because it's not Muslim Shias, Muslim Iranian Shias who this is true for. It's true for a different group. But I'll leave that one. I'll leave that one. So Russian President Putin, he says the Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed. Russia will continue supplying oil and gas to countries that are reliable buyers. Because there's been a bit of back and forth in terms of what's Russia going to do. Is it going to renege? Is it going to jack up prices? So yeah, that's the latest on that. Catholic priest Friar Pierre Al-Aravi has been killed by an Israeli airstrike in Lebanon. Wow. Lebanon still has a heavy Christian. Yeah, there's a lot of Christians in Lebanon. That's another thing. People say that Christians can't live peacefully with in Muslim countries. Completely not true. Completely not true. They live very peacefully in Iran as well. But yeah, Lebanon has a massive Christian population, and Israel's bombing them indiscriminately as they do. So they're bombing Christians.
There's this
Yeah.
there's this place, right, Adam, in Lebanon, and Andrew might remember it, and I can't remember the location, but it's in Beirut. It's just on the outskirts of Beirut, and it's up in the mountains, and there's a statue of Mother Mary up there, and you have to take a cable car up there. Now, I'm not joking. If that was in England, which we claim to be a Christian country and stuff, it would have a completely different vibe. When you go to it in Lebanon, I've been there with my family. You're not allowed to speak when you get up there. Huge white statue of Mother Mary, and this kind of, when you get to the top, it's got this like winding kind of pathway which you have to climb, and they've put candles. It's honestly, so many people visit it, and then there's like a little church up there, and you're not allowed to talk, you're not allowed to do anything. You basically just go, you give you pray or whatever. You have to light a candle, put the candle there, and everyone's just in thought. That's all it is. You just go there, you think, you find peace, you find solace, because it's up in the mountains, and it's a very sacred and holy place for the Christians. And out of respect, nobody talks when they go up there. It is beautiful, it's stunning. So it's not just
Yes, real
that
quick.
they've got
Yeah,
Christians.
they
It's
are. Whoops. Sorry.
it's that. Yeah, sorry, no, go ahead, Andrew, you go. Jump
Oh,
in.
I'm so sorry, Beatrice. I'm sorry. I thought you had finished, and then your mic cut out there. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, it's glitching. Don't worry about it, Andrew. Honestly, jump in, because I wanted you to speak about it as well, because I just want
Yeah.
people to know that it's not just that they've got a Christian population, they've got beautiful churches, they've got, like, it's symbolic that there is a Christian population there, Andrew, right?
Yes, I had a very difficult morning on a Sunday morning while I was almost 10 months in Beirut, Lebanon. And again, I was most of my experiences, like being a boat officer out there in the amphibious objective area. Before I went submarine warfare, I was 3.5 years with the amphibious Navy. On a Sunday morning, I got orders to go ashore and pick up some civilians to bring to our ship to have a Sunday morning brunch with us. And then I'm like, what? A Sunday morning brunch? Okay. And then to do be with us, and they wanted to pray. We had a chaplain. This is now listen. This is a correction. This is a Christian chaplain, and I'm like, Christians. I'm thinking they're all Muslim. I'm thinking, what is going on? When I picked them up, now there were some Muslims in the group, but there were several the Christians. There were several Christians, Orthodox. They were going on and on about how they were so devastated by what is going on, but their faith, they had faith, their faith in Jesus Christ, and how they wanted to share that with us. And we were talking, and I was, what in the world? But anyway, I was shocked. I didn't know that there were so many Christians living in there, and how they had also suffered under the horrific scourge of the IDF.
Yeah, the IDF is it tortures everyone indiscriminately.
And
Christians, Muslims.
Raid is Christian, by the way. Raid wouldn't tell you all about it.
No, I didn't know that. Yeah, maybe you can tell us more. Yeah, so yes, they've killed a Catholic priest, and they kill many Christians, and when they're bombing Lebanon, they're bombing Christians. Yeah, they've targeted Christians numerous times. Like Israel, a lot of people don't know this. Like I think it's becoming more widespread, the information, but Israel persecutes Christians. Like within Israel proper, it's custom to spit on them. Like it's custom to spit on churches. They vandalize churches. They vandalize Christian cemeteries and burial sites. They chase out Christian villagers and farmers from their land and take them. How they treat Palestinians, how they treat Christians. And you can find it as much. You can find as much evidence as you want if you type it in. Treatment of Christians in Israel. Tucker Carlson has recently exposed it. I think that brought it to a much wider audience. What's going on there, and even Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, who is a Jewish Zionist, fierce ultra Zionist, had to admit it. He admitted it himself, and he was like, it is what it is, basically, and
one of the most
uh-huh.
one of the most profound, outspoken Messianic Jews, Christian Zionists, that has done so much damage to the American Christians. His name is Amir Tesfati, and I've been exposing him for 12 years. About 6 years ago, he had a tour group of Christians in Jerusalem. And doing a live feed, he says, listen, behold Israel, God has blessed this country. And then he said, I don't want you referring to yourself as Christian. Now, his audience were all Christians. They were on a tour group, a pilgrimage. And he says, don't use that word. Don't use the word Christian. Because why? They don't want to be associated with him because they knew they'd be persecuted. They knew they could be beaten up. And then when I confronted this, he deleted all of his videos. And then his zombies, these are Christians, started to attack me. How dare you attack this great man of God? Great man of God. Great man. It's astounding.
It's kind of, it makes you think of like all the indoctrination, and like at my age I had to like deconstruct literally everything in America, and I'm only 26, and it's taken some time, and it's making me believe that all of the like older people, it's hard for them to comprehend it's not what's been told to us, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Imagine being 71 and growing up into this psyop for 60 years. And then by God's great grace, 15 years ago, when I really started to study the Bible, I was shocked. I was stunned. I was sickened by it.
Yeah, it's really horrifying, and I think like even because before all of this, I never would have brought like religion into it at all. But they're literally, their whole premise of existence is based upon a religious belief that they have, and that other people are other. And when you start to see that most of the places in the Middle East, they're more comfortable being Christians in all of these Arab countries, and they don't feel the same comfort in Israel, and make you question all of these things. And when you do, then you get like ostracized because you're supposed to believe that they're the holy site. You know what I mean? Like they're the holy place. It's a lot of indoctrination, and it's a lot to like kind of come to terms with everything in America. They've just been giving us lies for generations. Our parents, our grandparents, all of it.
Thank God you realize that, young lady.
Thank you. It gives me, honestly, it gives me zero comfort that I have been correct. It makes me feel horrible that I have been correct. Like even with this whole Iran situation, I called this to my family 2 years ago. And then when the 12-day war happened, or quote war happened, I was like, y'all, they're not going to stop. Like, they're going to do it again because this is the clean break memo. Like, most of this stuff, it's already been given to us. It's just in American media. Like, my family members still watch American media. So I hear the conversations and stuff. And to see the level of just deception, it's just, I don't even have a word for it. It's literally lies. Like you can get on the internet and search it yourself and it'll debunk it in 5 minutes. But they just don't have the brain capacity. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it's horrifying. Everything that's happening, it breaks my heart. I feel like that they have ruined my generation so bad. We don't care. We don't care. Like anybody I speak to, I feel like the next, if we have any kind of democratic situation in America where voting matters, the next person we're going to have is like way, way, way not what they want at all. It's going to be kind of a reaction to everything that we've been under. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It's just, it seems like it's a cycle. And I listen to these spaces off and on, and I've been listening to it the entire time this last attack happened. And I really appreciate Solomon having a space like this for everyone to listen to all different perspectives, because everything is so washed and no one tells the truth. That it's good to hear different voices from all around the world in different places and stuff. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah, the average young man in America is going to make Stephen Miller look like a moderate on that particular issue. I mean, I keep hearing this argument. Well, if we didn't do this, then they were going to be mean and hurt Israel, and I just keep coming. I mean, I'm not that young. I'm in my mid 30s, and I'm not Israeli. Like, I'm not Israeli. I don't live in Israel. No one I know is Israeli or lives in Israel. Like, okay, who cares? You know, like, I literally don't care. I care about the fact that my people are starving, dying of chronic disease, impoverished, right? Like, that's what I care about. It has nothing to do with Israel versus Bangladesh, right? Like, I care about Americans. I care about me, my family, my friends, my loved ones here in America. It doesn't matter if it's Israel or some other country. Like I mean, look, Israel and what they did in Gaza and what they've been doing my whole life. I mean, I kind of from an early age saw some of the actions that Israel was taking when I was I don't know 12, 13, 14 years old, and it opened my eyes personally back then. But Gaza was kind of just like the cherry on top. I mean, it's just how can you be a human being and not kind of be a little bit radicalized by some of the scenes out of Gaza? I mean, it's
But
beyond words.
I will say, Robert, I don't even think, in my opinion, I don't even think it was the scenes from Gaza. It was their words. Their words and the stuff that they advocated for. And then you would see, because the first thing I ever seen in regards to anything happening in Palestine was a mother. She was holding her baby like in a bag, like her baby was gone, but she still had her baby. And that, the feeling that I had, I could not comprehend how people were still advocating for this. I was like, y'all, they are looking at these people, they are laughing at them, they are cheering it on. Because a lot of people tend to forget that when they make the argument, oh, it's the government, it's not the people. No, the people advocated for this. They advocated for this. They did voting for it. They all were going to tourist sites and watching it happen. I mean, it is a disgusting society. And We know it's a disgusting society. All of the citizens, if not majority of the youth in America, we disagree with this, but it's old people making decisions for us. It's been like that my entire life. All of these people have been in there since my grandmother was alive. This is not, it's not something that's um what's the word I'm looking for? Uh I'm losing my train of thought. I'm sorry. It's not something that we could keep going this direction without some kind of uproar. And everyone's saying like, oh, with the Epstein situation and stuff like that. I mean, it's a totality of a lot of stuff that I feel like upper Gen Z, millennial era, we've dealt with so much. I don't know what happens next, but what does happen next is going to be radical. It's going to be insane. I don't know when it comes, if it comes before or after. I don't know if this war concludes and America wins. Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? Because we know what's happening here. We know what's happening in Europe. We know what's happening in Australia, Canada, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know. I have no idea.
So,
Yeah,
just to really quickly, Robert, I want to just something you said something really interesting, and I think it's really important to highlight this to people and for our listeners and just generally as well. So you said that for you, it could be Israel or Palestine. It could be two other countries fighting with each other. You use Bangladesh as an example. So let's say Bangladesh and France were fighting and France was committing a genocide on Bangladesh. You're saying that could be happening, but your primary concern is for America and Americans. And I think that's a really important message. And the reason is because when the genocide started, I would say that the reason why there was such a huge impact we were able to have. And we did have a massive impact. So when we were on the space that night, when the beheaded baby story came out, and as soon as it came out, Suleiman was the first one to debunk it. And then they said the White House had seen it and Biden had seen it. And we were debunking it here real time. And that movement just grew and grew and grew. Hence why he doesn't have a blue tick on this app anymore. And he's not monetized on this app because obviously his voice became big. But we became a movement. I think it was October the 7th, that after, I think it was October the 10th, 2023, 2 days in or 3 days in, we were sat here on the space saying, this is crazy. Like, we have to do
I was
something
here.
more.
I was
Were
part
you
of that.
here? And we've got
Yeah, I
Gaza
remember it.
genocide trending across the world, right?
Yep, I
That
remember.
night. And we were the first people to use it. And this space, with all the listeners we had, they made a difference. Every single one of those listeners that tagged in journalists, that tagged in sports people, that tagged in celebrities, that tagged in politicians, every single tweet that these guys did. And then you saw Gaza genocide trending by the morning, worldwide #1. We were the first people to use it. We forget these things. Now, what the reason I'm telling you this is because some of those people came at it because they were Palestinian or from the Levant. Some of those people came at it, they were atheist. Doc, as an example, and I hope he doesn't mind me using Doc as an example, atheist, agnostic, of no religion, American, but on a humanitarian ground, this was completely unacceptable to him, and the fact that his country was paying for it. Some people came at it from, look, we just don't want Israel to have that control over our country, and we don't want our tax dollars to go there. And that was their premise, that I'm America first, and I want America to be about America, and we don't want to pay for any country. Now, if they came at it from, look, I just don't want America to pay for Israel, that's why I'm supporting what you guys are doing, that was okay, because we just needed to form that coalition. And if somebody comes up and says, look, I don't really care about Palestine, I'm sorry, but we've got enough problems of our own. You know, everyone's got problems across the world. What happened with them was terrible. Terrible things happen. I don't want to wish anybody bad, but, you know, it's not for me, not my circus, not my monkey, not bothered about Israel or anything else. I just want to keep our tax dollars in America. Then that person is on the same side of us, because the biggest battle here is to break this toxic relationship between Israel and America. And if somebody wants to do that and is supporting the breaking up of this toxic relationship between Israel and America, then they're a good guy and they're on the same side as all of us here. And that's the biggest battle we've got, because that's what actually ultimately causes genocides.
And they're not.
So I just want to like back you up there, Robert, because I think when you say that, you are on the right side, and I don't want you or other listeners who are in the same position as you to feel like, oh, but maybe we need to speak up about. No, you don't. As long as you are against this toxic relationship, you're on the right side of history, Robert.
Yeah, and they're not mutually exclusive with one another. I am not some cold-hearted person. I saw the scenes coming out of Gaza, and it was and other places, right? I have no ill will against Bangladesh or Pakistan or any other country. Like, I wish everyone in humanity well. But yeah, I think it's possible to have both at the same time. I have tremendous sympathy, and my heart breaks for anyone anywhere in the world that is suffering hardship, especially when it's at the hands of a country who my tax dollars are arming to conduct that operation, that genocide, whatever you want to call it. Like, to me, the word almost doesn't matter. So many people, mainly from Israel, get all wrapped up in that word genocide, and it's like, okay, who cares? Like, look at it, right? Like, you don't have to even, like, the word you used to describe it, my opinion, it didn't change the way I felt when I saw those scenes. It didn't change. I didn't think, oh, what's the proper term to use to describe this utter disaster, this leveling and raising of this entire country. That wasn't my first thought. My first thought was looking at the humans, the blown apart children. It was like dozens a day of women and children, innocent civilians that were dying. I mean, it was just like, it was literally unbelievable. Like, the people I spoke with at the time, it's like, if the world cannot step in to prevent this, then what is the point of this UN and this global kind of thing? Like, if we can't unite to stop this, then what is the point of anything? Because I mean, it was just so incredibly over the top. And I'd been following kind of what they've been doing with Gaza for a decade and a half by that point, so I knew all the kind of the background, and I knew about the rationing of the food, and right, go down the list. But like, anyone with a heart can look at that and then go, yeah, I don't want my tax dollars supporting that. And I don't think that makes you anti-Semitic. I don't think that makes you racist or anything. I think that, having a priority, look, it may be a different conversation if America was in a strong position, right? If we had a thriving middle class, deaths of despair weren't 3 times the rate of the Great Depression, maybe then, okay, yeah, look, we are so wealthy, we're so strong. Maybe we go around the world and try to help everyone. But, our people are sick, they're impoverished, they're uneducated. I mean, like, half of these kids can't even read English, right? Like, they're not even proficient in reading and writing. I mean, we have so many problems here. And then you look at your tax dollars, and they're going to a country 4,000 miles away in bombs to drop on, and kill dozens of children and women every single day. I don't think that makes me a bad person for being opposed to that.
No, I agree. I completely agree. And do you know what the funny thing is? When you say, oh, if we could go out and help, I dread to think that every time Keir Starmer says he wants to help somebody, I dread to think the damage he's going to do on this earth and to those countries he wants to help. That he doesn't know, Britain doesn't know the meaning of helping. When it says it wants to go and help a nation, there's a vested interest there. They're either going to rob, cheat, steal, or bomb that nation. It's not going to be help. We've never helped anybody, because help is given where you give that person help without anything in return. You don't have any expectations in return. Otherwise, it's transactional. And when we, Britain and America, go to help, it's not only transactional, it literally is bordering terrorism, if not terrorism. It's framed up in democracy, but then we go and bomb and steal their oil and things like that. So I think we would do well just to fix our own countries, I would say. So, yeah, that's the thing. I agree with you, Robert. I just want to go to some news really quickly, and then we can continue the conversation. Welcome back, Simon. I thought you'd gone for your 33 hours and you'd only come back half an hour before, so I was a bit worried about where you'd gone.
Yeah, Solomon put me to work on the camera, so that like requires a bit of like downtime, a few more 33-minute breaks and stuff. You know, you do the double shift when you go on camera.
Yeah, welcome back. Guys, please do follow. So actually, all right, so let me get this right. Simon, and I haven't watched it, I caught the tail end of it, had a brilliant interview with Suleiman this morning on the oil crisis. It's real time. So it's updated information. If you want to know about the oil crisis after the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, it's in the nest. Above her, you can see Adam and Simon and myself. There are 3 or 4 tweets pinned there. The first one on the left is that YouTube video. Please go and share it. Click on it. Give it a thumbs up. Watch it. Put a comment in there. It's supposed to be fun. I've got really good feedback on it, actually, and I'm a little bit kind of like, oh, I'm going to be running the space and helping out with the space now, and I really want to go and watch it real time. But watch it, guys. And yeah, subscribe to both Simon and Suleiman's channel. Give that stream a comment and give it a like. Also, the next post is actually Suleiman's YouTube channel. We stream this space there live every day. And the reason we do it is twofold. First, because people chat about the space there. They give their comments, their opinions. So it's a very, very interactive place. But also sometimes if people glitch out here, they listen to it over there and then they can chat. And it's got a really good community. So please do give this a like. Again, click on the link. Go and give it a thumbs up and subscribe. It's free to subscribe on YouTube. You just press the bell icon near Suleiman's name and then you're subscribed. You'll get notifications when videos and interviews go out, like the one with Simon this morning. And the third one is how you can support the work. So there are other ways to support the work. Buy me a coffee. You can do super chat. You can do super chats on YouTube as well. However, if you simply like the YouTube, click the bell icon, watch that interview with Simon, put a comment there. That's a lot to support as well. So thank you, everybody. Let me just go to some quick news very quickly. I don't even know what's going on in the world anymore because I'm seeing all these statements and I'm thinking, right, okay, we were trying to keep on top of this narrative and propaganda, and now there's just so much coming at it. It's like, phew. So the White House says Trump is considering all credible options when it comes to oil prices. Okay. A senior Iranian official said to CNN, what matters to us is the end of this game. As in game, as in war. We are ready to continue the game. The game will be over when the Americans and Israelis realize that their strategy against Iran is not working. The German chancellor, I think these guys in Europe just need to stop talking. Zelensky, Starmer, Macron, Chancellor Merz, they just need to stop talking. I don't even know why they're talking, but he says Iran is the center of international terrorism, and this center must be shut down. The Americans and Israelis are doing that in their own way. Okay, boy. Next one. Trump says that it is too soon to talk about seizing Iran's oil. And this is according to NBC.
Sorry,
Trump says
Khaleesi,
it's
on that.
too...
Oh, sorry. Go on.
Yeah. No, go
On that
ahead.
previous quote, I just want you to all notice which countries give that rhetoric. So you got Germany, England, France, and then clowns like Lindsey Graham and Israel. If you look at what's common with all of them, they have major military companies that profit from everything that's happening in this war, and that's all the countries that are pushing the rhetoric of war.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. They're trying to make out like the GCC countries want this war to be all out, but actually it's the European guys, and it's not even anything to do with us. I take Robert's stance here. It's like this is nothing to do with us. America and Israel started this on Iran. Iran's fighting back. Keir Starmer's banging on that door to get involved. Oh, please, sir, let me come and help you. Same with Germany, same with France, all these people, and Zelensky. I just don't understand it. They want to drag us into it. They want to make us a target, and it is going to be what it's going to be. And I'm not saying that from a selfish perspective. I'm just saying that once we get involved, if all these European countries, I don't know it's not going to happen, but if all these European countries and NATO countries and then America and Israel get involved, then it's going to really be very, very damaging to Iran. And I don't want it to be. I want there to be peace, and I want Iran to have a little bit of justice. I want Iran to get rid of those bases, and then I want there to be regional peace. It's simple.
And you can see
Anyway,
Zelensky when he's on his way out, he's looking to do a little Tony Blair where he'll go to the Gulf countries and he'll be able to consult on all these drones and all these different war materials and how you can put them to good use.
oh please, Simon, you don't think they're going to hire him, do you?
Yeah, I mean, you get, once you've, Tony Blair delivered for the Iraqi side and Zelensky delivered on the Ukraine side, and they all become consultants afterwards because they build all these networks in these mafia weapons trafficking and rings and war profiteering rings.
Well, plus Zelensky can play the piano with his penis, entertain everybody.
But
That'd be great.
Simon, Doc, seriously, Simon, listen, like, okay, Tony Blair, I understand, and even what's his name? We used to have a leader of the Liberal Democrats, Nick Clegg. He works as like some senior advisor to Mark Zuckerberg at Facebook, right? He lives in California now, big mansion, earns millions, and some censorship and security advisor for the world or something. That's Nick Clegg or something like that. I can't remember his title. But Zelensky, like seriously, the guy is an idiot. Like who would hire him?
Yeah, well,
Oh God.
if you remember, Tony Blair's like first job was at J.P. Morgan, and people used to create those skits and like because basically he would just turn up to one meeting, and then just broker like an email between MBS and or something like that, and then suddenly there'd be a $50 billion Lockheed Martin defense contract that came from it, and then he'd just get a cut, and J.P. Morgan would finance the deal, and that's what his job was. It was to take his role. The real money in president is or prime minister and president is the deals you get to do while you're quote unquote in service, and then the contracts you get afterwards. Like look at Boris Johnson, like all these people, like it's just they're not there for the country. They're there for personal enrichment to build a network in order to facilitate these large corrupt warmongering financial trades.
Yeah,
Thank you,
Boris
Simon.
is
I'd like to
doing
go to
some
Adam
work in
soon. Oh, you
Saudi.
took some.
Sorry, Robert, jumping.
No,
I
that was
think that
me,
was
Adam.
Adam.
Yeah, it was me. I was saying we have 4 hands. I'd like to jump to one soon. But if you're
Yeah,
doing
I
news,
just want to finish the
yeah,
news. I was
yeah.
just trying to get through the news quickly, but um, Simon, what I was saying is, yeah, Boris is definitely doing some work in Saudi, and he has been for a while. And I believe Piers Morgan is also doing something across the Gulf. He's linked across the Gulf, as is Tucker Carlson. So yeah. Okay, so Oman's foreign minister Badr Abdul Saidi says both regional and US interests will truly be best served by a ceasefire, and this is Oman's foreign minister. He says by a ceasefire now and a return to diplomacy as soon as possible. The economic damage and potential for humanitarian catastrophe are unsustainable. So Oman doesn't want this to go all out. This Iran's national women's soccer team has been in the news. People were mentioning yesterday, but I hadn't actually seen much about it, but I'm seeing it now. So Trump has made a statement saying Australia is making a terrible humanitarian mistake by allowing the Iran national women's soccer team to be forced back to Iran, where they will most likely be killed. Don't do that, Mr. Prime Minister. Give asylum. The US will take them even if you won't. So they create a war and then they'll take the people into America, which is what we expect, right? Okay, let's carry on. Trump criticized Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, saying, I'm not happy with him. When asked about his plans, it's like a kid, man. When asked about his plans, Trump refused to elaborate, saying, not going to tell you. But earlier on, he'd warned that Khamenei is not going to last if he does not get approval from us. And Trump's reviewing a set of options to lower oil prices as soon as today amid their historic surge. And Reuters reported this, and they said that his options are to include restricting US exports, intervening in oil future markets, and waiving some federal taxes, Or he could also lift requirements under the Jones Act, which says domestic fuel must move only on US flagships. The White House is worried that the surge in oil prices will hurt US businesses and consumers. And Trump is reportedly considering the midterm election implications of higher oil prices. So that was that
We
news.
covered this in the interview this morning where we were going through how the futures market tamed the price of oil from going too high. So that was in the video in the interview we did with Solomon, which I think is in the top, right?
Yeah, in the nest, guys. Make sure you go up there in the nest above where you can see Simon and myself and Adam and Suleiman, and you'll see the post. Please retweet it and definitely watch it. I'm looking forward to watching it. I'm hoping it was hot off the press, as they say, so it was literally real-time news, and I'm hoping that things haven't changed too much before I get a chance to go and watch it.
Yeah, it'll be out of date by tomorrow, so you have to watch it today.
I will watch it today, Simon. Hopefully Adam will stay a while before he goes for his 33 minutes and I'll get a chance to watch it. So yeah, exactly, Adam, exactly, you know it. So this is interesting, right? This is actually I won't read this one. Let me go to the next one because I know this. Oh, you touched on the Al Julani one, basically terrorists supporting terrorism. This is Iran's foreign minister. See, I was listening to you, Adam. So you read the Al
You're
Julani
so
one,
good.
but I was listening. See, yeah, I was
Yeah.
listening. So this is Abbas Araghchi, Iran's foreign minister, says 9 days into Operation Epic Mistake. He calls it Epic Mistake. That's hilarious. I'm going to call it that. 9 days into Operation Epic Mistake. That's so funny. These guys are trolling. Oil prices have doubled while all commodities are skyrocketing. We know the US is plotting against our oil and nuclear sites in hopes of containing huge inflationary shock. Iran is fully prepared, and we too have many surprises in store. Operation Epic Mistake. I'm loving it. Do you know what? I was thinking this. I'm just going to continue reading the news, but I want to share one thought. When I was going through some of these statements, I was thinking they have watched and they have learned how to master social media PR. Because, like, when I look across that region from Iran right the way across, the messages are consistent. The words might be different, but the strategy is aligned. And then when I look at America, UK, France, they're all over the place. Like contradictions galore between these countries, not aligned. So I think it's a masterclass on how they've actually taken control of social media to actually push their narrative. So hats off to them. So Trump has said, I just spoke to Prime Minister Anthony Albanese of Australia concerning the Iranian national women's soccer team. He's on it. 5 have already been taken care of and the rest are on their way. So I'm assuming 5 are going to America and the rest of them are on their way. Some, however, feel they must go back because they're worried about the safety of their families, including threats to those family members if they don't return. In any event, the Prime Minister is doing a very good job having to deal with this rather delicate situation. He's not actually spelt it right. But anyway, God bless Australia. So I guess he's going to hold those people captive. So let's have a look at this. The women's team wanted to go back to Iran. Trump made a call to the Australian Prime Minister and said, you cannot send them there, send them to America. Now these women, nobody's actually said what their will was. They wanted to go back to Iran. We know that from Trump's statement. Now these women, against their will, are going to be sent to America whilst their families are in Iran. And they're probably going to be held hostage in America, which is just disgraceful. If they wanted to go to Iran, he should have let them go to Iran. Trump should have let them go to Iran. It's not his business to stop where women go.
And
Let's move on.
that's not a prisoner of war. That's a civilian hostage.
It is. It is. They wanted to go home, but Trump made the decision. It's not safe for them. The only reason it's not safe for them is because you're freaking bombing the country, right? Their families are there. Let them go home. But he's insisted they fly to America. That's just disgraceful. It's disgraceful. And you know how they're going to dress it up in the media? In the Western media, they're going to dress it up like he's a savior of women. Heroic. Saved women from Iran. It's disgusting.
And he didn't.
And these
And he
women
didn't
are probably
force.
sat on a flight on the way.
And he didn't force them to wear a hijab.
Yeah, we'll get that. We'll get that. They found liberation in America. But it's just terrible. They probably sat on a flight to America now thinking, how are we going to get out of this? How are we ever going to leave America and go back home and our families and our parents? And Oh God. Anyway, let's move on. I know that was something our YouTube chat was asking about a lot about the women's hockey team. So that's an update for you guys. And then the Qatari Prime Minister and Foreign Minister says we have made it clear to all parties that we will not engage in any wars against our neighbors. And that statement is bang on because it actually makes it look like they're talking about Israel and Iran when they say against our neighbors, but actually they're just talking about Iran because Israel wants them to engage in the war. So there's a message to Israel and America. We will not engage in any war against our neighbors. Very neutral kind of message, but if you know that they're telling America and Israel, get lost, we're not getting involved. Sisi, Egypt Sisi, he finally found his little spine, which got lost over the last 4 years. He says, no peace without justice, no stability without an independent Palestinian state with Jerusalem as its capital. We totally reject the displacement of the Palestinian people. This is a red line, and we reject the futile attempts that tried to circumvent the ceasefire in Gaza. Okay, great. Senator Graham, why should America do a defense agreement with a country like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that is unwilling to join a fight of mutual interest? Okay, guys, we told you day one, Saturday morning, that America wants Saudi in this fight. Lindsey Graham's really good because he can't keep anything to himself long enough. He's really indiscreet. Like after 24 hours, he feels like nauseous if he doesn't let it out. So there you go. You've got it from him. Hopefully, Gulf Cooperation Council, the GCC countries, will get more involved as this fight is in their backyard. If you're not willing to use your military now, when are you willing to use it? Hopefully, this changes soon. If not, consequences will follow. So he's saying GCC better get involved, Saudi better get involved and start fighting with us. And if not, then he's threatening them. Literally, we've been saying this all through the week. Don't believe the propaganda. These countries do not want to get involved, and America wants them to get involved. Also,
You
Raj,
know,
she
you know
said,
what's interesting there, because Lindsey Graham is essentially an agent for military contractors in the US. And so if he's pushing out that rhetoric, that means that they're symbolically trying to push out some rhetoric of a divorce between the GCC and the American defense contracts. Nothing. These people don't. They when they push these things out, they are just delivering message for their lobby sponsors.
so what you think it's a divorce between what's the message? What do you think he's trying to say? Sorry, Simon, I missed that
Well,
bit. A
it's
divorce between the
either just a threat saying take our contracts, and if you're not, you've got to be involved, and we want you to replenish some more supplies, blow up some more bombs, and then buy some more bombs. That's essentially what Lindsey Graham is. He's there to turn over as many munitions as possible. But the other way to interpret that is eventually this could be an operation in order to push the GCC into BRICS. And the military contractors are going to be moving to genuine defense rather than attack budgets. And that's as a result of the finance houses that are going to be investing in the region, exerting some of their pressure over military. So there's multi layers between these things. All I'm trying to say is that what the politicians say is just a subject to a greater power structure that sits above it.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. If you're not going to use your weapons, it says now, when are you going to use them? So basically, you can buy some more if you haven't got any, but start using them against these people. We just got a super chat from Coops4476 for £19.99, and that's great British pounds. Thank you so much, Coops4476. And he says, or she says, thank you to co-hosts Beatrix, Adam, and Simon. Starmer has dragged us into another illegal war, just like Blair. Day 10 of this live stream. Let's have more super chats for Sully. Thank you very much, Coops. Thank you to everybody who goes to the YouTube, who likes the streams, who watches the streams, who comments on the streams. Suleiman's stream with Simon, once again, is up in the nest, which is above where you can see Suleiman, Adam, Simon, and myself on the X page here on Twitter on this space. If you just go above that, you'll see their interview from this morning on the oil crisis. Please go there, like it, give it a thumbs up, put a comment in it, but definitely watch it. So, yeah. Simon. I mean, it's all coming apart now. And I was just when Adam was giving his headlines earlier, I was multitasking because I was listening to Adam, but also I was looking at these statements coming out, and they're coming out like fast and thick, and
Yeah, you're
you
good at
can really see.
multitasking. You're biologically advantaged.
Why you just gender apartheid on this space? I say that, but then I've just tried to draw the curtains and nearly fell on my face because I'm running the space at the same time. You can hear me in the background, just nearly crashed. So yeah, it's getting dark, isn't it? I want to get this news wrapped up so we can go to the hands because it's going to be start time soon as well. But just really quickly, Foreign Minister Arakchi says Iran does not want to harm ordinary Americans who overwhelmingly voted to end involvement in costly foreign wars. See, these guys, right? These guys have got their finger on the pulse. So Trump and Netanyahu want you to believe that Iranians want freedom from the country. They hate their leadership. They want a revolution. They don't. But then Arakshi, the Iranian foreign minister, he's got his finger on the pulse because he says, look, Americans voted to end involvement in costly foreign wars. So he knows what Americans want, right? And he says, and we don't want to harm them. He said, blame for surging gas prices, costlier mortgages, and pummeled 401ks lies squarely with Israel and its dupes in Washington. So he's calling out the likes of Lindsey Graham as well. It lies with Israel and those who act for Israel in Washington. That's a really important tweet. And I say he's actually speaking to the American people. Lindsey Graham, he's so funny. He just doesn't stop frigging posting. He says the American embassy is being evacuated in Riyadh because of sustained attacks by Iran against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It is my understanding the kingdom refuses to use their capable military as a part of an effort to end the barbaric and terrorist Iranian regime who has terrorized the region and killed 7 Americans. He obviously wasn't been updated because sadly it was 8. He says, question, why should America do a defense agreement with a country like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that is unwilling to join a fight of mutual interests? Americans are dying and the US is spending billions to dislodge the terrorist Iranian regime. So, okay, we have an admission from Lindsey Graham that they have spent billions in the last week to dislodge the terrorist Iranian regime that threatens the region. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia seems to be issuing statements. It's so true. I said that yesterday, that they're just kicking back, like they're just saying words to placate everybody, but they don't really mean anything. Saudi and the GCC countries are just issuing statements, but they're not taking any action. And he's saying the same. He's like, meanwhile, Saudi Arabia seems to be just issuing statements and doing nothing in the background that's marginally helpful, but unwilling to participate in military operations to end the reign of terror coming out of Iran. Hopefully GCC countries will get more involved as this fight is in their backyard. Are you just ranting tweet after tweet? If you're not willing to use your military now, when are you willing to use it? Hopefully this changes soon. If not, consequences follow. So he keeps threatening them every time he does a tweet.
That
So the
rhetoric
GCC,
between GCC and US is so theatrical. Like it's so just read between the lines there.
yeah, but you say the rhetoric between the GCC and the US. I wouldn't even class Lindsey Graham as part of the US. Graham's actually telling us like what it is that Israel wants and America actually want, which is to draw the GCC countries into this, and what their frustration is with the GCC countries. You know, he's telling us the truth there, right?
Yeah,
Ironically.
once you understand how to interpret these statements, you just it's just you can't unsee it once you see it.
It's hilarious. It's comedy. Okay, so the G7 countries are considering a joint release of oil from reserves, potentially as much as 400 million barrels. And there's a bit of information there on that, but I won't go into it now. I think that's it, you know. That's it for the news round from me. Okay, Doc. I know you did, Doc. So now Doc, right, is sending me YouTube links of Zelensky playing the piano with you know what, saying I was only speaking the truth. I know you were, Doc. I just didn't want to open that into a conversation. And the YouTube chat loved you when you said that, Doc, by the way. So appreciate you, Doc. Guys, Adam, Simon, back to you. That's my news round done.
I think Simon, we go with Simon and then to Hans.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so on the G7 side, we covered this morning on the video, but they're looking, well, the allegation that the FT said is that they're going to be releasing 400 million barrels, which is what corrected the price just upon the rumor of going to do it. But relative to daily global oil supply, that is 3.7 days worth of global oil supply, just to put it in context. So it's not really, I mean, it's symbolic, and that's what pushed the price down. And now that bought time for Trump to make his statement, which is, Scott Bessent and the others will be looking at how they can use futures market and come up with a strategy to keep that price down. That's why I don't think it's going to be going above that 150. I think I was talking this morning that I think they're going to try and keep it within this range of 95 to 110 until there is a change in strategy, which is either a negotiated, off ramps or an escalation cycle. And I think they're keeping this oil within these ranges until they want to ramp the escalation cycles.
I've just got some breaking news. Israeli media outlets are showing Hezbollah targeted a second military base belonging to the Israeli army in Ramla. It is on fire. It's an Israeli army base, but this is the thing. Trump's going to have a press conference. He's going to have a live press conference at 9:30 GMT as oil prices spike. So there will be a press conference. I hope it's not like his bloody State of Union address where we sit there and he talks rubbish for 2 hours. But I think it's to do with the oil crisis, and it's 9:30, so in about 3.5 hours' time. So we'll stream that live. Yeah, we will, right, Simon, on here.
Yeah, if he's talking about oil prices, that should be more interesting than his usual ones.
Yeah, it is about oil, they say. We'll tune in. If he rambles on rubbish for 10 minutes about how brilliant he is and how great the world is, we'll just tune off it.
Yeah, he'll go off
And
topic. Quick, he'll go off topic.
yeah. So yeah, back to you, Adam. Thanks.
Thank you, Beatrix. Yeah, we do enjoy your updates. We
Adam,
pay
I
attention
see
and you
they're trying
manage
to
to.
ban you.
What's that, Mr. Abundance?
I see they're trying to hunt you down. They're trying to ban you.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah,
The
those fuckers,
the
like,
malformed, disgusting
yeah,
man,
yeah,
Ian Chong.
yeah, he's a chungus. Ian Miles Chungus, yeah. He's number
Adam
13.
next.
Yeah, Adam next. Like, what? Like, Christian Zionist was saying that. It's funny because he's number 13 on the leaderboard for community notes. I don't even qualify. Like, I don't even qualify. I'm not even in the top 200, and I've been posting for years. I'm posting like full time, like all day, like so many posts, and I'm not even on the leaderboard. And this guy wants to get rid of me. Like, he's the misinformation guy. They just don't like my politics. They just don't like what I say. So he's not a free speech warrior. He's a pro censorship fraud and a scammer because his past is full of scamming, right? It's full of scamming.
So is his future.
Yeah, so is his future. Yeah, exactly. So I'm not taking it too serious. Like, they can't come, like, they can't really cite anything for me, I don't think. So I think I'll be okay.
They got Junior, but
Junior was
there was
actually
a
posting a ton of like fake
no.
stuff
But
though.
I'm gonna say this. I'll just
Like,
say
he was
this.
number 100 and he's only started a few months ago. But anyways, onto the hands. Oh, is everyone getting kicked? Okay. War Vector, how you doing?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. So I would like to thank Suleiman first that he is there on X all the time, giving the news and breaking news. So for now, I have a news that I see that Saudi Arabia, they claim that their land or airspace is not being used in the war or in the attacks on Iran. But a brother of mine, he lives in Khobar near Dammam. He sent me a video yesterday that a F-16 firing a cruise missile, probably Tomahawk. They were firing it on Iran, towards Iran. The video I have sent it to Suleiman, Adam, And if anyone wants that video, I can send it to them. So yes, that's all I have right now. This is what I want to share with you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, we can't. We thanks for that, War Vector, but we can't vouch for any of these videos. They could be AI, they could be real, they could be whatever. Everyone's brother sending some videos. I got stung yesterday. I got a video sent, and it was so good. Of this, do you remember, Adam? I sent it to you, and then I messaged you afterwards and said it's AI, and you were like, "Oh my god, that is good."
Yeah, that
That
one really
that
got
guy.
people. Yeah, that was it. That was like an international incident, Beatrix, actually.
Yes,
Yeah.
but it was my brother who sent it to me. He lives in Kuber.
Yeah,
He
but we don't
works
know
for.
you. We don't know you, Vorvector. We don't know you. We don't know your brother. And I don't mean this as any offense to you, but anyone's going to come up and say, "Oh, do you know what? My country has got involved in their line because my brother sent me this, and therefore watch it." So we can't. We have to disavow. You shared it. Welcome to share it on your wall. You sent it to Adam. You sent it to Suleiman. That's brilliant. We just have to say that, regardless. I'm not. This is not against you in any way, shape, or form, but we can't buy into any narratives at the moment apart from what we're reading and what we're breaking down, and what we're interpreting. And as I said yesterday, I got stung, and then I had to go around and I sent that out. I was so happy. I was like, oh, look at them, bloody Indians, they're freaking doing terrorism again. And then I had to go around and say, actually, no, I've just found out it was AI, but it was so good that you could not tell. So yeah, we have to be careful. But thank you for that, War
Okay.
Vector.
Okay.
Thank you. I
Welcome.
appreciate
Welcome.
it.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank
Thank
you.
you. You're welcome, War Vector. And I pray that if your brother's in Saudi and you've got family in the region, that they're all safe and well. We want there to be peace in the region. So we're with you on the journey. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the next hand up I can see is Sangar.
Hey guys, so I just wanted to talk about the topic that you guys were discussing earlier about Christians being oppressed over in Israel. I come from a relatively small town in Iran, and relative to Tehran, if you know the size of Tehran. So we have maybe a total population of about like maybe less than 1,000 Christians, and we have about like I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 churches. Um, they attend the services, Sunday services, and they're completely fine. We didn't even know like where they are or like what do they do or like we had no idea. We didn't know and we didn't care. So and these Epstein class regime leaders have the audacity to call us, how we treat our women or like cutting babies' heads off. It is absolutely baloney. So hoping to debunk this kind of propaganda for some of your listeners. And also like Trump said that they chop women in half. It's ridiculous. It has no base in true or in truth or like any kind of in any kind of like fact. It's not a factual statement. It is absolutely garbage that he's spewing every day, each and every day. So, and one other thing that I wanted to put to you is that, do you know which country oppresses women each and every day? It is here. It is America. Women dress like shameless prostitutes in streets. They don't want to like dedicate themselves to families and having kids. Divorce rates are through the roof, and degeneracy rules the culture. That is the real oppression. That is the real form of oppression. I mean, you wake up in this culture and this is all you know. So how can you argue that this is not a form of oppression that is just being fed to you, and you just don't know any better, and you just follow it and you fall into the trap of like degeneracy. Um so yeah, just wanted to get y'all's thoughts on this. And I do have a question, so I just want to get your thoughts first.
I'll add one comment as well, just for the listeners that may be new to Iran. Iran's actually got the second largest population of Jews in the Middle East. And there would be a lot more, but throughout the creation of Israel, they wanted to grow the population because when you go to Israel, you have to join the IDF for 3 years. And obviously, they wanted to expand the territory. So they need to grow the population, radicalize Jews all around the world to want to go and serve in the IDF, which then makes you engage in the ethnic cleansing and genocide of Palestinians over time and mowing the lawn and all sorts of things. So, in the growth of Israel, they used to do false flag attacks all across the Middle East to because there were many Jews that didn't want to actually move to Israel. Like a bunch of them were in Iran, they were all around the Middle East. And they used to do these deliberate attacks to create anti Semitism and terrorism, which were done from in house, and force all these Jews to move to Israel so that they could grow their population and recruit an army. So, this whole concept of Muslims wanting to kill Jews in Iran is completely fabricated. It's a tool of war. And Iran has the second largest population of Jews, and they have synagogues. And under Islamic law, you have to have religious tolerance. It's actually, and any type of religious buildings are protected as mandated by the faith. So just wanted to put that out there. Just when you go and visit these Middle Eastern countries, I was recently in Jordan, and you've got the location where they baptized Jesus Christ and John the Baptist, and it's a real sense of pride that these Muslim countries protect these Christian monuments and various other things. So anyone that goes to the Middle East knows this. Now, on the other hand, watch a Tucker Carlson interview recently to see how Christians are treated in Israel. He recently did an interview with a couple of leaders in the Christian community within Israel, and talking about how it's part of the culture in Israel to spit on Christians, and how they are treated as a persecuted class. So just wanted to put that out there. Often we have this phrase, every accusation is a confession. And we've seen that to be true continually.
Yeah, and I think the Jewish community, Simon, in Iran condemned the bombing, not just now. They condemned the 12-day war. The Jewish community did. They said they were standing by the Iranian leadership. They've also condemned this war. They stand in solidarity. They also issued a statement of condolences on the assassination of the Supreme Leader Khamenei. And they stood in solidarity and issued their condolences. So they live in harmony like they did in Gaza. So important. Thanks for that. And so, Sangar, what I would say is that I think people are seeing through this propaganda now of, look, when you go and bomb a school of children, girls, little girls, and you kill 170 of them, you lose the morality to ever preach to anybody about women's rights. That's what I will say. And I think the world is beginning to see that. The world is seeing that. So, yeah.
Yeah, very true. I do have a question before I drop. Maybe to Simon, because he covered that, or maybe a part of it in the interview. So now that the price of oil has skyrocketed and it's almost doubled, and we know that the Chinese tankers are getting through the Strait of Hormuz, does that mean that Iran is making twice the money that it was making before? Because the Gulf countries are not the only countries exporting oil from the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is as well, doing that too. So does that mean that Iran is making twice the money than before?
Yeah, well, the market between Iran and China is a black market because Iran is sanctioned. So, because they have limited, so there's an agreement between Iran and China, where Iran allows Chinese shipments to get through, and
Mhm.
Iran and China has an agreement to purchase oil from Iran. So the market price of oil, I would imagine, is irrelevant in that relationship.
Mhm.
They'll have a black market trade that they're doing, and obviously China has a lot of leverage in that, and then Iran has leverage. So I don't think they're impacted by oil price. I can't imagine that they would negotiate a deal that says it could be tied to price, but more likely they're just saying regardless of what the market does, you get the oil at this price and you get your shipments and we deliver through. It's a very strategic. I think on the side, China and Iran are in. You know, they're part of. And also remember, China will have their relationships with the US and also all these other different countries as well. So it's not as cartoonish as, you know, we're all enemies. It's in geopolitics, you can simultaneously be at war with a country, trade with a country, be at enemies with a country in one commodity, and be friends with a country in another commodity. The emotions that we use as humans don't tend to apply to geopolitics. It's just the reality of it.
Makes sense. So regardless of what the market does, Iran and China's relationship's gonna remain the same, and they're gonna like pay him whatever amount they agreed upon.
Yeah, that's my speculation. I don't know what the contract or agreements is between them, but that's just my guess.
Could
Okay.
I add to that too a little bit?
Yeah, jump in.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, like in 2021, there was a 25-year long deal that was established between China and Iran for exactly that. Just to touch on that point, there was an agreement. I believe the minimum was 400 billion that was going to go from China directly into Iran's infrastructure, and Iran's a pretty critical choke point in the Middle East.
You feel me? You feel me? Hold on, bro. We're about to lock in, guys.
Sides.
And it's not left versus right. It's always been us against the system. And then I revisited some points as far as the BlackRock liquidity crisis. The fact that I did both of those in a row and they both did very well. Basically, it got out there. It just wouldn't let me put any posts out there. And I suddenly start to feel this noose tighten around my neck, just with the ability to share ideas and thoughts. And it brought me back.
Have geopolitical tensions hitting.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be a very well informed live stream. You're gonna be hearing a lot from Verson and Ito, and I trust these guys with everything. So we're gonna go ahead and listen to this. I'll chime in when I feel the need to, but I am back. You feel me?
New all-time highs. Price of oils is still near $100, so there has been a lot happening since last episodes. How are you doing today, Versan?
Overall, I'm doing well. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, wherever you are. As you know, I did run into some technical difficulties yesterday on X. They stopped me from posting. So this is the first time it's ever happened to me. But one of my tweets that I put out, I think it went viral. It got like 1.5 thousand retweets. And I was explaining in there that the greatest illusion in American politics is breaking. And it's not left versus right. It's always been us against the system. And then I revisited some points as far as the BlackRock liquidity crisis. The fact that I did both of those in a row and they both did very well. Basically, it got out there. It just wouldn't let me put any posts out there. And I suddenly start to feel this noose tighten around my neck.
Ladies and gentlemen,
just with the ability.
In the event that this happens a lot, and whenever it happens, they are trying to control the narrative. These people they have been shut down multiple times for talking about the truth and trying to bring in the truth of the system, talk about XRP, etc. Pay attention to what these people are saying. I mean, literally, as of yesterday, this guy got silenced. So absolutely ridiculous. we're going to give them a voice on this platform, even if it's for 2 people. So,
to share ideas and thoughts. And it brought me back to what happened to me in 2021. And it made me nervous because I got my YouTube shut down in 2021 because I was warning people about the vaccines. And now they're all facts. It was proven, harmful. So censorship, I don't think it disappeared, even though Elon Musk bought X. I think it really just migrated onto platforms like X, including the mainstream news. And it's pretty damn clear that the control runs very deep on X. And that's why you have, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk. In fact, many people don't know this, but when X was purchased, Elon Musk was the face of the purchase, but Ari Ellison, who built Oracle from the CIA, he was also one of the major investors who helped buy X. And then if you guys remember, the X chair, one of the head board of directors, worked at the World Economic Forum. I don't know if you remember that. So today I'm allowed to post, which is nice, but I have to be very careful. And finally, I'll say, I went to have lunch with a good friend of mine, and I grabbed his phone to see what my X account actually looks like from his end. And all my articles are not being displayed. So I can see them on my phone, but I can't see them through his phone. And then when I sent him the link to the article, he clicked it and it said URL is not recognized. However, on my phone, I can actually read it thoroughly. So it really, it's suppressing my work. This confirms it on another level. Now, I always knew I've been shadow banned, whether it be YouTube or X, but this takes it to a whole nother level. And, the ideas that I'm trying to share with people, they're very powerful, I think. But I've seen some really interesting content out there that's far worse than what I'm talking about, yet it's allowed to flourish. So where I'm going with this is I had a great weekend and a great week paying attention to everything, but it really scared me because I use this to communicate with a lot of my audience. And I understand what you've been through. Like, I really get it.
Yeah, that's
It's just a reminder that our thoughts can be weaponized against us. And without going even too deep, I think that X has sold our data to the Israel lobby. I really believe that.
You are correct. I am the living proof that there is no freedom of speech on X. I am still suspended. They never gave me a valid reason for why my account is not allowed. Back on the time, I was trying to warn everyone about the dormant BTC wallets, precisely when BTC was near the all-time high. And I was actually being very conservative and telling everyone that they were actually sending massive amounts of BTC for on centralized exchanges, dormant BTC, that were mined for free, basically back in 2013. But the whole point here is that now they are adding a new feature to X, which somehow is they are making X some sort of a bank. I'm not sure if you realize that, but I think that's very dangerous, because if you have a parallel financial system that's running on X, but they can just shut down your accounts, what happens if you have assets on that account? So they can now shut down accounts based on your political beliefs, for instance. And I see that censorship is happening in real time. I know that back when I was banned, it was not that common for someone to lose their accounts. But again, the word goes around. So if you go back on the pandemic, it was very easy to censor anyone on the internet. I lost my Facebook account, which I never recovered, by the way. I lost everything on that account. And right now we have a new geopolitical crisis, and they are once again heavily censoring information. And you can see that X has double standards, because you have a lot of fake news, a lot of AI generated content, a lot of people are using it for malicious purpose, but they are selecting which accounts they want to ban. So basically you can go there and share as much as you want in terms of misinformation. But if you are getting too close to inconvenient truth, then they just shut down your account. And that's exactly what's happened in my case, and now it's happening to your account, Versan, and it's happening for more people now that are reporting on the war, and I have been following this closely. So it's quite concerning that we have this degree of censorship. And you can see that both sides. I think it's time, and I shared this. You made a very nice post on YouTube, Versan, where you share some facts, and I even shared that on my Instagram, which is the fact that people have to wake up that both left and rights, they are colluded. And you see the script is playing out by the mainstream media. So right now you have CNN and Fox News all playing on the same side, if you will. There is not a lot of difference between the two parties, in my opinion, in the United States. So I think they have been playing this game of dividing the population, and this plays out to a global level. And this is honestly the opinion of someone that's I travel a lot. I have friends from multiple nationalities, and it's what I see playing out is divide and conquer. They want Christians to believe that the enemies are Muslims, and they want Muslims to believe that the enemies are Christians. And this is not a reality. I think it's more of us against them. I mean, us, the people, doesn't matter your ethnicity, but we have to understand that the enemy is common. I mean, just look at the censorship. It's against the Epstein class. That's what I believe.
Yeah, it's a web of lies, and they allow which stories to thrive and which ones to suppress. And we talked about this last week. If people are given different versions of the same story, like the consensus can never be reached, but the division remains permanent. And that's what we see. So with all this technology that we have and the centralized systems that sit above it, you can certainly create an environment where you have this permanent division. But more importantly, we're fighting amongst each other. We're being divided while the rich continue to steal all our wealth, tighten the control grid, build out the digital system. And I mean, the very same people that are really pulling the strings, nobody touches them. They remain unharmed. And that's why I'm a political atheist. I don't believe in Democrat or Republican. I don't believe in any of the values anymore. And I don't want to be political, but money and politics go hand in hand. But the truth is they're the same side. I mean, two different sides of the same coin. And that's why every 4 years you see the same BS that's being fed to us with a slightly different version of the same story. And the power keeps getting centralized. That's the reality. Now, that was my tweet. It was more that people are beginning to figure this out. And when I say people, I'm talking about the masses, like the general public. Like many of us, I think, in this community, to give some credit, have figured this out a long time ago. But it's becoming more clear. So it just really sucked that I couldn't tweet for that whole day. And it's funny, the thing I was going to tweet was something about the IRS. Might as well share it here. I was going to say, like, if the IRS gets to print, I mean, why is the IRS squeezing us harder and harder every year when the money is printed out of thin air? And where's that money going? Which is a valid question right now. We're all going to be paying our taxes. And we just started another war. And if you saw Scott Bessent's statement the other day, he's saying we might need to borrow 1.4 trillion. So where does this go? Basically, we're paying to finance our own destruction. I mean, there's got to be a renaissance at some point, but that's a whole different subject. Maybe we can talk about that another time. But the more important issue at hand is that all our assets are truly at the whims of these central bankers and the monetary policies that we're going to talk about here. It's just your assets are truly not safe. And what we saw with BlackRock the other day is a perfect example. Whether it's a few dollars, whether it's 100, I don't care what the math is, but it's all the same, the facts. If they can halt your withdrawals, whether it be millions, billions, it doesn't matter. You think it's liquid and secure, and then suddenly it becomes inaccessible but conditional. So for those clients, who trusted their money was safe, this is the harsh reality of what we're going to talk about today. If you don't own it, if you don't hold it, you don't own it. Now, make no mistake, this is not a single anomaly. What happened with BlackRock is just the tip of the surface. In my opinion, more than just a headline. It's a signal that the entire financial system is truly fragile, that dollar liquidity is going to continue to plunge. You see leverage at extreme levels, centralization that's creating more of the systemic risk that we're talking about here, which will ripple eventually across institutions, banks, and global settlement frameworks. So today it might be BlackRock. Tomorrow it could be any bank. It could be any custodian or any platform that you thought you could trust. And that's why it's a stark reminder that ownership is true control. And hence the thumbnail, ownership is safety, is survival.
I 100% agree, Versan. We're going to see a stress test on the system. And something that puzzles me is that the imminent threat of cyber attacks, and that's something that has been heavily discussed by Davos 2026, the World Economic Forum. And what is interesting is that right now, well, there are two scenarios, okay? So the first one that's, I even made a video about it yesterday, is that at some point we can have a cyber attack on the financial system, whether if that's going to be orchestrated by Iran or if that's going to be a false flag. They can also use Mossad, and they can just pull out a false flag and they can blame everything on Iran, for example. That's a possibility. So I think it's extremely important right now, especially in these moments of global tensions. They can use that as a perfect excuse to just wipe out crypto exchanges. So there is a real possibility of cyber attacks, and there is something interesting. They can even target the preeminent messaging system of the financial system, which is SWIFT, and this opens the possibility for banks and financial institutions at that moments of stress to find an alternative messaging system, a messaging system that is not affected by the internet going down, for example, or an asset that can't be instrumentalized by any sovereign nation. The answer for that is blockchain technology. Most precisely, XRP fits perfectly this role as an asset that is a neutral bridge asset. So by the time, if we have a cyber attack on the financial system, precisely against SWIFT, which is a real possibility. By the way, Iran is not part of SWIFT anymore, and so it's not part of Russia. So we can have this playbook once again, problem, reaction, solution. It doesn't really matter who is behind the cyber attack. As I said, it might be Iran itself. It might be a false flag, and we know that they have been carrying out a lot of false flags. They did that in Saudi Arabia. If you guys are updated about the tensions in war, the war tensions, I think it was Tucker Carlson that even said openly that Israel was carrying out false flag operations in Saudi Arabia. So that's on their playbook. So the real question is which assets actually can solve this problem? And the answer is it's quite easy. It's XRP. They can't solve that by using BTC. Only assets that have low transaction fees and can process thousands of transactions per second could solve this issue. How do you see that, Versan?
Yeah, I agree with you entirely. There's just so much information that goes into this. One thing I do want to remind people, we talked about this last year. Last year, we actually told people there would be a false flag event and it would start the war. But we did cover the fact that there were documents, there were public memos, there were real strategy discussions sitting on Dick Cheney's desk in 2001. Maybe you guys remember this, but on those documents, it did say and have the groundwork already laid out to everything that you see happening today. So I think when we start putting a lot of these videos out there, in fact, I want to share a video with everyone from Jim Rickards. They're foreshadowing what's going to happen. So when people say like, oh, that's old, well, it's more relevant today than it was back then, right? Now, Dick Cheney in 2001, he had this groundwork for the invasion of Iraq. We already know that. False flag, by the way. That goes back to 9/11, which is a whole different discussion. We went to war. They had the groundwork laid out for Afghanistan. That didn't even occur until 2008, if I'm not mistaken, when the financial crisis happened. So you see this pattern happening, okay? So like I said, everything you see happening right now, the rising geopolitical tensions, the currency weaponization, the trade fragmentation, These are the same forces that we saw also that drove the Bretton Woods Agreement in 1944. The same thing is playing out again. History is repeating, rhyming differently, but they are going to use or stage some false flag event to justify the invasion of Iran. Okay. And this is already happening, the groundwork. Final thing I'll say as far as war cycles, it took 8 years of conflict before World War II began. And that was also financed by the Rothschilds on both sides and some of the other banking dynasties. So we're seeing the same forces that are going to drive all this change. And what's really going to drive the change into alternative currencies is going to be the fragmentation of trade, the geopolitical conflict we just covered, the loss of trust and confidence in the Bretton Woods system, in the highly leveraged dollar-denominated assets, and how tightly it is interconnected into all our lives. So I don't think the timing is coincidental. I think the sovereign debt market is going to really trigger this. You see an implosion already beginning to crack. So defaulting is not on our domestic obligations is not going to happen. They're going to justify more QE spending, stealth QE. But this is going to continuously create more and more pressure that's going to ultimately drive people into alternative settlement systems. And that's why I've always said when it's XRP, I look at it as settlement infrastructure. I don't treat it like a cryptocurrency. The system is eventually going to demand a neutral agnostic bridge asset that's going to be trusted by all sides independently. And that's when you start talking about gold playing its role. And we can talk about that later. But at the end of the day, you're going to have this rush into new settlement infrastructure because people just don't trust the system anymore. And the system is what's driving all the corruption that you see in the world, the war, the conflict. It's the dollar. I'm sorry. The dollar, like I've said before, it's a weapon. It's not even a currency anymore. And I can prove this on so many different levels. But right now, we're in a situation where the dollar is devaluing faster than we can earn the money. You're already in a recession. It's just what's going to trigger that next catastrophic event that's going to drive capital rotation into tangible assets. And we already see this. So settlement currencies are going to play a very big role in this. And that's XRP, in my opinion. Of course, it has complementary niche technologies like XLM and HBAR, which are also quantum proof. We talked about that as well. So it's going to be very interesting. I'm optimistic, but the changes are happening faster than most people can get a grip on it and adopt to it. So we are blessed. We are fortunate that we got ahead of this, in my opinion.
I agree with you, Versan, and I can see all the roads leading towards blockchain adoption. Although that makes me sad for humanity, because what we are seeing right now, so many war crimes, it's even difficult to put everything that I feel in words. But I want to expand in one of my conclusions, and that is ultimately the end of the US dollar as a global reserve currency. I think that's ultimately the final outcome of this conflict. Now, my question is the United States doing that intentionally, or that's ultimately going to be an accident? So let me expand. What's happening right now, the Strait of Hormuz is virtually closed. So we have almost no ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. And a lot of people, I think everyone at this point knows that we have an oil crisis and the price of oil continues to rise. As we speak, it's still above $100. So the real problem is that the Strait of Hormuz is not only about oil. As we know, the domino theory, which we already discussed here with Jay Claver once in our podcast, is that Japan gets 80% of its oil directly from Iran. But it doesn't end there. So through the Strait of Hormuz, it also comes essential goods for the Middle East. As a reminder, most countries there, they don't produce water, for example. They don't have enough food. So they rely on the Strait of Hormuz for a lot of things. But besides the essential goods, they also use the Strait of Hormuz for selling their oil. So what happens is that right now they are unable to sell oil.
Just want to welcome everyone on this special day.
those dollars back into the US financial market. So what's going to happen is that there will be no choice. If they don't open the Strait of Hormuz, I give it a couple of weeks until they are forced to withdraw those dollars from the US financial markets. That's going to trigger a massive liquidity crisis. So you can combine the fact that the Middle East countries, and you have Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates, you have Bahrain. If all of them simultaneously withdraw their petrodollars from the US financial markets, the bubble simply bursts. This is number one. Then we have all the situation in Japan, and that ultimately is going to crash the US dollar. And I think at some point we're going to have a new world currency, and that's going to be blockchain based. Now, my question is the United States doing that intentionally, or that's going to happen by coincidence? Because I can't believe they are committing so many mistakes when it comes down to the war in Iran, because honestly, Iran is not Venezuela, and this war is not something that's going to resolve in a couple of weeks. We are talking about blood. We are talking about months of confrontations. They just elected a new supreme leader. This decision was announced, I think it was announced yesterday. So the situation is only deteriorating quickly. It's getting worse by the day. And I think right now people don't even comprehend how that's going to affect the S&P 500, because S&P 500 is still near all-time highs, but so it is gold. So the last time this happened was back in 2008. So you have a correlation. So it's a very likely scenario that we're going to have a hard crash on the S&P 500s. And honestly, the US financial markets at that point are going to get obliterated.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. As far as Japan, listen, you have mounting pressure all over the world. Japan is just the best example. And if you have this embargo continue as far as oil getting to Japan, that's when basically the credit markets are going to start to strain. When you have that, leverage becomes exposed. And then the margin calls start hitting. When you have those margin calls, listen, it is a little bit complex and interconnected on a different level. I don't even understand it yet to that extent, like maybe Jay Claver does, but it's been very clear that like Japan has been preparing for this for a very long time, and it's going to create a liquidity crisis, because if money starts flowing back to Japan and the credit markets become under pressure, that's when you have the need for this neutral instant settlement system that's outside of the dollar or outside of the yen. And that becomes unavoidable. And that's exactly where XRP becomes a liquidity tool to move value instantly. As far as fiat currency, I mean, the end game of fiat currency is already in motion. That much is clear. Like I said a few minutes ago, the dollar and fiat currencies around the world are debasing faster than we can earn the money. And that becomes a problem, because if you can't earn the money fast enough that it's being printed, and, it's cyclical with every oil spike we've seen. If you do a little bit of historical research, you start to see that whenever oil does spike like this, it's never isolated. It's tied to some other bigger things in the economy that could potentially break. And that's when you start to see the QE program take place. And I think we talked about that a few weeks ago. So when you start bridging all these things together, you start to realize that they're going to have to print so much money to justify everything we're talking about here. And that's simply going to debase the currency faster. It's going to allow the rich to buy up more of the assets that we can't afford to hold on to. And that's going to distort the wealth gap even more. And that's why I still buy gold and silver. I don't care how high the price is. And just to clarify, the precious metals markets are still being manipulated and kept artificially at these prices so they can buy more. There's a time and place for all of this to reveal itself, but it has nowhere else to go besides up. And any volatility you see, just remember that's opportunity to buy, because it's artificially being suppressed. But eventually, I think this is all going to crack, and you're going to have liquidity move into other assets.
Versan, there is something I forgot to mention. I didn't. Yeah, someone just put in the comments. That's exactly what I want to touch, which is about in the Strait of Hormuz. It also passes sulfur, which is used to actually manufacture sulfuric acids, which is utilized to extract minerals, particularly copper. So if you don't have enough sulfuric acid, you can have a copper shortage, which is quite interesting. Apparently, 40% of the world's sulfur comes straight from the Strait of Hormuz. So it's also another interesting point. I know you have been talking a lot about copper.
I've been buying a lot of copper too.
Likewise.
Yeah, I mean,
thanks to you.
when I make investments nowadays, I really think about the inflationary effect. I want to get more for my dollars before they become worthless. So the real opportunity is copper for me. Anyone else that doesn't have monetary metals like gold and silver, I would recommend still accumulating silver. You really think silver is cheap or expensive at these prices? It's not. Silver really is being manipulated to such a degree, like I don't think most people can fathom. And the fact that the demand keeps expanding while the supply keeps draining and the price keeps being stagnant, it becomes pretty clear of what's going on there. Heavy manipulation. And silver should certainly be trading over $300-400. I know that sounds crazy to some, but in this environment, give me a break. For how much circulating dollars are out there, give me a break, right? I think in a currency reset, you basically have assets being repriced outside of dollars, and that's what a currency reset is essentially. I'm not saying the dollar is going to go away. I'm not saying it's imminent that it's going to collapse. But if you look at the trend and the trajectory of how things are playing out, the debasement trade in itself is going to eventually push people outside of the dollar. And that's why they have stable coins now. Whole different discussion. But when you hold a stable coin, I should just note this, that you're holding somebody else's liability. And it's mostly the federal government. When you buy gold and silver, it's basically you giving the middle finger to the government and opting out. I think the same goes for certain technologies like XRP. But this is a very dangerous time. The window of opportunity is closing, and it's getting harder and harder to invest and to live your life with dignity. That's the real challenge here. This is no way to live for anybody. We are slaves in a system that we constantly pay to work against us. And I'm just tired of it. I'm sure a lot of you are too, but I mean, something has to be done. So it comes down to education, Edo. The more we can spread this message to people, the more we can fight back. It's quite clear, but this is the end game, or at least the early stages of the end game. And war is usually going to be the geopolitical driver for all these changes that we're talking about. And we're in the early stages of this. Trump said it was going to be a short war. He said the same about Ukraine. It hasn't been. He was supposed to end it. Now, I don't care about the political narrative, but these are the facts. More and more people have to die. And just to clarify, like Pete Hegseth, whatever his name is, the Secretary of the War Department, he was planted in there by the Z regime, if you know what I'm talking about. So, I mean, I feel like more Americans, really, specifically Americans, need to wake up to the reality that these people do not serve you. They serve their own interests. And the sooner you understand this, the faster you're going to be able to protect yourself, and you're going to be able to challenge the system that is working against you. This is a satanic cabal that's running the entire world right now. And we have to do something about it. This is the best I can do. Talk about it, educate, share it with people. And, for all the other guys out there that are sharing this content, like, I really appreciate it. But you have an obligation to your loved ones, your friends, to take this upon yourself and go with the light and share this information with people. I'm not telling you to redirect them to our podcast. You have to do this yourself. So everyone has an obligation here to get the word out there.
I agree with you, Versan. It's about, we are all parts of this consciousness. So each of you has an individual voice. And I think at this moment is extremely important that everyone makes a conscious choice to speak the truth. It's become pretty evident that the word is, I don't know how, it even sounds like it's a dream, but that's the reality. The world is run by Satanists. I don't know how to put it in different words. Sounds like a conspiracy, I know, but look back what they have accomplished back in 2019. And all of this war and destruction, we really have to take action and speak against this evil agenda that's playing out in real time. Another thing, we have been very successful in wealth preservation. If you guys follow our podcast, our strategy, gold, silver, precious metals, staying away from fiat currencies that are constantly losing its purchasing power. But it's also about our freedom, right? So what is it all worth that if we're going to become extremely rich in a system that we can't even benefit from our assets because of so much control, surveillance, CBDCs? And there is a question that I have for you, Versan, which brings me back to the point of central bank digital currencies. Do you think they have escalated the attacks against Iran because the central bank was not following the global agenda? Therefore, I think Nathan did a tremendous work by spreading the message. He did a very viral reel on Instagram. Not sure if you watched that the Iranian central bank was considered to be a leakage of the system, which they had no control over it. Therefore, it justifies why they are treating Iran in that way. Could you please let me know your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, my X account is shadowed for this material. I recently posted this a few days ago saying like all the material that's coming out of the propaganda and the mainstream propaganda that's migrated to X, you see it very clearly. It's obvious. And certain accounts are allowed to flourish while others really giving you something to think about critically are not. It becomes even more clear that this is a different kind of mainstream now that's migrated to X. However, what I tweeted and shared with people is that any country that does not bow down to the New World Order is called a terrorist, is called an enemy, is vilified. And that's what we've done over and over again. A good friend of mine, Gerald Salente, which I'd love to bring him back on the show again, but he is very angry about this for the right reasons. But he's explained that we have been taught to hate other countries and to hate other people and to believe in the narrative that they are the enemy. And there's this really viral clip that it gave me tears when I watched it. And it's a soldier speaking in a winter storm with other soldiers explaining that the real enemies are in Washington, D.C. and in the Congress, who have sold out the country for their own political gain and favor.
Look, brother, I don't know who you think who's spamming a bunch of shit in my chat, right? Be a good boy and try and censor it and let me know what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying. I'm assuming this is spam. There's a reason it's getting removed from my from my chat. So pretty interesting. If you have something to say, let me know in a different way, I guess. Maybe hit me up on Twitter. Link in the description below. You can definitely check that out and let me know what you're trying to say. I don't know. It seemed like you spammed out here. Not sure what's going on. I'm assuming this is some crazy shit, so I don't know. I'll wait and see. That's a lot of messages, though, brother. Kind of crazy. You can definitely check that out and let me know what you're trying to say.
Of the same masters that they serve. So this goes really deep, and you got to study the history about how we got here, and that will give you an idea of where we're going. So any country that did not bow down to the New World Order was treated as a villain. Gaddafi was warning people about the pandemic 20 years before it happened. He told people they were going to push a virus. It would be a lie. and they would sell you the cure and profit both ways and take away your freedom.
I don't fall for any Zio attacks. I don't fall for any psyops, Israeli ops, Zio attacks, none of that shit. I don't care if there's one person watching or 100. I'm not falling for that. So whatever you got to say it.
Saddam Hussein, not a good person either, okay? But Saddam Hussein, if you watch his death sentence that was being shared again, it resurfaced. He's saying in there, like, down with you and the collaborators. And the collaborators are the foreign governments he's talking about. And he's talking about the Zionist regime. We have to be very careful here. But I mean, this is the way the world works. You have a few people at the very top running the entire system downwards, and the puppets that you see on CNN, Fox News, CNBC, MSNBC, whatever, The View. These are people to indoctrinate the young and the youth and to sterilize critical thinking. They don't want people to figure it out for themselves that they're getting jammed on the backside by the very same people who are playing the flute and telling you one thing and after another, but sharing the same story. So yes, Nate.
Watch the Oscars live on ABC Sunday, March 15th. Plus,
again, this is a pattern in repeat, and we will be in a war with the world and ourselves if we don't wake up and start to realize it's a really dangerous territory. And I have friends in the Middle East. Let me tell you something, man. Good people out there, very good people. They only show you the bad. And guess what? New information, which I've been saying before, and in fact, I have on my X account. That's the one I did not delete, where I said ISIS, Al Qaeda, what was it, Hamas, they were all financed by the very same people who are calling them terrorists. So they create the illusion of fear. So we go along with it. And the majority of the population are naive enough to go along with it without critically thinking and analyzing the facts and the history behind what has actually transpired to get us to where we are today. So until it, like I said, it comes back to education. Like, people need to understand that we're being played. All of us are being played, and we're not really helping ourselves unless we wake each other up. And that's why I love what I do. I'm so passionate about this, but every time I try to share my real thoughts, I get censored, man. I really do. My YouTube channel has been banned for so many years that it takes a lot of effort for you guys, the supporters. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, to share my information with people just so I can get found and discovered. But to your point and Nathan's point, yes, if you don't play along, you're going to be excluded from the system. And that's the scary thing, is that we are now at the turning point of the monetary infrastructure, where the digitization and the digital control grid are getting tighter and tighter as more and more people lose their ability to live with dignity because they have no wealth. And that wealth was created out of something we call a central bank, which is made up out of thin air. And it's a private entity. By who? So why are we playing by their rules? We don't have to. We are billions of people united. And recently I watched the movie V for Vendetta with my wife. Great movie. I encourage everyone to see it. It will inspire you. But we have the power to take back control. And we have, like I said last time, we had the technology. Right now, we have the technology to build parallel economies already. We just have to have the strength, the courage, the faith to accomplish this. And I think that's what's happening even with XRP and various cryptocurrencies. There are people out there with good, honest intentions who are trying to build a system outside of a system. And the problem is we are allowing the big banks and institutions to infiltrate these systems that can free us and now centralize us. So how do you participate in a system where you don't want to play along with their agenda and not be excluded from being able to buy food? And that's what it comes down to. Remember the clip we shared where It's from a movie called Early Warning, 1981. And the guy says, even the most overzealous and religious will conform to our agenda to put food on the table. And that explains why Bill Gates and some of the other Amazon too, who's not innocent, just so you know, Jeff Bezos, they're buying up all the infrastructure, the farmland, the water rights. Told you this before. I have clients who are farmers. They have some very sad stories to share, how they are being pushed and forced by various tactics to sell their land, to sell their water rights, because they want to poison us. They want to control everything. So when you are part of the mark, you have the mark of the beast, or whatever you want to call it. The digital system will exclude you from being able to feed your own family unless you don't play by their rules. And if you don't play by the rules, you suffer. If you do play by the rules and step out of line, you're penalized. And if you're penalized, your neighbor or good friend is not going to make the same mistake. Now, all of a sudden, the narrative goes as exactly the way they want it because people are afraid. That's where we are. And it's become quite clear that the one that's going to govern and survey all of this is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, like I said last time, is the opposite of mathematical reality. The world we live in is based on mathematics and physics. That's angelic code. That's God, right? That's created by God. That's angelic code. It has the harmony and balance of all things, whether it be people too, plants, animals. We are all interconnected of collective consciousness on different levels, solid, liquid, gas, and plasma. And the fact that we're building these AI systems to hack those realities and break that mathematics and entrap us and ensnare us, that tells you that this artificial intelligence is not really what people are taught to believe in. It's a beast that is consolidating enough information to keep track of all of us all at once. And AI will be the governance behind this and surveillance. You can look at Palantir for that. You can look at Oracle. You can look at Elon Musk. Elon Musk plays both sides, for those who haven't figured it out. So all of this is tied into what the title says here. And BlackRock, as we know, is the largest asset manager on the planet Earth. They are buying up everything because they work closest to the central banks. And the Rockefellers, by the way, own a partial stake in BlackRock. So if they can buy up everything, enforce the digital control grid with the United Nations, and they are part of this, by the way, along with the Vatican, then they can usher in their new world order. They really could. So this is not a fear-based analysis. These are real facts that people treat as conspiracies until it's too late to realize, what have I done? What can I do to fix this?
It's the unfortunate truth, right? I can scream and scream and scream from the mountaintops about all the stuff going on in the transition for months and months and months. And when it actually happens, and there's only a few winners at the end of the table, people are going to be asking, where was all this information? Where was everybody? And they should be asking themselves, where were they? What were they doing instead? Because I don't think people are paying attention to what's going on right now. And honestly, ignorance is bliss, but I don't hold it against them. But at the same time, it's like, to what level are these people going to get helped when this transition comes? There's an entire other economy out there that's about to get tapped in.
So, like I said, we have to fight for our freedom. And I've shared this with my wife many times. Money is important, but money is maintenance to put food in your mouth. That's it. It's a way for us to buy time. Sadly, this is the world we live in, where we're not focused on our spirituality, but we're instead focused on paying our rent. That is no way to live. So all I'm trying to do is encourage people by giving this rant, the fact that we have the power as a united people to take control back.
And this is also tied to what they have been doing, killing the trust in elected politicians so that they can offer a solution which happens to be a technocracy. What gives me hope is that apparently a lot of people are waking up to this reality. So I still believe it's in our hands, in each one of us. I don't believe this is the end game. And we already explained that with XRP, this is a great example. We can run a parallel economy. In the same way, you can lay the technology to roll out CBDCs and create forms of programmable money. Example, CBDCs on top of the XRP ledger with stablecoins. But you can also leverage the native asset of the XRP ledger, XRP, as a neutral bridge asset, an asset that is no subject to the clawback feature. I already explained this in the podcast, but I'm going to repeat this once again. On the XRP ledger, you have a clawback feature which applies for stablecoins and other issued assets on the ledger. So this allows AI agents to run an autonomous economy on top of the ledger where transactions are executed automatically, where they can freeze, seize, and confiscate assets issued on top of the XRP ledger. So this can indeed be utilized as a mechanism of control. And I think if the United States win this war, we are going to be one step closer for universal CBDCs. So this leads to XRP adoption. But in the other side of the spectrum, if us as XRP holders use XRP to transact with each other, buy goods and services, for example, if I want to send money to Versan from Europe to the United States, there's no technical way where they can prevent these transactions from happening outside of the system. So regardless of the outcome of the war, regardless of what's going to happen, are we going to move towards a technocracy or not? I don't have the definitive answer, although it looks like yes. But we can always run a parallel economy that runs on top of XRP, and that's the beauty of technology. So it's also not giving God-like powers to digital assets and to governments or whatever, because I think ultimately we're always going to have a choice. And that's somehow how the elites operate. If you think about it, nobody forced anyone to get a vaccine, for example. So I think they operate with universal laws that can't outperform God's laws, God's nature laws. And I think
Free
we're
will.
always going to have, yeah. So ultimately, we're going to have free will, and it's about us to put our chins up and not be defeated, not be dispirited. Although I know it's quite a nervous situation. If I go and I research a lot about what's happening with the war, I get very upset sometimes because they are committing war crimes. And if you guys have been following, I don't want to mention the atrocities that have been committed in the last 5-6 days, but I promise you, if you go look into details, it's enormous atrocities. But in the other hand, I think we still have the power to turn the situation around. We can run a parallel economy, and individually, we are small drops, but if we put our efforts together, we can create ripples and we can become the whole ocean. I think this is the message I wanted to share.
I think it's very powerful and quite beautiful. If we can accomplish something like that together, but it's going to really take a lot of work. And, that's why I try so hard to put this information out there. But, basically, ultimately, everyone knowing that this is a parallel economy being built or a parallel banking system, and XRP being the bridge, all value migrates from one place to another. And just so you know, historically, and this is a fact, when markets are tanking, it's not money that's vanishing out of thin air into nothing. It moves from one place to another. So if all value, and we talked about all these geopolitical conflicts that are driving these changes and going to justify them, the monetary policies, all the nonsense you see. But that means ultimately, if all value is being consolidated into a few technologies that actually provide a real use case, not a speculative meme coin, things of that nature, then yes, ultimately people do have the potential to be wealthy. Because if value starts flowing back to the participants, the economy itself will be guided by these systems, these protocols, and basically wealth can be redistributed amongst the people, right? Or the ones holding the gate, the gatekeepers, essentially, the access points. And I think that's kind of where the value is driven via XRP being a gatekeeper into the new system. And I think once people really begin to understand this, and it's not easy to understand XRP on so many different levels, but if you can resonate this, you start to see the same future that we're talking about here. And I really don't have words sometimes to express it, but it basically, I'm trying to say there's opportunity ahead. And the value that we create and the investments that we make in these protocols in this parallel economy will ultimately give back to the ones who are holding them. You see what I mean? So that's why I've always said I don't treat XRP like cryptocurrencies. Sadly, it is coupled to the broader crypto market, and the broader crypto market is broadly tied to the debt market, which is another Ponzi scheme. And that's how you get your Bitcoin wealth extraction cycles. And we're not going to get into that, but you know, let me play this video from Jim Rickards. I'm going kind of back to the BlackRock thing for those who did not see it, but this is important. I think he was foreshadowing about what's going to play out later on. And this is why it's so important for you to take control of your wealth, take control of your assets, whether it be digital or physical. The idea is to get out of the system that is tied to these systemic risks and things that you have no control over. All right, so you might have seen this, but let me play this out for you guys. Okay, it's short. Give me 1 second. Sorry.
When the next crisis hits, the elites are planning to freeze the financial system, and they'll replace it with a new system, one not based on the US dollar. When that happens, we'll wake up to a very strange and disturbing new reality.
And for our viewers that are watching today, what might their reality look like that morning? How does this manifest?
First, they'll have gone to bed knowing that a massive financial crisis was underway. But when they wake up, they'll find it has worsened and the contagion has spread worldwide. When they go to withdraw money, their ATM will say, closed temporarily. When they go to sell stocks, their account will say, transaction not available. When they go to their local business, that business will only accept cash if it's open. As citizens realize they're being barred from their money, riots will erupt. It's going to get really bad really quickly.
But how would such a freeze actually work?
When the next crisis hits.
All right, guys. So I shared this. You heard it. The devil's in the detail. Now, the original video for this is, I think, like 15 minutes long, if I'm not mistaken. But what I want to reiterate to everybody is the fact that you have to be mindful that there's a lot of these institutional custody platforms and these banks, the exchanges, you name it, they're all tied to what he's talking about. So they're not separate. What is an exchange of crypto? It's really tied to the regulatory systems that are tied to the financial systems that are traditional. And BlackRock has its hands in all of it, Vanguard and Rockefellers. So all I'm trying to tell people is you have to be very mindful. There are very influential people that are strategically working so hard to really take control, not just of your XRP, but other assets under the pretense of regulation, network support, institutional necessity. And that's something I've noticed in this ecosystem that's very problematic. Sadly, people can pitch all they want about staking and yield to help the network, but in reality, what you're not realizing, not you guys, I'm talking generally, is that you're actually surrendering control of the very asset that the network is being built around for that institutional demand. And the problem is, if you're earning and staking, you're still earning and staking on an asset that's denominated in dollars. So you're giving up control without even realizing it for the illusion of profit. All I'm saying is there's a time and place for this. Mark my words on it. And this is not doom and gloom. This is a freaking fact. I have to be careful what I say sometimes because, you know, I don't want to get sued for slander or sued for conjecture or defamation or anything like that. So I have to be cautious. But I'm trying my best, guys. I really am.
We have around 7 minutes left of podcast before we reach 1 hour. One thing that I want to share, and that's very wise at this moment, it is a very critical moment for the S&P 500s. If the price of oil keeps rising, we can have a massive crash on the S&P 500. That's inevitable. So I think it's very wise to have liquidity aside number one, so that you can profit from the volatility that comes ahead. Number two, I advise everyone, if you are seeking to increase your XRP bags, for instance, have some buy orders in advance. Don't wait for a moment when the S&P crashes and you believe you are going to be able to buy, for example, XRP below $1, because that's not going to happen. When exchanges are under high stress, most orders are not executed. They prioritize institutional orders. So the way you can outbid other buyers is by simply having your buy orders in advance. So I think this is the message I want to share. Have some liquidity aside in case there is a market correction. Usually for XRP, that's short-lived. We have seen this cycle. We had other flash crashes that were momentaneously, and most people were not even able to buy XRP. So if you are trying to increase your bags, have the buy orders ready. It's a critical moment. Number two, avoid holding large sums of money into centralized exchanges. Don't give away self-custody of your digital assets. So you need to have cold wallets. I don't care which brand are you going to choose. You can go for Ledger, Trezor, Decent. There is a bunch of good products in the market. So don't focus that much on the product itself. Focus on getting your digital assets out of centralized exchanges, especially in these moments that there is a war. I think the situation is not going to be getting any better. If you really see at the military options of the United States now, it's not going to be resolved in the next 2 or 3 days. This is going to drag on for weeks in the best scenario, in the worst scenario, months or years. So get ready for volatility, get ready for a correction on the S&P 500. I think limit your exposure to leverage trading, because if you're just going to liquidate your portfolio now, you are just stressed with the war, you're trying to profit before the crash comes. They're just going to manipulate the markets. Just imagine what they are doing with the oil prices. We saw a huge spike all the way up to $120, and then we saw this correction to $100. What do you think is the reason? They are liquidating people that are long on oil. It's clear a extraction mechanism. That's why I don't recommend people to get exposure to copper through the futures market, which they are now making it available. By the way, I got a notification from some of the exchanges that I have my assets that I trade. I do trade on a daily basis with a small fraction of my capital, but I'm not telling people to get exposure to copper, for example, on the futures markets, but find a way perhaps to buy the physical copper. So you are protected against market manipulation. The same apply for crypto. So be very careful ahead. It's going to be a lot of stressful times if you are on the markets. We're going to see a lot of volatility. And don't fuck this up now by getting liquidated, because if we have a correction, you're not going to have liquidity aside.
Yeah, very powerful. One thing I do want to share, I noticed a comment. I'm just not I'm not too enthusiastic about it, but you got to understand. You remember the book called The Great Taking by David Roger Webb? Okay. If you haven't watched that documentary, I encourage you to. Now, he's been on Danielle Cambone's show a few times, but he lays it out so clearly about what's actually been going on, and he exposed how governments are passing these silent laws to convert everything you own on these exchanges, Caleb and Brown as well. So I think he knows who he is now. And I don't care what I have to say about it, but I'm going to say it because I care. All right. And this is something I realized. If everything is on these exchanges, you start to realize that you are a victim to what I'm about to share with you. The laws that are being changed in such a way are happening very quietly at the Senate banking level. Okay. And basically, that includes your property, your securities, therefore your investments, your stocks, your accounts, your assets, your liabilities, your gold and silver, you name it. And these are not theoretical. These are real laws that are being passed. And like Jim Rickard said, they rigged the international laws of finance to accomplish this. That is very important right there. So they are redefining what it means to own assets. all right, in the adjustments of their bankruptcy proceedings. So when they go bankrupt, they're going to take everything you have, everything. Mark my words on that. And this is where it gets crazy. When you start to look at the tokenized model, and this is why tokenization plays a good role and a bad role. In the tokenized model, the entire global economy is being tokenized and converted into a tokenized structure. Therefore, everything you have, everything you are, so even your data, your biometric data, is going to become fractionalized, trackable, movable across the rails that they control. And that's the problem here. So you're essentially becoming a victim to your own servitude without even realizing it. And that's why cold storage is truly the safest. I don't care what they say, because they are mostly full of shit. And I know a lot of people here. Okay. The way I would approach everything that Edo just labeled is be outside of the systemic systems, the systems that are tied to all the risk that we're talking about here. Here's how I approach this. My 3-tier strategy I've shared with people. Number one is I have my long-term holdings. The long-term holdings are something I don't ever touch. I frequently, I check on them once a month, maybe, okay, just to see where they're at. But I simply just keep adding to those long-term portfolio assets whenever I can afford to. A dollar cost average, as some people call in this ecosystem. And that way I don't overthink it. I don't worry about it. I just keep accumulating to my core position for the future. My short-term positions, however, are very interesting because this is where I'm actively engaged. Now, I don't try to predict the markets. I don't predict their moves, everything, right? Instead, what I do is I watch for this massive volatility. Like when we saw this narrative with Iran, like what we're seeing right now in the markets, right? Okay, I don't know if they're green or red today, but I use very simple indicators for my short-term strategy. Red versus green, dips versus the rallies. And that's my guide into the entry points. So I recently added a few thousand into SHX and, during a dip. Now, I'm not timing this perfectly, but I'm waiting for the next swing. And the swing will be tied into the QE liquidity injections. So once it swings, I'll take 80% of those profits. And what I'll do is strategically rotate them back into gold and silver. Now, my rule is quite simple. I have a long-term strategy that is silently. I accumulate for the long term. And I engage in short-term opportunities whenever I can afford to. And I take profits strategically, and I always rotate them back into gold and silver and other core foundations. And that's how you, number one, maintain control over yourself. You also grow your long-term position, and you can protect yourself from the system's vulnerabilities. So you essentially keep getting wealthier. And that's the trajectory I've been on for a while. And I've been sharing this with you for a very long time. So I hope you guys are disciplined enough to follow that structure. It really works. It's a recipe for all. It does work.
100% agree, Versan. If you have a strategy, if you have patience, and if you are disciplined, volatility is your friend. So there's nothing to be scared about. Even if there is a correction, you have your buy orders in place, you can massively benefit from this type of transitions. I made thousands just by having buy orders in place. Every time there was a flash crash on XRP this cycle, my orders were instantly above. I mean, you get these massive wicks and you buy it, and instantly you are just benefiting from the volatility.
It's like swing trading.
Yeah, it's quite, you don't need even to trade. You just buy it and send to your cold wallet, but you're always buying below market prices, and you can massively profit from this transformation.
Yeah.
So I think we can jump on the final thoughts. First, my final message is patience. I think this is the most important weapon that you have when you are investing in crypto. Second, I want to send a special thanks for all of your support. We do read the comments. We get so many positive messages from everyone. And third, I ask you guys, drop your location in the comments so you help us to boost the algorithm. So we get a bunch of comments and the live gets delivered to more people. Versan, any final thoughts that you want to share?
I just want to thank everyone for all your support. And, I want to make sure people understand I'm not referring to Jake Claver. Okay. Jake is somebody I totally agree with on many of his insights. But it's just I'm talking about the broader community. There are a lot of people out there incentivized to push you into institutional custody. You can make a lot of money doing that. And I'm just not recommending it. That's all, as a friend.
Perfect.
Be careful.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We're going to see you next Monday, I guess, if we don't decide to make an emergency podcast this week.
Here at the Score Bet, it's not just a tournament, it's personal. We've got the easiest way to bet what you believe.
If this is a short war, then expect the dollar to be weakened after the off ramps. Yeah, that's how I'd place the trade. In terms of breaking things, I think that's the idea. I think transnational capital wants to break the world up into parts and multipolarity, and now Europe is is likely to be a net LNG dependent with a 20-year contract with America, and Russia has basically both America and Russia have cut out the Middle East and forced countries into situations where they need to renegotiate their LNG and gas contracts. And so Russia can now go to India and Asia and, pick, just dictate terms and say, right, we got 6 days or 12 days or however long. If this is what they're doing, they want the war to last. Russia renegotiates, America renegotiates. They lock them into long-term contracts, and then they create a scenario that leads to the strait opening again, and then the price of oil will crash right back down, most likely.
Right. Thank you, Simon. I know it's hard to make predictions. It's easy to poke holes in them, so I appreciate you making those. Right, it's kind of hard to make these, so thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Raul. Simon, there's a couple of questions on the chat. One comment, I think it is, and one question on the YouTube chat. So Tony LaRose says, anyone monitoring the chart? The market just pumped on Trump, saying the war is ending soon. And then Geo Nobody says, Beatrix, can you please ask Simon if this is a good time to short the Israeli shekel? So those two, well, a question and a statement. The market just pumped on Trump, saying the war is ending soon. And if it's a good time to short the Israeli
Massive rug
shekel.
pull coming, guys. There's a massive rug pull coming.
Oh yeah. So on the first question, I haven't been following the markets while I've been doing this. Just breaking my fast, but it looks like, yeah. I mean, look, I have said the markets and the oil and oil prices right now are a function of Trump's ability to post on Truth Social and the people that are 1 hour ahead of what he's about to post. And the people that are 1 hour ahead of what he wants to post and their second and third degree connections are the people that are going to be placing the big trades. And then when Trump posts it, that moves markets in this environment. The whole world is looking for what Trump says next. And that is the market in this current state. So if Trump says something, he can reverse it, and you can get a bunch of volatility in between. And there's probably people making money from those trades. In terms of shorting the Israeli shekel, I reckon that they're looking to do mass privatizations in Israel that lead to acquisition. So I'd expect the stock market to go up, debt to go up. And that's different to the dollar being world reserve currency. So I'm not really, I mean, I don't think the Israeli shekel is the perfect way of being short Israel. I think the best way of being short Israel is that it continues to burden the debt, and the more effectively, the more destruction that Iran can inflict upon Israel's strategic targets, and then the more the debt increases, then at the end of this, there's going to be a bunch of vultures that are going to be swarming around looking to acquire the key assets of Israel. And I think that's why Israel was meeting with Modi. And I think that's why Israel and UAE have that relationship. Because I think UAE and India are going to end up the net beneficiary of some of the distressed assets in Israel at the end of this. But no.
Oh, Simon, so sorry to interrupt. I haven't verified this, but somebody's putting in the chat a quote from CBS saying Trump says, I think the Iran war is very complete, pretty much. So he might be heading towards that off ramp that you're talking about.
Yes, I'm expecting him to declare victory, and maybe we get something in the speech. I mean,
Oil just dropped to 88. Tristan saying on the chat.
yeah. Now, whether we get some more back and forth, and this is just a bit of manipulation in between, but 2 more days and we're heading to that 12-day war mark. So let's see if this is a genuine off ramps or whether this is a bit of a manipulation that leads to a different strategy in between. But it appears, based upon what people are saying, the markets are saying that we're headed towards an off ramp narrative.
How long do you think? I guess it depends what the off ramp is.
I just don't feel like there's going to be an off ramp. I just have this feeling like I just have this feeling like we're going to negotiate an off ramp and there won't be an off ramp. Iran has said how many times they're not negotiating? How many times? So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens from here on out, guys. Very interesting.
How long do you think the off ramp completion takes before?
I think it looks very similar to the 12-day war. I would have expected some kind of statement around we just wiped out the nuclear program. We've decapitated. Yeah.
Again, we did it 6 months ago. We did it again. We're going to do it again in 6 months. I mean, how stupid is the guy? But I'm sorry, Simon.
Guys, excuse me, but this is Gary. I think this may be a historic day for crude oil. I think you're going to see a price change of close to 36% in less than 6 hours on the largest commodity on the planet. I mean, that's staggering. It went to 118 and it's trading below 88 right now. 6 hours.
That's
Now,
unprecedented.
to me,
You ever
this is
seen that before, Gary?
no, dude. Look, this thing has set so many records in the last week. It's never done this. Okay,
Did you say 88?
yeah.
Oh, wow.
Whoa, Adam woke up suddenly, didn't he? Oh,
Adam,
well, welcome back, Adam.
That's
it's 88,
the front runners
87,
that know.
88, 13.
That's the front runners.
Very weird stuff going on with oil right now, guys. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Video yesterday. I think it was at 107. Went up to 115. They're clearly manipulating oil. It is so obvious. Look at this. This is moving like crypto. This is moving. Oil is moving like crypto, guys. Look. Oh my God.
Doesn't know what Trump's about to say.
Well, he's already said it. Hey, this is going to be, like we said this weekend, this cannot last 3 weeks, guys. It's not possible. Like, people are talking about months. What are you talking about? We'll have a nuclear war before this last months. 87, 72. This will get sold out. This is, look, the market can't digest $100 crude oil. Putin doesn't want $100 crude oil. He wants $65, $70 crude oil contracts for the next 30 years. That's a much better trade for him than a year's worth of 20 or 30 buck premiums. So the cool thing is, and ironically, because crude oil and natural gas, the energy complex is somewhat, or at least more diversified than any other industry in the world, more decentralized and diversified, it works. It's not perfect, but it works better than any market in the world, and all those rules were written in the 1990s. Both electricity, natural gas, and crude oil, and they work great. You can't stop the flows. Every embargo has failed, and it's telling us, hey, the planet cannot digest $100 crude oil, so it's not going to. It's not in anyone's interest. This is very fascinating to me that this commodity is keeping the crazy people somewhat honest. You know what I'm saying, Simon? Because you can only push this so far.
So, Gary, somebody, no name on the chat saying that the crude oil price is low because of the G7 strategic reserve and China's not a participant.
No, we've already had that. So, oh, would that a new one out? China's not
Well,
a
no,
participant.
he's probably saying, hey, somebody's going to release 400 million barrels. Okay, whatever. That's the point of the reserve, dude. Now we're at 86. Think about it. We started at 92, went to 118, and we're down to 86 now.
Yeah, he's saying crude oil won't spike until the end of the week because the G7 agreed to access their strategic reserve. What Gary's just said.
Yeah,
No,
and
I
they
didn't
don't they
say
don't
that's the
actually need to.
reason, but I don't think it does spike. I think this war has to get it has to get handled. See, this is a really weird thing. Either crude oil continues aggressively to 147, which was its all-time high. It needs to make this journey very hard, very fast, and then it needs to blow right past it. So if you really think crude oil is going off the charts, crude oil needs to do $175. 150 doesn't make it. You can't just do $3 over the last all-time high if you're really in a emergency, right? If you're really going to hit new all-time highs, it's going to really move. So it can't possibly. It will destroy the entire. Everyone loses. Everyone loses. So I think this gets fixed, or at least the market is digesting this much better than every expert I know thought it would. Right?
So we know that Trump is not afraid to say whatever is necessary
Yeah,
in order
I don't
to.
think it matters though. I think the market's telling you right here. This is
Gary,
this is
that's
like
what.
pouring a bunch of ice on a really serious problem here.
The
The
market is
indicators.
saying that Trump has said something. That's what we're seeing,
U.S.
right? There
oil
are
$83.
Yeah, but it's all
Okay.
lined up as well with this speech tonight. So the market knows what Trump is about to say because the people that move markets
Well,
are in
Simon,
the
this
same
this
circle.
happens, but this happens all the time, dude. It's just so hard to isolate the
Exactly.
information. So you got human beings trading a little bit. Like I wouldn't be trading it if I worked in the government. I couldn't do that, dude. I'm like, oh my god, it's illegal, you know.
Yeah, but
So
unless you're in the like there is a
well,
department that
but
does
but
this.
but okay, yeah, that's true. But like, it's gonna happen. There's always leakage of information until we get AI and the computers, and there's no leakage. But it's not. I don't think that's the main driver here, right? We have a lot of volatility, and if you're a little unethical and you're sitting near the machine, I can most certainly see people doing a little trading. But who cares? They could trade $1 trillion. It really wouldn't matter because this is not going to change the fundamentals. This market cannot digest $85 crude oil.
But I bet you
This is really good news. What's Bitcoin doing?
about
But hang
70.
on, could they be
Bitcoin's at
suppressing the price
$69
by
too.
accessing?
Bitcoin's not walking backwards. This is really good news for Bitcoin this week. I think that it's done so well in this. Sorry to go on so long, but I think there's some interesting little gems here that aren't all doom and gloom like it looked Friday and Saturday.
Thanks, no, Gary. Listen, just jump in. I want to just ask quickly because somebody on the chat saying that they're suppressing the price by accessing the reserve, and China and India are not participants, and it's related to a treaty signed in 1979. The G7 have signed a treaty in 1979, and so they're accessing their reserves to suppress the price. Could that be true?
No, I covered it this morning. So the Financial Times covered that they announced that there's going to be 400 million. So the price went up to 115. Then the FT published the article where they said 400 million barrels are going to be released by G7. And then the price came back down to under $100 and messed around there. So that's all factored into the price already. And then Trump
Hey,
came out.
Simon, can I just respond to this storage thing? Because see, this is the way people conflate these stories. Okay, I don't know who said that, but my viewpoint on this would be: hey, look, if the GC7 or whatever it's called has 400 million barrels of fire extinguishers, and there's a fire in the fucking farm, maybe they're going to use the fire extinguishers. That's what the reserve is there for.
But you don't even need to
Hey,
use it, Gary. You just say you're
by
going
the
to use
way,
it.
they just sold into a $112 market, and they probably bought it at $40. Like that is what this thing is for, man. And then every time somebody uses it, manipulation.
Well,
So
yeah,
I,
all you need to do is say you're going to use it. You don't need
yeah,
to use it.
totally, and they're right to use it right now. This is a huge price, a huge price.
Basically, you just leak it to the FT and it corrects the price.
Yeah, Simon, you said
So we've
something,
got
and I
a
know people really listen to every word you say. I think you made a mistake. You said, "Hey, look, before the FT came out, the price was 150." Okay, it
15,
was
15.
115. Thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I just didn't want people to misunderstand.
Thanks, Gary. Yeah, 115.
Hey, don't you think Bitcoin has
uh,
done very well through the weekend, dude? I'm shocked.
Well, Bitcoin, basically the bear market turned
I
around
just
as
want to
soon as
know
the
if
war
you're
was announced.
surprised, because I just find it. I would not have predicted that.
Yeah, I thought it would have gone down harder than the market, and it didn't.
Oh, totally, dude.
Thanks to Saylor buying 18,000 Bitcoin in a week because he bumped the dividend on STRC. Anyways, that's besides the point. Simon, what are your thoughts on this war actually being
Yeah, but
over
Teddy,
anytime soon?
Teddy, the problem is Mike's the only buyer.
That's what I'm that's what I'm saying. Like that's 18,000 Bitcoin purchased in a week long period and the price is still at 70,000. That's the only reason why it's still there. But yeah, Simon, curious your thoughts. Like, do you
Yeah,
think that this war actually ends anytime soon?
well, that's been my thesis. This was
uh,
another 12-day war. Yeah.
Ted, sorry, Simon, I just want to jump in because just in relation to Teddy's question, there's a super chat for $4.99 from Mama Jama, and it says, "What if Iran doesn't entertain an off ramp for Trump and insists the price of oil go to 200 to repel any future aggression?" Which ties in nicely to Teddy's
Who who
question.
who would demand that? China?
No, no, no. The question is, if Trump wants to now off
Yeah.
ramp, and he talks about it today, what if Iran doesn't entertain it because they want to avoid any future aggression, and
Uh,
they're happy to let the price of oil go up? That's the
Yeah.
question.
So as I've been saying, my theory, my thesis was, and I've throughout that this is another 12-day war, and so I went through like the whole thing on the recorded video this morning, and um, I as soon as those prices of oil, as soon as the strait is closed, Russia and America renegotiated their contracts. The regime change has already happened internally, and the IRGC will remain. And I think this is the execution of the deal that was already agreed. And you know who's pulling the strings? It's China. China's the boss here. Um, this is China's deal. And then Trump will take the off ramps, but Iran will have people that listen to China and people that won't listen to China. The people that won't listen to China are probably not with us anymore, and the people that will listen to China are still with us. And China is engaging in trade deals with America, and they're going to announce them in April. And this was part of resetting the order. That's how I feel, anyway. Like maybe we've got another show, but but this is another 12-day war operation, and it was meant to look like it was going to explode to World War III, and then not go to World War III.
Yeah, I don't know if it goes World War III, but I personally think that this is like this similar setup to Russia Ukraine war. And we could still be fighting this war in 4 years from now. So I guess give it a couple weeks and we'll see which way it's leaning, your way or mine. But I'm surprised to hear your thoughts there. Thanks, Simon.
No, I've said that all along, isn't it, Beatrix? I said it would be a short one. Managed transition. And
Yeah, yeah, you did. Absolutely.
Hey guys, I'm really worried they're gonna do a false flag. This Iranian sleeper cell nonsense. There's no reason why they wouldn't.
Bro, the
They're,
whole thing's a false flag. I mean, let me know
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Let me know when we haven't had one in the last 36 months.
Exactly. Sense. This also makes sense why they would just relinquish that naval base like that and just kind of back way off. There was no resistance. There was no stand resistance there. That's been freaking me out the whole time. Meaning, I'm like, what are we doing here? That makes a lot of sense now.
Israel tried to get a regional war throughout the whole thing. It tried to blow up water. It tried to blow up bases that weren't part of the script. It tried to get Iran and the GCC into a war, and Iran and the GCC held strong. And Israel hasn't got their false flags. None of them worked.
We counted. Sorry, Simon. Sorry.
Yeah, might be a bit early. Let's see what Trump has to say. Let's see. We might be in for another round here. I don't want to count my chickens
Well,
before
hey,
too
let
early
me
yet.
ask you a question. Is the dome up or down? Because if
Well,
it's down, that's a very different position than if it's down,